Welcome to all of you on the behalf of DBA trainings, then UTI and the Microsoft. So this training which we are going to start, that is completely for the Microsoft based syllabus. So being a Microsoft partner, we are conducting these trainings, and being a Microsoft certified trainer, it's my responsibility to give you the overview. What are the things is the classroom. So let's just start with that. So first of all, thank you for taking our trainings, and just giving you the overview of the brand called DBA Trainings. So DBA Trainings is basically a very well-known corporate training organizations. We conduct the training only for the corporates. So retail and non-working professional, we don't do the trainings. That's it. Our training is specialized for the database. The name itself telling that DBA Trainings, that means we are specialized into database. Database may be in the on-premises, maybe on the cloud. Got it. So that's about us. About me, we will talk into later. So Microsoft certified trainer and instructor information I will share you. Of course, we will give you the customer satisfaction guarantee. So after this training, we hope and we will assure you, you will be fully satisfied with the training, what you are getting. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. Raise your hand, stop me. I will discuss the point and then we will go for the next topic. Got it? Certification and exam benefit. Of course, these courses is based on to Microsoft certifications. So it's as per the research by the IDC, 75% manager believe that certification will give the more benefit to the customers. So if any one of you interested for the certifications, then proceed for that one, and we will guide you each and every step how to clear that exam. So that's the things. Okay, let's talk about some things about you. So you have to tell me your name, the company you are your affiliation. Of course, you all are from the government of India, UTI, so that's okay for me. Generally, these things when the people are from the different our public batches. So on our website, if you can go dbatrainings.com, you can find the batches is available for public. So any corporate can come and they can enroll for themselves. So in that case, maybe the one person from the UTI, one person from Capgemini, another maybe from HSBC, maybe from the Accenture, maybe from the different companies, those things. I want to understand your title and the functionality. Functionality means what is your role into your organization, what job responsibility you have, what you are doing on to day-to-day basis, and then what is your experience onto SQL Server. After that, we will talk about your expectation from this course. Got it? So who is going to start? So basically, Amit, you are on DR side, located into Hyderabad. Gurgaon. So Gurgaon is a DR. Okay, Hyderabad, Mumbai is a DC. Okay, Hyderabad is a DC. Okay, so you are located on DR side. That is in the New Delhi, Gurgaon. Okay. What is your day-to-day activity? Day-to-day activity is related with the okay. Restoration of backup. Okay. Database management. Health checkup. Okay. So how much experience you have in SQL Server? Okay. So what is your expectation from this training? Okay, good. So you want to learn into deep level onto this. Am I correct? And which SQL Server version you are using currently? Okay, good. So for the demo, we are going to use a 2016. or 2017 or 2019, whichever you can say, because the latest one. If you want 2012, for me it's okay. Got it. And as per the discussion with your VP, we come to know that you are using the SQL Server 2012. So basically, we have changed the course agenda what we have shared previously. So based on 2012, which is called 2012 in India, we call, and around the globe we are calling 2012, 2016, 2019 like that. So that's one, those things. Okay. So that the more about you. Anything else you want to share? Expectations wise, like anything else what you said? So after the training, you want to work with the, okay, with the existing setup. Okay, good. Thank you for that, Amir. Yes, who is the next? Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, I heard about you. Yes, Mr. Lakshmi. You are working as a deputy manager. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so as of now, you are taking care of the DBA duty for the backup and restore operation. Okay. Database activity. Okay. DCDR. Okay. Okay. VMware performance monitoring. Health check of the database. Okay. So that is your day-to-day activity. Good. What is your expectation, Lakshmi Narayan? So more expectation means what? Okay. Or they are from the Colabora or which organization? Okay, from the UTI only. Because the MySQL batch there was some outsourcing. Mm. Okay. Okay. Only. Functional means. Okay. So those all we are not including. Sorry to say that. Yeah, so that's why see if your expectation and my course should be matched. Otherwise, what happened? I am driving the boat into these up directions, like, and you are driving like, so where we will go? Got a point? Generally, what happened for the thing which you told, the tuning. So basic guideline I can give you for the tuning. Upgrade. You need a previous experience at least 2 to 3 years on the technology. Then only you are able to understand that one. Got it? Patching again same thing. Got it? So I cannot recommend the people who don't have the experience at least minimum 3 years. They can go the high ability part for the migration or the clustering or those things, because otherwise it will bounce. Got a point? So what I suggest you, first go with the training, and then next time once you have experience, then you can plan for the other topics. Got it? Like the clustering or the migration or patching or upgrade, those all are.
I thought if I get a knowledge, then I can work as shadow of the one of my seniors.
No,
And I
no,
can get at least
it
experience.
won't possible. In the first day, I'm telling you, it won't be possible. Even if the course agenda in your hand, have you gone with the course content? I have not mentioned any topic like that. Is it mentioned? No, because we understand based on the your requirement, based on the discussion with your technical teams and your VP, got it, and your HR team, L&D department. So we come to know that okay, this is a requirement. Based on that, we have shared our course topic, and then we agreed on to particular things. Got it? If you want upgrade, we can start with the upgrade. I don't have any problem. For me, everything is easy for me because I am working on this thing from the last 17 years. But again, you can understand when I was the junior DBA and I was the DBA, I was not able to do those activity. For that, you have at least 2-3 year experience to understand in the DBA. Got it? So that's apart from that, anything else?
Okay. And one thing I want to add, actually, the very next part is the completion of the training. We need to share our knowledge with my colleagues. I mean,
Mhm.
I have five other members who are eagerly waiting for my training. I have to share my knowledge. It will be scheduled by HR. So
Okay.
while I have to transfer this knowledge, okay, I have to participate as a trainer to training.
Oh, good.
During that
So
time,
you are giving
again I need to train.
some challenge to me.
It's not my
DBA
challenge
trading is
here.
losing the business. See, again, for that, to provide a training to someone, that's a good idea because you will get the learning experience. If I came here to teach you, that means I have to read the first. I have to understand the first and then I can deliver it. Same happen with the you also. When you are going to train them, so you have to understand thing in the deep level. Try it to get the 100% whatever the things you can. I always give the participant about the examples. Have you seen the sugarcane machine
Yes.
which is producing the juice? So have you observed the juice is not coming, but still they are pushing it. Sugarcane, they are pushing it. Similar like that. You are that machine, and I am the sugarcane. Put me into your machine and get the last drop. Got it? So ask your questions, clear your doubt, and once you have the confidence, go and teach them anyone. Got it? So that's good.
Okay, in that scenario, I just need some material or printed or something. Otherwise, how can I explain? So if you require some reference books,
Yeah.
it will take some time. I have to
Yeah.
refer again. So
Yes.
if there is any ready reference book, it not only help us training, it will also help us
Yes,
to
of
get
course. Of course,
organized.
you will get that one. You will get that one.
This is my request.
Ah, no problem. I will. Yes, sir. What about you, Umesh? SH? S. Shilshak. Okay, so you are also from the UTI infrastructure. Oh, you're good. So you are working as a senior manager. Good. Last phase also there was a senior manager and the VP. Mm. Okay, so you have experience into Oracle DBA. It's good for me to share you the idea about the Oracle so you can easily understand the thing. Yes, Oracle MySQL experience you have. Good. So then from Oracle MySQL, why on SQL Server? Okay. So then why you came? You can refuse easily, na? I am not interested. Okay. As per the company policy. No problem. Maybe your HR, maybe your manager is thinking that you are the best candidate. Because why they will think? Because you have the previous experience to other database. So if you know the one database, other database will be the easy for learning. That may be the one reason. Okay, so what is your expectation? So you want to understand the how many time patching is happening in your organization? Because I heard so many patching. That's why I'm asking this question. Security patch. So Oracle, which version you are using currently? So there is no patch for the 99, 10G and 11G now. There is no patch. Yes. So extended support is available as of now, but for that you have to again pay the 20% of the license fee. Oh. Okay, so that's about me. Let's talk to something about me. So you all are aware about my name at least. Yes, so Rajiv Kumar Jha. So my name is Rajiv Jha, and I'm Microsoft certified trainer. Apart from that, I am having the certification with the Oracle. So I am Oracle certified expert, Oracle certified professionals. Then Microsoft, we have so many certification like Microsoft certified solution expert, then Microsoft certified professional, Microsoft certified IT professionals, then Microsoft certified technology expert, then database. So those are so many certification I have interested. I have started my journey with the SQL Server, and from SQL Server I moved into Oracle. So that's so I have approximately 2 decade experience into the database technologies. So various database technologies. So I know Oracle, MySQL, SQL Server, Postgres, MariaDB. So those are the basically I am on the RDBMS. Okay. And of course, because I have invested my 17-year journey with the database technology, so I have to learn so many databases. Similar to like you have worked on Oracle, then MySQL, and then now came to SQL Server. So it's happened the senior position you have to manage so many things. Work in the various capacity. So I have started my journey as a software developer, and that time the first I was working with the SQL Server 7.0, and the backend was SQL Server 7.0, and the front end was Visual Basic 6. Yes, BB6. So I have started with the Cognizant as a software developer. Then I moved from Cognizant and joined IBM as a senior DBA. So Cognizant itself I was promoted for the DBA positions, but that time I was for the SQL Server DBA. And from SQL Server DBA I moved into Oracle. Then I became a technical consultant, then team leader. Later on I became the domain head Oracle, and finally the DB architect, which is called database architect. Now I am working as a principal architect, and apart from that, the job profile as per the Indian, if you can see, so I work as a trainer, but primarily as a my company role, I am working as a manager database technologies. Yes, it's a very big brand in the organizations. So that's about me overall. So I am having approximately 17-year experience with database. Work with some of the top 500 corporates. So you can name of the anyone, the top companies. I was there for the few years, like IBM, Capgemini, Cognizant, Infrasoft. So many organization I worked, and then industry speaker. So I am the frequently speaking on the various forum like the SQL User Group, SQL Pass Summit, in Oracle Open Day, and every month we have a webinars. So several times we speak into the webinars as well. Apart from the professional life, I am on a personal life. So I am a married person with I have two beautiful kids. So enjoy love for the long drive. So this is my passion. Wherever I get a chance, not in the Mumbai, especially Mumbai, you understand. But suppose I am conducting any training in the Pune or somewhere nearby area, so I prefer to drive instead of going with a flight and other things. Of course, if I am going in the Gurgaon or another thing, so then I have to fly. So that's why. So I'm the frequent flyer, and that's about the me. Anything else if you want to know about me, feel free to ask me. In the Gurgaon, okay. Nirlon campus, yeah. Yatra, yes, yes, yes. So every year we conduct that. Yes, but this time I was not speaking. I was entirely in the managing the things and other things. So I'm frequently a speaker over there. So many platforms we speak. Like the next month again we are going to with the SQL Pass Summit. So it's a yearly basis conference which is happening around the globe. The Oracle Open Day, it is again first time it happened into India last year in Gurgaon locations. And earlier it was happening only with the US and other things. But last year onwards it started into the Europe, then UK, Gulf as well as India. Last year it was not in India, last to last year it was into India in the Gurgaon. So I'm frequently a speaker over there as well. So my next topic for the SQL Server will be in the SQL Pass, that is a new feature on 2019. So that will be my topic. Anyway, so that's about me. Anything else you want to know about me? Yes, we have a couple of groups. Yeah, so I have already added your all the 3 colleagues. Yeah, so basically it is only one group we are managing. Directly it is managed by us, which is called DBA technical group. So all the people who be it from the Oracle DBA, from SQL Server, from Postgres, MySQL, there's all the people are in the same group. So that group is a DBA technical group. The name is called DBA technical group. We have a Facebook over there you can join. So Facebook page you can join, and the DBA trainings group, lots of your people have already joined. So become the member over there so you can get those update about the webinars, and that are free of cost. So there is no single rupees you have to invest. It's a free of cost. Of course, you have to invest your approximately 1 hour 30 minutes or 1 hour 40 minutes time. So on that basis, you can get the latest things what you have asked, like the patching, upgrade. So those we are talking for the experienced people. So that's about me. Of course, for the classroom. So logistic, of course, restroom you have already seen. So it's just front. Once you will get to the right turn, and then you will get the restroom. Break room and as smoking area. So this building is smoking prohibited. So you cannot smoke here. For that you have to go outside and then you can. Anyone is smoking? So that's good. Cafeteria and restaurant. So cafeteria, we have one indoor down and then another one is the nearby locations. So you can decide for the lunch time where you want to go and then we will go together for the lunch. Of course, last time also, because Prahlad was more interested to go for the food, not some things. That's so mostly we have gone in that place. We will go on the same place. If you are interested for the, some Chinese or some things, then in the ground floor, we are seeing there is one good cafe for Chinese. Of course, emergency evacuation procedure. So you know, classroom left, again left, and then down. That's the thing. Yes. So that's the one thing. Of course, this is not our own premises. We have taken on the for your training. So when they have to mark it, and good, you can ask them these things. Because as a trainer, I always have to guide these things. It's a industry practice, and we have to follow it. As per the Microsoft, we have to give those information to the participants. Okay. Instructor contact information. So I will share you with my contact number. Last day of the training, you will get my contact number. Of course, maybe you have, couple of you have. If you don't have, feel free to ask me. Mobile phone use, keep your phone in the silent mode. So it's not only disturb you, if it will ring, it will disturb your colleague as well as to me as well. So those things. Try to avoid wherever the possibility to phone. If it is emergency, you can pick up. I don't have any problem for that. Okay. Online course attendance. So maybe your HR, your L&D department has given you the attendance sheet. So you have to sign on to that for the attendance, and that will be submitted in your HR for the marking your presence in the training. So that's class hour. So we will start by 9:30 and we will finish by 5:30. Got it. So this is the timing which we have to follow. Of course, if you want to start late, I am also okay with that. Then we have to extend to the training. Got it. So we are traveling and other things. So that's it. Building hours. So this building will start at morning 8 and it will run late night till 10 p.m. So that's parking. So just opposite side. You are not using any vehicles. So that's not needed. Rest all things, you know, restroom, mails, phone, messaging, smoking, and recycling. Good. This course. So as I said, and it is requested by your company that you are using the 2008 and 2012 SQL Server. So 2012, we are going to conduct this training accordingly. And I will try to give you the each and everything onto 2016. So you will get the latest update as well. That will be the better one. Got it? If you want 2019, that is also possible. But your VP already asked me, Rajiv, is it possible to conduct everything on 2012? Because they are using 2012, so I want they have to go on with that. And later on, once they are trained on that, we will go for the upgradation, and that time we can come up with that. So that's. So about the course, as you have already said, the audience, of course, the prior knowledge of the little bit or DBAs knowledge is required. So that's the course prerequisite and objective you already have understand. Okay. So let's about understand the what are the module we are going to conduct. If the course contents you have seen, which is sent by debate trainings to the your L&D, that has only 13 topics, but we have changed based on the input from the your technical head. So Prahlad and especially the Keshav told that okay, they are need a more to from a start. Of course, Lakshmi Narayan idea they have given me, but not about the both of you. So anyway, good. So we will start here with the introduction part. Got it? Of course, that is not available into your that one in the your agenda. Is it there? No. So that was not there. So over there you can directly start with the authorizations, the module number 9. Got it? So I was expecting that the people will come into this training because DBA training is popular for those, the people who are having the 6-year, 10-year experience on database technology and they want to a deep level learning, then they come to us. Got it? So as per the your course agenda, we are starting with the module 9. So but anyway, we are starting with the module 1 as it is asked. So we will talk about what are the features we have in the SQL Server and then we will talk about preparing the system for SQL Server and installation of the SQL Server. So during the installation, we will install the latest version, be it the 2016 you want or 2019 you want or 2017 you want, whichever you want, that one we will install. Then we will work with the database, how to do the major activity on database. Then we will talk about to understand the backup and recovery models in the, that is your expectation, am I correct? So recovery model, so we have to understand what type of recovery model we have and what is the benefit of that. Then we will talk about the backup of the SQL Server. After that, we will talk about the restoration of the SQL Server. Then we will talk about the logical backup, which is called import and export. So for sending the data outside of database, we are going to export. And once you will to insert the data into database, then we will go for the import. Then we will talk about the authorizing. So Here, two things is called authorizing and authenticating. So what is the authenticating that we will discuss, and then we will talk about authorizations. Then we will talk about assigning the servers and database roles. After that, we will talk about the authorizing users to access the resource. So resource means how to handle the so many things, the CPU, the memory, the RAM, the sessions, those are the things we can. Then we will talk about the auditing. Then we will talk automating. So the how to automate our day-to-day activity, the jobs. Then we will talk about the security part. So as far as our securities. Then we will talk about your monitoring, the performance tuning things. So monitoring the SQL servers. Then we will talk about the performing ongoing database maintenance tasks. After that, we will talk about the troubleshooting, which tracing the access, monitoring the SQL server, managing multiple servers on the same, and then at last we will talk about the troubleshooting the common problem. But so this is the agenda of the course. I hope it is clear to you. Anyone have anything want to add or remove? Please let me know. Up to Linux started from 2016 onwards. So up to 2012, no Linux support. If you want, I can show you on 2016. Got it? So up to 2012, there is no Linux. That's why in the course you can say nothing mentioned. Got it? Yeah. So Microsoft love Linux. This is not from my. So you know the Microsoft MD. So Satya Nadella said Microsoft love Linux. So this world has started in 2016, and we have conducted a couple of training for that, like the company called Atos, Accenture, Capgemini. For them, we have already conducted those trainings. So, of course, if you want to learn, if the time will permit, I will show you the demo how to do that. Okay. Then you will say after the training, okay, hey, I'm able to handle the SQL Server on Linux. Okay. So that's about the. So after this training, what will be your next plan? You can go with the SQL Server high availability and applications. So those are the different training. So there is a mode in the DBA training. The training mode will be on the classroom training, which you are doing as of now. Then we have a training called online training, where you are at your location. From your location, you can connect to our database center, and then you can learn the things. And then we have another module which is called training on demand. So training on demand means, okay, today I want a 4 hour, tomorrow I want a 2 hour, next day I want a 4 hour, like that. It's as per your demand, our trainer will be available and they can deliver you the topic. That is called training on demand. And another one is called self-study. Self-study is the recorded session from the previous class that you will get for that. Got it? Of course, for this environment, what we are going to use the Adventure Work database. Adventure Work is basically a bicycle company. Got it? And entire the course, the lab throughout the course, you are going to use Adventure Works. And as you complete the lab, you will implement the SQL Server. Got it? Whichever the version you want, 2016, 2012, 2019, 2017, we are okay with all of them. So basically, Microsoft has taken the permission from Adventure Work company. They are the partner of the Microsoft. They are using the database from the Microsoft. So we have taken the permission, at least Microsoft has taken the permission from Adventure Work. Training purpose, we can use their database. Of course, it's not a live database, but their actual database copy is there. So all the example, the training session, what you can see, that is based on that. What idea? Of course, newer version, we have a couple of other database also.
Most of the samples are from Adventure.
Yes. Like in Oracle, when you are installing Oracle ORCL, you are getting similar like that. So this is just for the learning purpose. So thank you for your time and understanding the course agenda. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. If you,
Another model is there.
which
Yes,
one?
before the, I guess the 21 models are there. For troubleshooting common SQL Server.
So that's why I said that the last topic was that. So let's talk about the introduction to SQL Server. And in this, we are going to talk about the what are the SQL servers and what are the tool set we have. So the basic idea of this, the goal we have to understand the SQL servers and how SQL Server work onto the database. So here we will talk about introduction to SQL Server platform in this module. Then we will talk about the working with the SQL Server tools, and then we will talk about the configuring SQL Server service. So first thing what we are going to talk, we are going to understand the SQL Server architecture. How SQL Server will process your query and what are the things. Those we will talk on the SQL Server architecture. Then we will talk about the SQL Server components. Then we will talk about the SQL Server instance. Then we will talk about the SQL Server additions. And then we will talk about the SQL Server versions. Got it. So let's start with the SQL Server architecture. So as I have asked you the questions, how much experience you have for the SQL Server. So based on that, you can easily understand the architecture. Got it? So SQL Server, if you can see in the slide, what I have mentioned here, complete setup enterprise ready technology and tool. So it's not only a database, it's a completely ORDBMS. That means object relational database management. So if any database is following the course rules, I hope you are aware about the EF code. So EF code was a mathematician. They were working into IBM company. So they have given the one rule, which is very famous called course rules. So according to the course rules, they have given the 12 point. If any database is following those 12 point, they will become the relational database management. So the SQL Server is not only the relational, it's object relational database. So more than a simple relational database management system. So manage organizational data. What is the meaning of the manage organizational data? So basically it will maintain your SQL Server's data. So whatever your business need data, that will be kept and the table and row format, that will be stored into object and that can be managed into those data. So SQL Server will manage your entire business data. Okay. Drive value from information with the data, and accordingly the data is there, so you can get the data as per your business need. Got it? That is the easy way. What you are noting onto the note point, that is also a data, but sometimes you need to refer, so then you have to just searching the different page. As like similar to in the database, the search mechanism is there, optimize your data is there, and based on that you are going to retrieve the data. So what benefit you are getting? It's a high performance. Got it? High ability. Of course, your database should be available. That is the business need. Not only available, it should be secure. Am I correct? If my data is there and my competitor will copy that data, what is the meaning of that? Got it? So you have to secure and your data should be escapable. Got it? So these are the things is the available with the SQL Server. Got it? It means it's a low total cost of the honors. So if you have all the things, why it is called the low total cost of honors? if you are comparing with the other service provider, like similar to the Oracle is charging 47,500 USD for one license. 47,500 USD for one license. And if you will compare with the SQL Server, you will get only in 5,500, the enterprise edition. If you will talk in the standard edition something, again the less price. So that's why I said it's a low cost of the ownership. On a one server, you can install multiple SQL Server instance. So that's where you can also save the cost. So that's the thing. And high integrated platform. That means whatever the business you need, like business need means what? You need a multiple instance, you need a reporting service, you need an integration service. Your database is there, but how the report will be generated? With some reporting tools, like SQL Server have the SQL Server reporting service. Then you have the BI tool, those things. Then you have integrations. So SSIS, SSRS, SQL Server integration service. Then SQL Server reporting service. Those all are there. If you will install up to the 2012, there are options. What are the installation you want, and based on that you can choose. So integration service, reporting service, SSMS. What it? The tool, SQL Server Management Studio, those all are combined. But if you will install 2016 onwards, that is a separate one. Not a point. So what the first difference you can find? 2016 onwards, the club tool for the managing, like the SQL Server Management Studio, or maybe the workbench, maybe the analysis, those all are the tool that is the separate, and database engine is the separate. Got it? That's the change happened from the 2016 onwards. Got it? That means if you will download SQL Server, you can install only SQL Server engines or reporting service or integration service, whatever the option you want. But you are not able to install any tool like the Management Studio which you are working. Am I correct? You all are using SQL Server Management Studio. So if you are going with the upper version, you need to have separate download for the Management Studio or Visual Studio, whatever you want, and then you can install it separately to manage it. Got it? No, this is not a separate chargeable. Why they have separated it? That's the good question. So they are separated it because it is not a database engine. Maybe earlier what is happening, database engine you are storing onto one place and managing you are from the different location. So earlier what was happening, you are going on that database level and then you are calling the SQL Server Management Studio. So that's why they have kept it. Okay, now people are doing what? A monitoring tool they are keeping into somewhere else, like the Management Studio or the Visual Studio, and they are connecting the database different from that engine. That's why they have separated it. For the better security, of course, if the Management Studio you have without a command line, somebody can click thing may happen. You have seen there's so many things you are clicking and things was happening. But suppose in database server where it is, you have not installed any graphical tool, what happened? The people less chance to do the mistake, because someone executing the command, they know what they are hiding, what will be the impact on that. Got it? Over there, what is happening? Management Studio, right click, someone has delete. If you are writing, you can say, hey, Rajiv, delete can be still possible from there. But the third location, that means only the people who have access onto that, they can connect. But over there, what was happening? Like the network server, they have the access on database server. OS admin, they have the access. They can also connect now. They can also do now. Authentication mode, it is said, okay, always give the Windows authentication. This is the more secure. Why? First, it will need to connect to your network, then it need to connect to your OS, and then it will connect to database. So filtration, the security will be checked over there on the OS level. What happened with SQL Server? If you are going with the SQL authentication, password only they know, they can log in. So that's why we will come on those part later on. Yeah, please. Yes. Yes. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. The lower version they support.
So one thing here. So without using this tool, can I access from remote side?
Yes, you can.
I have a database on other server. I'm sitting somewhere else. So I just avoid to this tool. So the ultimate choice will be the command.
Command. So command, you have to install the SQL Server client,
Again,
and then you can connectivity. Okay. So the question is, what other database platform have you worked? So I already asked you. You have told during the introduction, the Oracle, SQL Server, MySQL, like that. Okay. So that's the thing. Good. Now we are talking about SQL Server components. So when we will talk about SQL Server, it's not just only the database engine. So SQL Server is a very good relational database engine, but that it is much more than that. What are the things we have? So SQL Server is a completely a platform. What is the meaning of the platform here? They are clubbed with the various others tools, others engines. Like here, if you can see on the slide, so we have a major which is called database engine. Got it? That is the your SQL Server database engine. Then you have an integration service. Got it? So then you have a master data service, data mining, Power Pivot. So different things you have. So that's why we always call it SQL Server is a platform comprising the many components. Got it? So the first component is database engine, which is the relational database engine based on the SQL language. So this engine was started in the early 90. So from 90 onwards, it's working as a good. Then another one you can see in the right side, analysis service. So basically online analysis process, if you are going with the OLAP and something, then you can use this one. So this work with the cubics like hypercubes and those things. And this analysis service was started into SQL Server 7. SQL Server 7.0 onwards, you can find the analysis service. I have started my journey with the 6.5. That time it was not there. So 7 onwards, the analysis service is also there. Then next one you can see in the left side, which is called integration service. Got it? So used to orchestrate the movement of the data between SQL Server. This is the use for orchestrate the movement between the SQL Server component and external system. So it started from 2005, and later on it replaced with the nowadays you are calling DTC, data transportation service. Remember? So those things. Then in the right side you can see here the reporting service. What is that? So basically it's a reporting engine based on the web service. Got it? So as a web portal you can access and think. This was started into SQL Server 2000. Got it? Then again you can see the master data service. So basically this is a tool, an engine for manage master or the reference data, and it was started from 2008 onwards. Master data service started from 2008 R2 release 2. Similar like you can see the Streamline inside. So this is a basically platform for building application to process high speed event, and it was also started into the same like SQL Server 2008 R2 onwards. Next one you have a data mining. This one. So data mining, what is that? So this tool and engine for the diversity of the knowledge and insight from either you are using the OLAP or maybe the database or any relational. So those things you want to a certain point to be identified. The name itself telling data mining. So you can. Yes. Not exactly, but yes, somehow you can say that it's a 90% is the same. And data mining was available from SQL Server 2000, oh sorry, SQL Server 7 onwards. Then the right side you can see full text search. So this will be allow the building sophisticated search operation from the application side, like you are searching some things. Have you seen the dictionary like that? Or the Google you are using, you are writing something, the similar name will come. So those like full text search was introduced from SQL Server 2008 onwards. So before that, the full text search was not there. Search was there, but full text search was not there. Next one you can see Power Pivot. So this allows the analysis for the large volume of data with the different location. So suppose you have a server in the US, you have in India, like similar to your organization, Hyderabad, Mumbai, and Gurgaon, and then you want analysis of some things, then you can use the different Power Pivot for reporting another purpose. And it was started from SQL Server 6 onwards. 6.0 onwards, it is available. Got it. Next, you can see here the replication. So what is the meaning of that replication? You all know. So allowing basically a moving data from one location or one server to another server. So this is called a replication. Got it? So allow moving data between server to suit data distribution need. And it was also started from 6 point onwards. Next one is a data quality service. So this data quality service will allow you to building a knowledge of data cleaning, and it was started in SQL Server 2012. So data quality service has started from 2012 onwards. Power View also started into 2012, but why it is need? So allow the rapid visualization of data from within the SharePoint. That's it. So these are the some couple of tools available. Of course, these tools which you can see here, these are the when you are installing the SQL Server, you can see there is an option. So you have to select based on your need. I'm not saying okay, select all and install. Of course, replication you need. So then you need a standby server where you are replicating those. Got it? So always make sure, depend on your business need only, install the applications. Clear? Yeah. Which one? Yeah, so there's a couple of things like the BR, Power BI and other things, those are available. So these are the separate tools. So 2016 onwards, what they did, they have separated. These engines are there. These are the basically SQL Server components. So components are there, and then the extra facility which is there, they are separated it. Like DTS started 2012 onwards. So those all things is separated. I hope you have understood the basic idea of these compound. Of course, we are not going to talk about these. We will always talk only the one thing, which is called database engine. Okay. Next one, SQL Server instance. So many SQL Server components are instance aware. What is the meaning of that? So when you are going to install and some things, then you can understand when you will install the SQL Server, by default it will install as a default instance. The first time when you are installing, that will be as a your wish. You want a default instance or named instance. But generally we are doing the default instance. Default instance means server name and other things will be taken. Later on, whenever you are installing, you are going to install with the name instance. Two default instances cannot run onto the same server. Got it? Only one default instance can run, and many named instances can run. So if you need to install the more SQL Server onto the same machine, then you have option to give the instance name. That's why it's called named instance. Yes. So in Oracle, what is happening? Different home you are giving. Similar like that. Of course. In Oracle, one instance, one database. Here, one instance, multiple databases. But in Oracle 12c onwards, the concept is the same. One instance, which is called container database, and then you have a multiple database, which is called pluggable database. So instance is only one. Oracle RAC, if you are using, again, many instance, one database. Got it? So Oracle is something different compared to the SQL Server. Instance with memory and background processes. Got it? So make sure multiple instance can be used when a different administrative structure need to be a part of your business plan. So what is the meaning of that? Like, suppose sometimes due to the cost and some things, test, of course, if you will use onto the different server, means different engine, different code you are using, so you need a different license. Got it? So what we are doing for the business, production we are keeping the separate one, and test or QA we are keeping the different home, means different directory, and we are installing one for the test instance, one for the QA on the same server. So that's why we can save our cost of the licensing. Of course, storage you can't save because both places storage is used. Maintenance will be on both place, but licensing you can save now. So that's why you can do it. And as I said, the name instance. So basically, name instance can also assist with the upgrade from multiple versions. Like suppose on the same you want to install the multiple on the same server you want to run the 2008, 2012, 2016, 2017, and 2019. Those all instances you want to run on the same server. That time also name instance can help you. Got it? So the question for you, why might you need to separate database by service level agreement? Why? I told you na, there is a one default instance, then name instance. How many name instance you can do? Default is the one, means default you cannot do the 2 or 3, but name instance you can do up to 50. 2012 we are learning. So up to 50 name instance you can do. But I have not seen anywhere people are using the 20 or 30. 3-4 people are using mostly. But my questions the same based on that. Why you need a multiple instance? What is the logic for redundancy? The hardware will fail, all the server will be down. So there is no logic for the redundancy. Am I correct? No. For that you need another hardware, na? So redundancy not knock onto the different instance name. My question is simple. Why we need a multiple instance? Huh? One is that one which I have told. Yes. Apart from that, maybe your business SLA. As I given you the example, test or QA. Test or QA, generally we are supporting 8x5. Am I correct? Monday to Friday we will support or during the office hour. But production we cannot keep like that. 24/7 we need. But that may be the one reason. Another reason maybe you can say, okay, we have a various business and They have the different type of SLA. Based on that, my backup plan will change, my monitoring will change. Got it? So as per the business policy, we can use a different instance. Am I correct? Okay. Now, if you can see here on the slide, so database engine, locality service, analysis service, we have talked. So many things we have talked in those. So, two instance type, default instance, and name instance. Have you understood? Which one is the best? Which one you are using in your environment? How many instances running on one server? Have you noticed in your company? So generally people will do, ask your DBAs, you can find that there may be a multiple instances running on same server. And industry basically doing the like that. If you are not doing that, I will recommend that after the training, once you will go, you can say, hey, multiple instances can run onto the same server. Maybe your business will ask you, maybe your manager will ask you, hey, one down, what will impact on the others? No, there will be no impact on others. So they are a separate service, they are a separate one. Of course, what is the drawback? If hardware failure will happen, then all the three will be down. Suppose we are running the one default instance, the two named instance. Hardware failure, so those all three will be down. What will be the benefit? Of course, you can maintain the different SLA. You can maintain the different people have different rights, grant, maybe protection. You are not giving the developer access. So those all things can be managed like that. Got it? Yes. Of course, multiple instance means multiple services. Yes. How many instances you will create? Those many services will create. What? How to distribute means what? Automatically, the instance name will be the service name. So when you are stopping, you have to give that service name. Got it? Pardon? See, nowadays, if you can see on your workload, the CPU is less used. Got it? So we have to load onto that. See, why we do it, that's I have given you example. It may suit to your business or not. Like if you can see on the my server, if I can show you, we have a 9 instances running onto the same server. Why? For that, we have a 24/7 support, which is the production, we have a separate one. 24/7 for the QA, we have a separate instance. 24/7 dev, we have a separate instance. And then 8/5, we have a separate one. Why we need it? Two reasons. First, maybe lots of times your business will come and they say, no, I need a separate server. I have a budget, I need a separate server. As a DBA, what is my responsibility? They have the budget, they have the approval, we can give them. But once you will come onto the my place as a manager level role, your way of working will change. Then you have a database, entire database tower, you have a fixed budget. Whichever you are allocating to one, they have a business, but what about a license? They don't have the license. They easily understand, database team have the license, they come up to you. Suppose someone has come with a 16 core machine and they ask me, so should we give them that? We need to understand their requirement. Got it? And I come to know on the requirement, there all the tasks can be done with the 2 core. They have asked me 16 core approval, but workload is sufficient to handle with a 2 core. So why I will invest on 16 core license? It is a wastage of our company's money. Of course, if you will ask the same question to the sales people, they will tell you, hey, you will get a better performance, more CPU. But do we really need? Just example, I need to drink this water. Suppose I have a 5-liter water. What is the use for me? Maybe once this will be finished, then I need a more, na? Same happen in the real life. More CPU doesn't mean more performance. Suppose I have a 2 core Got. And out of that only we are using the half code. So instead of 2 code, 20 code if you will give, still I'm using the half code only na. So those are the wastage of the memory. And of course, if you are using multiple core, that means multiple license you need. Multiple CPU need a multiple license. Multiple license you need means multiple cost you have to pay to the Microsoft. For maintaining, you have to pay the annually fee. Those all will be there. To avoid those, always suggest you. Now talk about the same business scenario. Will you get a 2 core machine for the server? Nowadays, 2 core for the server have you find? No. Company will offer you 8 core, 16 core, minimum 4 core. Any server if you will go market, you cannot get more than the 4, less than the 4 CPU. Just example I'm saying, minimum you will get the 4. Of course, business will always say, okay, the people who are the hardware vendor, they will say, okay, go with the 16 core, go with the 32 core. Got it. Now, understand the thing, if you will use that 16 core, then what happened? License I have to pay for the that 16 na. Now, understand it. If I have only one customer who need a 2 core, okay, those the wastage, why I can go for the new server? Instead of that, we can create a new instance over there. For business, there is a separate. Storage can be the separate one. Am I correct? The SAN or NAS, whatever the storage you are using, that can be the separate one. So the data is not cross each other. That is the separate one. Apart from that, disk IO, of course, the 16 core you have a multiple disk locations, so multiple disk IO will be there, so no performance will be impacted. Of course, RAM and CPU you are sharing, so RAM you can increase based on the need. Got it? So that's way we can save our lots of cost. Is it clear to you? Good. So one default instance, and you can use up to 50 named instance. Okay, let's talk about the addition. So SQL Server addition. So in the SQL Server you have a multiple additions. The first one is, it is called premium additions. So what is the premium edition? That is basically a enterprise editions parallel to data warehouse. This is also a problem. Most of the time people will come and they will say, hey, I need an enterprise edition. Compare the enterprise edition cost with the developer edition. From SQL Server 2016 onwards, almost all the features available in enterprise edition is available into the developer edition, except the number of cores limitation, number of CPU limitation is there. But suppose I am using only 4 core or maybe the 8 core, why we will go with the enterprise edition? For me as a manager database, I will always say no. What feature you want for enterprise edition? So they say, okay, I need a encryption. I will say, okay, it is available into developer edition. Of course, I need a backup. It is available. They may say, okay, I need a standby server. I can say this is available. Okay, I need a polybase. I need a something different. So those features, if it is available into the developer edition, why to go with the enterprise edition? And believe me, most of the time people will always come to you. Okay, hey, I need an enterprise edition. Do we really need it? Got a point? So those all you have to keep into mind. It depends. So generally, standard edition, mostly from 2016 onwards, have all the feature which enterprise edition have, except the limitation of the core and other things. Now, so if we will talk about the SQL Server is available with the widely. So you can use the enterprise edition, you can use a standard edition, compact editions, Azure for the developer and other things you can use, and the web based you can use. So there is a difference. So when to use the cloud base? Yes. So SQL Azure is the cloud base. That's why I ask when you can use the cloud base. Why you use cloud base? See, Microsoft came up cloud first strategy. From 2012 onwards, they have started the journey with the cloud. So whichever the new feature they are introducing, first it will be available onto cloud. Got it? Because they want to promote their own business. As of now, what is happening? You have taken the license. Hardware, you have taken from third party. So Microsoft is losing business. Got it? Only one time you have paid for the license and now you are using for the lifetime. Am I correct? Of course, if you don't need a support another thing, you don't need to pay it. Now what happened? This way you can lab. Microsoft is losing the business and the cloud model is a continuous support. So you are using and monthly you are paying. In the cloud is called the pre-meter. Pre-meter means you have given that, okay, I am going to use like the mobile you are recharging, same way you are giving to Microsoft, okay, this much I need a for $5,000. That much you have purchased, so till the $5,000 you can use the service. Got it? Next month again you need, again you are paying. Same way, and another is called the post. So post means what? Based on the my use, the billing will happen monthly and we can pay them. So what the benefit it is happening? Now Microsoft is giving the continuous revenue from you. When it is a good, the company who is the startup. For a startup company, they have to procure the hardware. How much cost will be there? Hardware cost. Then they have to procure the license. SQL Server license is needed. Business will run or not? Who will take the guarantee? No one can take the guarantee. Now what happened? If the business get down, what happened? Their hardware cost, will they go to the vendor and say, okay, I will return? Will they take? If they will come to Microsoft, hey, I want to surrender, will Microsoft give them the any single rupees return back? No. To avoid those, people are using the cloud. Got it? Maybe your company has come up and they want to develop one applications. For development, they need a service for the only 3 months. Why they will procure the license for? License is not coming for 1 month. License, if you are procuring from Microsoft, it is not coming from 1 month. Am I correct? So you have to pay for the entire license cost. How much investment is there? In that case, people will choose the cloud model. Understood the concept? Now, after 1 month or 3 month the testing phase, their development is completed. They can go for the permanent positions. Sometimes take the example of the big billion day on the Flipkart or Amazon, the mega sale or different naming. What happened? More customer, they need a more CPU, they need a more RAM, but those sale is only for the 5 days or maybe the 10 days or 2 days or 1 days. It is coming like that. What will happen for those hardware after 2 days or 3 days sale? It is a wastage, na? So the cloud model benefit is that on demand you can scale up. Tomorrow I need a 200 core machine. I can increase it. After 2 days, I again come with my 8 core as per my business regular. That is the benefit of the cloud. If you are in the real life, what happened? All of a sudden, you need a work load has increased. So what happened? You will ask for the hardware. How much time it will take? Approval, budgeting, your vendor, the purchase order will be created and vendor will supply in 21 days. Then installation team will take time and till that your company's decision has changed. Got it? And it happened in day to day. So that's why we always suggest in that case where your business is the more demanding, depend on the situation. And once things will complete, they will reduce the storage and the space. That time you can use the cloud. Yes, yes. So whenever you are going with the Microsoft, so azure.microsoft.com, over there you can, and by default you will get the, depend on the country to country. In India you will get a $250, which is free of cost. Once you will register, so up to $250 cost service you can use, which is free of cost. Whatever you want, the 250, what you want, you can use platform as a service, you can use software as a service, you can use database as a service. Got it? Integration, mining, application, reporting, whatever the tool you have, Microsoft have n number of the tools. MS Office you can use, Inter database you can use, whatever you want you can use it. Got it? Yes, Mr. Lakshmi Narayan. Understood? Why cloud first? $250 they have given. On that, that is free of cost. For just trial. You will learn, you will feel, and then you can. So DBA training have the training called Azure. So the Azure, if you can go for the training, there's a this thing is available. So we have a separate model for Azure training. Pardon?
What are the next competitors?
Of course, there is a AWS is always giving the best competition. Oracle also have the Oracle Cloud. Google have the Google Cloud. If you can see here on our website, so Microsoft Azure. Got it? So the Azure, if you can go, so you have a architecting of the Microsoft Azure and sorry, Azure admin. So you can choose based on your need, and you can go for it. Similar like we have a Google Cloud, we have Amazon, and we have Oracle Cloud. So all the cloud, of course, not only this, then there is Alibaba. What is? So many companies have their own private clouds. Those are, but these are leading services available with us. In the Oracle Cloud, Azure, Amazon's, and the Google Cloud. So like in the Oracle Cloud, if you can go, we have a different Oracle Cloud service. This way you can. So different services is available for the that one as well. Got it? Cloud CI. Amazon we have. So all the leading Azure cloud provider like Azure, Microsoft, Amazon, Google Cloud, and these all are available. Got it? So that's very good. Okay, now we are talking about the. So you understand the features and other things. Got it? So you have a standard edition, you have a compact, web edition. Okay. Now we are talking about the version. So in the version, if you can talk, so Microsoft version 1 started in the 1989. Have you remember 90 I told? So 90 they have started. So version 1.0 and 1.1 were OS2 based. Later version will the Windows. And then you can see the 2016 they have come up with the, after 2012 they have come up with the 2016. 2014 is also there, but 2014 not got so popular compared to the 2012. More popularity, if you can remember, 7.0 was the more popular. After 7.0, 2000 was the popular. After 2000, 2008 and 8R2. This was the more popular, and then 2012 is the more popular. 14 is not so popular, but again 2016 is popular. 2017 no more popular. 2018 no more popular. 29 again they will become the popular. Why? Because what are the changes happen based on that? What are the features they have added? Based on that, industry will say, okay, it's good or bad. Got it? So now the policy is that every year they will release the new one. If you can see 2008 to 2012, it almost taken the 4 year. Of course, between that 2010 they have released two. But 2012 to 2016, of course 2014 they have released in 2014, but it was not success. 2016 again it boom, because the Linux feature they have added, Polybius, so many things they have added to those things. Got it? So that's about the SQL Server version. Got it? During the demo, I will show you the different thing, how to connect with the client and applications, then SQL Server Management Studio, SQL Server Management Studio, data tools, then SQL Server data tools. So those are the things we can talk. Another one, connecting the client and the applications. So as I say, the client application and tool connect via the protocol to endpoint. So either you can use tabular data stream, then you have to use TDS. So in your business, which is the tool you are accessing the database? For your connection methodology, what you are using? TDC, SNAC, which is the SQL Native Access Client, or TCP/IP protocol? Then connectivity from the client to server. What method you are using? So the TDS protocol is carried over either the TCP or IP named pipe protocols. So you can use based on that. Got it? So client application tool connect via protocol to endpoint. One is called a tabular data for stream, which is called TDS protocol. Another is called SQL Native Access Client, and third one is called transported by TCP/IP named pipe HTML. Generally, people are using this one, but always if you are using the TDS, it will be the more preference. Got it? Now, the connection method from the users or the application must be authenticated by SQL Server. So connections can happen with the Windows login, Windows group, or SQL Server login. So what is the Windows login? That means the OS, if you have access on that, you are giving the Windows authentication. Based on that, your user can log into the database. Second is called Windows group. That means you have a different group, DBA group, admin group, reporting group. Based on that, the user which is created on OS, we can assign in that group, and we can allow that group to connect to the my database. So whoever belong to that group, they can automatically get the access onto database. Like in the industry, we are not following like that. Okay, we are creating a users, and based on that we are creating the group. So what we are doing, we are generally creating a group, and the group we are accessing it. Got my point? So that way you can do it. SQL Server login. That means always you are giving the user ID and the password to user to log in the database.
What is the main difference between
SQL Server login means username and the password you are giving. So they don't have to OS access on that server where database is running, but still they can connect to your database. That is called SQL Server login. Got it? What is the Windows login? Suppose my server is running on this machine. I have access on this Windows machine. So I can log in without the user ID and password from the SQL side. That is called Windows login.
so even though you don't have Windows privileges, you have privileges for OS, then you can access the database.
No. Windows login, first you need a OS privilege onto that machine. That is called the Windows login.
So once you log into the OS,
So when the username and password is asking, our authentication will be from Windows login weekend. So during the demo, I will show you how to use it. Got it? So you will get a more confidence how to do that and what is the pros and cons. Got it? So Windows login is there. Connection is made to a server and the database can be named of the server or the named instance. Of course, if there is a default instance, so name of the server on the instance name is the same. If there is a named instance, then always give you the instance name which you want to connect. Now, how the connection can happen? So your client will connect via the any ODBC connector or OLEDB connectors. Based on that, you can do. So in the client applications, basically the library such as the OLEDB, so object linking and embedding database that we can use, or you can use the open database connectivity which is called ODBC, or you can use the SQL native access layer which is called Snake. Got it? So this way you can connect. So when you are connecting on this, maybe any of the method, so the server basically is connecting via the your protocol. So what you have seen the previously, so either you can use the TDS or SNAC or the TCP/IP, whichever the method you are doing. Based on that, you can connect with your server. Got it? So what happens if you are connecting with the SNAC? That means the SQL native access layer. This one. So it will translate your query into the tabular data stream via the TDS protocol and layer above a network library. Got it? So several network library they will support, and based on that, your all the requests, either you are coming with the OLDP or the ODBC or the SNAC, it will connect with your network listener. From network listeners via the TDS, it will reach to your server. Got it? And then they will connect to your endpoint. So what is the meaning of endpoint? At the server, an endpoint is exposed for connection and is used to pass command and data from the database engine. So from the client location, suppose you are connected from the one machine to your server, what request you are firing, like select start or whatever command, so that will be goes over there and they will use onto the endpoint. From endpoint they will reach to your database engine query to process. SQL OS, yeah, so services we are talking. SQL OS is just an operating system. So database engine has the three core part. First is called relational engine. Here you can see that is called the relational engine. Got it? That what it will do, the relational engine will execute your query. Then you can see that another one is called a storage engine. So storage engine deal with how the data is stored. Got it? And left side you can see that SQL OS. So what it will do, SQL OS is the operating system that abstract much of the underlying hardware and your operating system. That's why the SQL OS we have mentioned. So where the service is running, the hardware and other things. Got it? Another way the communication, you have a tool which is called SQL Server Management Studio. So SQL Server Management Studio is completely based on the Visual Studio. Got it? So have you used the Visual Studio? So it is similar like a SQL Server Management Studio. There is one tool which is called a Visual. Got it? So what I will try to do, I will try to install that one also, so I can show you some things. Of course, but that we are going to use on the 2016 onwards. 12 also you can use it, Visual Studio. So SQL Server Management Studio, basically which is called SSMS, can connect to the various SQL Server component, not just the database engine. So like the reporting, analysis, integrations, so many you have seen, private, those all they can. So maybe you can prefer the graphic, or maybe you can prefer the command line. Depend on the, every participant have the different choice. Of course, mostly the people are using SSMS, which is called SQL Server Management Studio. And I hope you in your organization also you are using the same one. Most of the people around the globe, if you can go, SQL Management Studio they are using. So it is basically a graphical tool for working with the many SQL Server component. They will connect with the database engine, analysis service, reporting service, integration service, and so on. You can run the script, you can automate the jobs and tasks with this, those all. So during the demo, I will show you those things, how SQL Server Management Studio works. Got it? Got it. Then, so SQL Server has given you the book online. What is the meaning of that book online? Whenever you need any help or some things, you are able to read over there. Got it? So the well documented books are available. So when you will install the SQL Server, so you have options called, you can install the books also. So books can be available online as well as offline. Pardon? Of course. Of course, you need. Yes, you need. Of course, without license, we cannot use the product. Otherwise, it's always a risk. And what is the risk? Compliance issue. Got it? So this we can discuss about. Now we are talking about a configuration of SQL Server services. So what will happen? Here we will talk about SQL Server Configuration Manager, SQL Server Service, network ports, listener. Then we will create a server alias and the other tools what we have. So what will happen? SQL Server Configuration Manager. So what is that? Have you seen the Configuration Manager? No. You have seen. So basically SQL Server Configuration Manager has main three key role. What is that? First is called managing service. What is the meaning of managing service? This includes to identify the manual or auto start of your service. If you can see on the screen what I have captured on the screen, SQL Server service is running. This either you can go into Windows service.msc, from there you can start or stop. So here you can set the things. Hey, I want it should run as a service. So that you can do. Another thing what you can do, manage the server protocol. Got it? The first, manage the service. Second, manage the protocol, so network. So managing the server protocol, this means we are going to manage the protocol and the port exposed to the protocol, which protocol you are going to use, TCP or IB or HTTP, whatever, those one, TCP and 1433. Got it? Never use the default port. Security, got it? So those are the things we can talk. So manage the SQL Server protocol. This related to protocol and server. Apart from that, you are able to manage the client protocol. Maybe sometimes you can have the client from the 32-bit. You don't know your client. Like suppose I am working with the SBI and I am giving the example, the internet banking. My client can use the browsers or the any things from 32-bit or 64-bit. Got it? So that's way which you can. So see, the hacker will know that default port. So the chances they can try to access. Every database have the default port. Like Oracle, you have 1521. Then SQL Server you have, and MySQL you have. So every database have the default port. So always, it's a guideline to avoid the use of the default port. It should be open in the network. That's it. If it is open in your network, that port, you can access. But generally, people are not changing because they don't have that much knowledge. Got it? If you can check in your database, mostly people are using the default port. Most of the people are using that one because they are not have a deep level of knowledge what can be the issue. When we are talking about a security module, we have seen in the course, we have a security model. That time I am going to guide you how to change the port. Why we have not used the default port, those are the things. Got it? So the question to you, why would a server system need to have a client configuration? This client configuration, why you need?
For authentication. For example,
Authentication, you have user password. Window authentication there. Yes. To access the server from the different locations to my database. That's why we have to give the thanks for your answer. Okay. So understand the SQL Server configuration manager. Now let's talk about something about SQL Server service. So SQL Server configuration manager show the status of each service installed as a part of the SQL Server. So if you can see here, you have running the SQL Server, you have a browser, reporting service, analysis, whichever they are. So this is the basically mention that many components are instance aware and provide a service per instance. So it's your choice as a DBA, what are the service you want to enable or disable. Of course, I cannot enable all the service if it is not in use. So it depends on the need you can use. So state that the choice of identity for SQL Server service is very important. To minimize the permission available to the SQL service, note the below or the reference you can use. Got it? So the basically start mode, automatic, manual, and those are the things. So how you want your service to start? When the server, suppose the server is rebooted for the patching or other activity. So do you want it should restart? Those all can be automatic or you want manual. Maybe you are not in the office and the server was rebooted. If it is in the manual, then somebody from the DBA team have to start it. Okay. Then automatic also there is a risk. Got it? Because the server boot up time, it will take that time. Right. So it depends on the business scenario. I am not saying this is the good, this is the bad. Always if the people will ask me, I will say ki automatic is the best. But again, depend on the conditions. Suppose for some testing and something they are doing with the after patching, finally they have not started again, my services start, then again break. So those will be the multiple down. To avoid those, depend on condition, people are using the automatic or manual. Hmm. To start. Yeah, that's why I said, it depends on situation. Mostly people are doing depend on the conditions. Automatic is always best because I am not in office, my service will start. But pros and cons, what thing have the benefit, they also have the some disadvantage. So that you have to think. A startup time will be increased. If the more service, every service you can automatic. So the Windows start will take the 20 minutes to 30 minutes. Got it? Network protocol and listener. So if you can see on the slide what I have captured here, so each protocol has configured the properties, server and client configuration. So you have to enable the port, and then you can use it based on your need. Got it? And SQL Server Configuration Manager has configured for the protocol that are exposed by the server and those that are used to making connections. So always make sure which you are using 32-bit or 64-bit configuration are available on system called 64-bit systems. So got it? So that way you can use. Always make sure if you are using the multiple configurations, then multiple protocol you can use, and that should be the winning. If I have used the same TCP IP protocol and suppose my TCP IP is down, what will be the benefit of those more? No, na. That's why I always use the mixture. And if you can show the port number 1433, which is the default one, that where you were asking. So always make sure we have to change the default port. Got it? Of course, why we need to change it? Two reasons behind it. First, every learner and the developer and other people also know the default port. They will try to access onto default port. First thing. Second thing, your hacker will also try to use that one. मुझे नहीं देगा. एक और. Okay. So that way you can use that one. So always make sure you can use the default port based on the need, or depend on the choice you can change the port. So this is the starting with the security and other thing. Allies. What is the meaning of allies? Alternative name of my service. Got it? So what if you can see in the example we have used ADB underscore dev. So adventure database, we have created the one alias called ADB underscore dev and has been set up for the local server. So benefit is what? When you are going to access, so the naming you are just hiding with the public. So database name or the service name you are not. Alias is just an alternative name people have, like my name, similar Rajiv, you all know. My family member called me Gudu. So that is the alias. If the Gudu, I am there. Rajiv, I am there. Similar like that, adventure work, or we have given the ADB dev. So any name you can use if you want to hide your service and other things, or the short name or something you want to use that. Got it? Then the tool. So SQL Server tool, of course, there's a many tools available based on the need. Different tool is different purpose. So first you can see that the tool name is called SQL Server profiler. Got it? So profiler basically you are going to use for the resource management and other things purpose we can use. Tuning advisor, the name itself telling that when you have some query is having some issue and some things, then you can use this tool to analyze the problem and other things. So tuning advisor is there. Master data service configuration manager, this basically used for the database configurations for the master layer. Reporting service, if you are using for the reporting and other things like SSRS or some things, reporting service, then you can use it. Data quality service client you can use. We have talked about so many tools in the earlier. For error and reporting, you can use different one. And then you have a SQL Server management objects that you can also use it.
These tools need to be installed apart from SSL.
See, it depends on the installation time what you did. Got my point? So what you did on during the installation, based on that it will.
You need to take separate license to use these tools or
No. Enterprise edition has included everything. So enterprise edition have all the. So basically, like this scripting language, if you are using, so that time you can use this. Like so many automation and other thing you want to do from that, then you can use this tool. So during the demo, we will use the SQL Server reporting service and the profiler. Got it? So in the lab, what we have to do, the virtual machines, of course, we will start with the installation. So instead of virtual machine, we will go with the physical. So little bit change will be there. Got it? And that we have to use. So based on that, you can use. So what we are going to do, first you will verify the SQL Server component, what is installed on your database in this lab, what you have seen in the demo. Then alter your service account to the new instance, enable the name type protocol. Alias, of course, we don't need it. Just for your understanding, I will guide you. And ensure SQL browser is disabled. So these all are the tasks we are going to perform during the lab. So as I told you, AdventureWorks is a global manufacturer, wholesaler and retailer for the cycle product. So the owner of the company have decided to start a new direct marketing arm of the company. It has been created as a new company named Prosware. What is the name of the new company? Prosware. Even though it has been set up as a separate company, it will receive some IT related service from the existing AdventureWorks company and will be providing with the subset of the corporate AdventureWorks. So the existing AdventureWorks company SQL Server platform has been moved to a new server that is capable for supporting both the existing workload as well as the new company workload. So in this lab, we are ensuring that the additional instance of SQL Server has been configured appropriate and making number of additional required configuration change. Got it? So write down the name, Prosware, Prosware. Got it? So when you are going to install, you have to give the instance name as Prosware. There will be one default instance and then the new instance you have to give Prosware. Okay. your OS name? No, that's why called default instance. You can change. Got it. Okay, the question for you. Review question. What is the difference between SQL Server version and the edition? What is the difference between SQL Server version and edition? Yeah, so the edition means the level of the database. Yes. Then version products released. Product release basically. Okay, what is the purpose of SQL Server data tool? I told you. Remember? Huh? So basically data tool is used for the business intelligence and the reportings and other things. So it's a Visual Studio product. Okay, next question. Visual Studio need to be installed before SSDT. So does Visual Studio need to be installed before SSDT? SQL Server data tool need to be first installed and then Visual Studio or what? Few things make it note in your mind. Ensure that a developer edition fee license are not used in the production environment. Guideline. Got it. Develop using the latest privilege possible to avoid the incidentally business application that will not run. And if using an offline version of book or online, ensure it keep up to date. And listing, ensure that the service account are provisioned with the least workable permissions. So whatever if you are going with the Windows authentication something, so the account should be. So that's from this module. Thank you. Let's see the demo for this. So let me start the SQL Server Management Studio. Okay. So I am starting my SQL service. Good. So let me start with the SQL Server. So you can click onto the SQL Server. So click Start in your environment. Then click onto the Microsoft SQL Server. In my case, I am directly doing with the SSMS. So it will ask me how you want to connect. So this is my server name. So default instance I'm connecting. Got it? Have you remember? You were asking. So Windows authentication. So by default, my username on the OS that has taken. If I will want to SQL Server, so the SQL Server authentication, it will ask me the user ID and password. I have to give the password. Got it? So that's where you can use. Which is the more secure? Windows authentication more secure. So I'm connecting. Now you can see it has not asked me the password. Why? Why it has not asked the password? Hmm? Yes. So post on the Windows authentication, I'm able to do it. Okay. This way you can start your service. So how to do it? Basically, first start. I have just connected with the SQL Server Management Studio. Got it. So now, have you remember in the theory we were talking about the how to access the configuration manager, the tool we are talking. So click on the start. And in the my machine, it is installed SQL Server 2017. So I am just, let me go with, and then once you will scroll, you will find here SQL Server 2017. No, you can't. Here I am doing. So once it open, so this way it will open. Got it? So what I did, simply you have to keep into mind. Click on the start button, write down the step. In my case, I am using Microsoft SQL Server 2017. So in your case, start. If you are using the 2012 or something, so it depends on the Windows programs, or over there you can go with the SQL Server 2012 or 2017 or 2019, whichever you are going, and then over there you can find a tool name SQL Server Configuration Manager. SQL Server. In my case, I am getting SQL Server 2017 Configuration Manager. So here you can see that Configuration Manager is there. So SQL Server Configuration Manager, you can use. So if you can see, it is clearly mentioned on that. MCT use only, a student use profited. So a student use profited. A student is not able to use it. So just it is given for the trainer as a reference we can use during the demo and other things. It is given only for the trainers. Got it? And it is not on the one place, it is mentioned every slide, if you can see it. So not on the file. MCT use. So Microsoft certified trainer use only, a student use profited. So in each and every page you can find a student use profited. Got it? So this is not given for the students. Okay. But anyway, I am showing you the same way. Good. So your configuration manager has opened. Am I correct? Now let me come to the your. So just write down a step, start. According to the SQL Server 2012, I am just opening. All programs, dash level starts, all programs, whichever the version you are using, Microsoft SQL Server 2012. Then configuration tool, and over there you will get a SQL Server Configuration Manager. But in 2017, what I did, start, because the demo I am showing on the latest one. So start SQL Server. So I clicked on the Microsoft SQL Server 2017, and there I got a configuration manager. Once I click on that configuration manager, you will get a screen like this. Got it? So here you can see that SQL Server service is running. Got it? So what? Sorry. What is my service name? MS SQL Server. That is our default one. Name you can read here. What is that? MS SQL Server. So that is our default one. Got it? Then what is the another options we have? Let me cancel it. We have a browser. Got it? So browser service is stop. We have an agent which is stop and full text. That is the running. So these are the default instance running over there. See the SQL Server service. It is running into automatic or manual. Service, if you can click on the service, you can find a start mode. So in the book, what is written as a trainer? Ask to the participant, is it running in the manual default? So Microsoft has given in the manual, then you have to convert into automatic. So what you have to do, click on the automatic and then click OK, apply, OK. The service will be automatic. Got it? Why it is provided for the participants, you can easily understand. Otherwise, they will not learn the things. They will just copy paste in other things. That's why. Got it? So service should be run into the automatic mode. Yes. Yes. Lots of issues can be there. The port which you have, that port is not running. That's the one thing. Another thing can happen. Maybe the network layer is down. That may be the one reasons. Third one, having some issues with the connectivity with the engines. So it's quite possible there is a lots of issues. So we have to go for the trace, identify the what is the regions, and then we can start it. Got it? Okay. So have you started your service as automatic? Now the next exercise what was given, enable the name pipe protocol. So for that what I am giving here, if you can see SQL Server native client. Got it? So I am enabling the name pipe protocol to the MS SQL Server. So if you can see here the network configurations. So that is a 32-bit and network configuration. Okay. SQL Server network configurations. Okay. What you are getting? Protocol. So write down how to do it. Enable. I am using 2010. What version you have? Yeah, I am using Windows 10. Yeah, and the virtual machine, which if you want to practical on virtual machine, then we have a 2016 installed on 2016. So OS is also 2016 and database is also 2016. Yes, you can. If you wish, you can. Okay. No problem. No problem. No problem. Okay. Got it? So here protocol you can see. So click on the protocol. Got it? And once you will click on your protocol, so you can see the name pipe. Got it? So what you have to do, by default it is disabled. Got it? Name pipe is by default disable. So you have to right click and you have to enable it. I am just disabling it. So this way you can get when you will install the server. Got it? So you have to enable the name pipe. So what to do? Right click and then enable. It will give you the message. Any change made will have how started. However, they will not be take effect until the service has stop and restart. Got it? So that means we need to restart the service to get the impact. Okay, I did it. So I have enabled. Now, after enabling, you have to restart the service. So again, click onto the SQL Server service. And here, if you can see the service status, so it is already running. So I need to restart. Right click and stop or restart, whatever you want. So directly click the restart. That can also work. So now you can see my service has started. Got it? So that's the things. Same way when you are creating the allies, I'm not going to show you these things, but how you can do into your real life, that I'm just guiding you. Click on your native client. Here you can see. So there's a two. One is for native client. Have you seen? SQL Server native client. And then in the native client, once you will click, you can see the allies. Got it? So once you will click on the allies, so first you can go with the client protocol. So in the client protocol, once you will click, you can see the name pipe. First it should be enabled. Got it? By default it will be disabled, so you have to enable it. How to enable disable? Right click over there and you can, I've just disabled it, and now so this way you will get the default one. Got it? So enable it. Why it is enabled? As I said, 2017 you are going to show. So in the previous batches and other things we have already guided him, so it is by default enabled. Once you will install the new machine, you will not get these things to be enabled. So that's why I stopped it. Now I am enabling it. So this need to be enabled first, and then if you can see here in the left side, the allies will be there. So click onto the allies, and here nothing will be there. So got it? So if nothing will be there, right click on the allies and click onto a new allies. So if you can see adventure dev name is already given. So I am creating the new allies. Give your allies name, whatever you want. So I am giving the name ADV dev 1 because the dev I have already used in the previous batch. So I'm giving the ADV dev 1. Any allies name you can give. Then the protocol, what type of protocol you want? Named pipe or TCP IP. So based on that you can choose. So I am using here named pipe. By default it is TCP, na? So named pipe I am using. And the named pipe, here the server you can give. So what is the server name? Your instance name. What is the instance name? MS SQL Server, I think. That is my instance name. Have you remember the service? So I'm just keeping my server name dot and then slash. Dot slash means local. So whichever the IP address and other things you can give like that. and then you can give your service name. Got it? And then you have to click OK. Now you can see the my alias is there. Remember, in the previous one also I did the same way. If I can click over there, you can find the name, and I have not given the name. So if you want, I can give that. Got it? Any doubt, any question so far? Of course, I'm not sure my client is a 32-bit or client is 64-bit. Got it? So this I have done with a 32-bit. You can see here. And this is related to 64-bit. So always make sure you have to create the for both. Right? Client protocol must be enabled. That you have to check. And similar way, you can go for the alias, right click, new alias, and here you can give the alias name. What is my alias name? ADB Dev 1. So you can give the name as per your wish. ADB Dev 1 I have given. Then protocol pipe. Again I have to go name pipe. And then you can give dot slash and then your service name. Got it? And then apply it. Okay. Similarly, I did it for this one during the. Always make sure why you need to eat it. The two things you have to keep into mind. When you don't want to disclose your services name. Got it? That time you have to do it like that. So instead of user will connect Adventure Works, now they can connect with the ADB Dev. And they can connect to your services. Got it? Actually, it is the same one, but they can connect with a different name. Like in the Oracle, you have used a synonym, alternative name of the object, alternative name of the column is called alias. So that is exactly the same one. Just hide the identity of that. Okay. Now, if you can see the SQL Server Management Studio, so in the database engine, you can see got it. So that way, whatever the naming and other things, whatever, just I'm guiding you. I'm not showing you. This is just for your guidance. Got it? So, of course, Windows authentication is another. So this way you can give, and then the user will connect to your service. That's it. Because it is the local, it is not required. Got it? So this way you can connect and other things. Got it? So that is the basic thing about the allies. Got it? So that's about this one. Now, the another things in the configuration manager, always check. Let me click the configuration manager. This is my configuration manager. So if you can see the SQL Server service, by default I have disabled the browsers. Got it? So let me change the port. Got it? So click on the network configurations. Where is the network configurations? This is the network configurations. And here you can see the protocol. Got it? And the protocol, if you can see, by default, Once you will click on the protocol, so what is it? TCP/IP. So click onto the properties. So here you can see that. So in IP address, here you have to click on the IP address, and the IP address you can give the machine IP where you are listening. Got it? Got it? And the port, what is the port? TCP port, you can see. So if you can scroll down, this is the IP1, and if you will scroll down here, you can see the port. But I changed. IP all. Got it? And here you can give the port number as per your convenience. Of course, this port should be open. In my case, I am giving 51550. Got it? And then you have to apply. Okay. Okay, that's it. Got it?
So you won't require again to discuss.
Of course, you need to enable the IP port. Yes, I enabled it. And then you have to go to the service, and then you have to restart it. Make sure always whenever you are changing. Now this port, another port, the default port 1433, no one can connect. It always asks you the port number, what you have given. 51550. Of course, browser service, always make sure you can disable it. So by default, it is already stopped. If it is running, you can stop. So no one can browse your server from the remote locations. It is always a risk, na? They know your IP address. They know your port number. They don't need a SQL server. They can connect with that. Okay. So if it is running in your environment, stop it. Got it.
So what will the effect of changing the port in running?
The connection will be lost. Yes. Because whenever you are restarting service, so what is the connection that will be lost? Of course, connection loss, so whatever transaction was happening, that data loss and other things, that's the main thing. Next startup, they have to go with the new port. Okay. And the good part or bad part is that after every demo, you have to change the things again with the progress one. That is, go to the IP address, and then port, because other training, what is the default port? 1433. Applied. Okay. Make it practice whenever you are doing into your, of course, not in production. Production by itself, because the next topic will be included with the previous scenario. So in each and everything, you can find the lab need to be reset. Lab need to be reset. Okay. So I have changed the port. Huh? Which one? So up to connections and other things. Request how much time they have to wait, and then they will terminate like that. So here, if you can see, again I have changed it. So now I need to again restart my services. So this was for the module 1 demo. So the questions, are you doing like the same way in your real life? Not required. No, it's required. You don't know, that's why you are not doing. Am I correct? Which is not required, sir. So in this module, we are going to discuss about the planning system for SQL Server. So what are the things we will talk? Server architectures, then plan the SQL Server requirements, pre-installation, testing for SQL Server. So always make sure the SQL Server is coming with a different 32-bit and 64-bit server. So you can choose based on your need. Suppose your OS is 64-bit. So you are able to install 64 as well as 32 both. But always make sure you can install the 64 in that case. Why I said this word? Because 64 you are able to install 32. But then the bandwidth which OS have, that is not matching with the SQL Server, so the performance may degrade. That's why. So what is the things in this module? Yes, you can install. That's all. 32 you cannot install 64. 64 you can install 32. But don't try like that, because what happened, as I said, the bandwidth and other things. So based on that, your OS have the more capacity, and the database has the some different. Both will not match. So maybe suppose 64-bit you are passing and 32-bit is only passed by. So performance will degrade. So here we are going to talk about architectures. So SQL Server architectures. CPU used by the SQL Server. Then we will talk about the parallelism. And then we will talk about a bit depend on the need, 32 or 64. Then we will talk about a memory, then physical or logical, and then we will talk about the CPU and memory configuration. Yes, sir. Okay. Got it? So that way we can do it. Now, if the architecture points, so how your query will be executed. So basically, SQL Server is made with the many small component, and those small component will work as integrated, so work together to make it happen. The process will execute. So if you can see on the screen what I have mentioned here, there is three things. One is called the query executions, another is called storage engine, and then SQL OS. Got it? So what will happen in the query execution? All the passing. So there is two type of pass: soft pass and hard pass. The query which is executed by someone else and it is available in memory, that is called a soft pass. So the disk IO read and write is not happening. They will directly give you data from the memory. So that is called a soft pass. The hard pass, the query always checks the read and write from the disk, and that will pass. So now once the query will going to execute, they will use the optimizer. What it? Optimizer means how my query is going to give the best result. What are the channel we are going to use? What will be the explain plan we are going to follow? Those all things will be done into optimizing the query. Then manage the cache and execute the query execution plan. So based on that, your query will start execution. Now from your execution, it will go to the storage engine. So it will come into your disk level. Here you will manage the buffer page. So how much memory and other things, your disk IO, then physical file locations, locking and transaction. These all will be taken care of during the storage engine. And finally, it reaches to the SQL. So here you can provide an abstraction layer over the common SQL function, and it is onto OS level. So provide the task and memory management, and then you can retrieve it. So the simple questions I have: what is the use of optimizer? Why does SQL Server need to optimize query? Yeah. Another? So we were talking about that. Good. So is it clear? The query execution, storage engine, and SQL OS. Good. Next, CPU usage.
Actually, in that point, we are discussing about query optimization.
So I asked the questions why you need a query optimization. Yeah. So what is your answer? Hmm? So basically, in simple line, if I can say the one word, your query is written into your SQL language, should be converted into the best execution plan to reach out the data. That is called the execution plan or the query optimization. So they will rewrite your query internally to execute and get the data from the storage engine and pass to the requester. This is called the optimization. Okay. CPU used by SQL Server. So by default, SQL Server will work with the different threads. Got it? So SQL Server CPU means any type of logical CPU such as core or hyperthread. Got it? So always make sure when you are using the SQL Server, so it use the thread. Got it? Pre-imperative schedule of threads. So one scheduler for every logical CPU create a SQL OS. So each and every transaction which is coming to database, they will create a SQL threads for that. What it will do? The thread will manage the retrieve from Windows and assign tasks to your process and minimize the context switching through. So when we talk about a CPU available, so there's the two things you have to keep into mind. CPU available can be configured without do restart. So whenever you need it, you can schedule, you can enable CPU or you can make the more like the priority you can assign. Right. That can be possible with the CPU. And the third one, if you can say a task waiting on the resource are moved to the waiting list. So suppose the request is coming and depend on the number of sessions, number of transaction has reached as per the threshold, so they will keep into the waiting. So wait type and the time are recorded, and then details are useful for monitor and troubleshooting. So based on that, you can get okay how long the session is waiting. Maybe sometime user will complain, hey, my query has executed and I am not getting the resource. I'm waiting for 30 minutes, and once you are checking in database, you found it is waiting only for the last 6 minutes or 7 minutes. Generally, it's a human practice. If I will wait for someone 10 minutes, I will say, hey, from last 30 minutes, I'm waiting to you. Okay, similar like that. So what happened? Exact timing for the resource, since what time they are waiting for the resource. Maybe your CPU has reached the threshold value, or maybe the RAM, maybe the disk IO, maybe the network bandwidth. So those are the things. How to oversee on that? So in that case, you can use the parallelism. What is the parallel or the parallelism? So basically, when we will talk about a parallelism, so if you can see parallelism refer to a multiple process cooperate to execute a single query at the same time. So what the benefit will happen when your query is going to run? So SQL Server cannot be forced to run query in a parallel by default. So if your query is expensive enough, expensive means in the case like more CPU they are using, more disk IO they are using, more undo they are using, more redo they are generating, those all, so that's called as a expensive query. In this case, you can use the parallelism. So you can consider a parallel plan, but if it find a sequential plan that has lower cost estimate, it will run the sequential. So either you are using the parallel or the thing. Wherever the cost will be less, by default it will take that plan. So when to use parallel? Suppose you have a more CPU, number of CPU is more, and more thread you have, then you can use the parallelism. So always it will give you the fast result. So what happens? So you can read here. SQL Server can decide distribute the query more than one task. Task can run as a parallel. So suppose you need to find the data which is 2000 block. If you have given the 4 parallel, so that will be divided 500, 500, 500 like that. And that's why you can retrieve the data very fast. Maintain the parallel query where done. So you can use the max degree of parallelism. You can use, okay. So that way you can use a different parallel. Maximum degree of parallelism. So define how many CPU can be used for execution of parallel query. Always not use more than the 50% of your CPU. Suppose you have the 16 CPU. So not use more than 8 parallel. Because what happens? If you will use 16 out 16, so other process may be impacted. So that's why I advise always use max 50%. Yes, it's a parallel. So how to override max DOP query hint you can give. So this way you can, pardon? So it's a, you are giving the hint, okay, you can use this process instead of your own execution plan, own explain plan. So in that case, you can use the parallelism. How many CPU you have? Just example, you can give me your CPU you have. Suppose you have a 16 core, just example. So 8 parallelism you can start. So what happened? Those 12-hour tasks will be divided into those 8 parallel process. And then they will start to fetch your data. So it is not exactly 12-hour will come into 6 hour or 2 hour, but it will almost 60 to 70% time will be saved. क्योंकि 8 में आप लिया था मैं बोलूंगा कि 1.5 घंटे में हो जाए as per the definition वही होना चाहिए ना, but it is not. After that they will merge all the things into together. It will take that time also. That's why it's all 60 to 70% time. As per the guideline, it is saying 70% time will be saved. Okay, now we are talking about the 32-bit and 64-bit server. So what happened? The first line you can see the virtual address space, and the people are calling DBAs. So is the total amount of memory that an application as SQL Server could possibly refer to in Windows. So virtual address means what? Whatever the RAM you have, the memory, that much you can give. Now VSA, how you are going to use it? So always make sure whenever you are going to use the VSA, so then 4 GB on 32-bit system, how much you can give? 2 to 3 GB. 4 GB 32-bit application running on Windows 64-bit, 8 TB for 64-bit. So that's it. So it's basically, it depends on your virtual address, which is called AWE. So virtual address space you can utilize, and the system will work according to your virtualizations. Got it? So always make sure whatever you have, based on that you can use. As I said, if you have the OS 64-bit and you are using 32-bit, so then you are coming into this 32-bit application. Second point, 4 GB for 32-bit application running on and 64-bit on the OS. So it's not a good thing, na? Applications. Yes. So basically what happened, like the Windows based any OS, support different platform and database running on different platform. So then the conversion, always make sure your database should run onto the similar, like the application. Otherwise what happened, there's two things. If your application is 64-bit and database is 32-bit, 64-bit they have passed, and your database capacity have to hold only 32-bit. So always the session gap will be there. The transaction which is happening, they are into waiting, because your bandwidth, your network is not like that much capable to hold that 64-bit. Got it? Just reverse. Suppose your database have the 64-bit and application at 32-bit. So number of queries passed, they are frequently passing, but other background process, other thing is not right in that fast. So that's why always it should be. So earlier Itanium processor, now it is not there. Those things. So always SQL Server performing strong. So if you need a better performance, always use the 64-bit version as preferred. So and 64-bit is available with the all the edition. But so many places you can get the challenge. Like maybe you have a database 64-bit and application have 32-bit only. So have you seen in the first demo 32-bit client? So that native you have to create. Got it? So always, because we don't know customer will have the 32-bit or 64-bit. As a DBA, we are only responsible for database maintaining. Application side, they will use 32-bit or 64-bit. I am not sure. Generally, latest all the machine is coming with the 64-bit only, but I am not sure if my application running on the older version hardware, which is 32-bit. So that's why you always have to enable both. And if you know in your environment, okay, there is no 32-bit is used, you can disable it. Got it? Okay. So here we are talking about the SQL Server memory. So when we will talk about the memory, the first we have to keep into the memory area which is called buffer pool. So in the buffer pool we have a free page, we have a stolen page, and we have a data cache. So whenever any transaction will happen, the buffer pool you can see. So buffer pool is the main memory object for the SQL Server. And as I said, buffer pool internally divided into the different pages. One is called free page. Free page means the memory which is not used. Then you have a stolen page, which is already used, and cache, which is currently occupied. Okay. So mention that all the data operations are performed within a data cache. So whatever transaction will happen, that hold under the data cache. The first point you can see, hold data cache. And in data cache where depend on the my page. Got it? So just example, if I can say, if the query is going to execute from the specific data, then they will look into the my buffer pool. In the buffer pool, they will look into the my buffer cache page. Is the query has executed by someone or not? If yes, you will get data from there. That is called the soft pass. Got it? But if not, then it will take the memory from the free buffer. They process the transaction, they get the data from the data engine, storage engine. From storage engine, they pass into the buffer cache, they update it, and they mark as a stolen page. It is already used, and then that way. Yes, it is similar to not online, but they call database buffer cache in Oracle. So it is just similar to the database buffer cache. Yeah, so block size. Block size. You have a called block. In Oracle, what you call block. Here we call it as a page. So it is same 8 KB per page. So whatever the block is you have, that will be divided into 8 KB page.
Free page means
Not used. That is available for your use. That is called free page.
stale means
It is already used. So whenever you will require it, the background process will start back to the file later, and the checkpoint will be created. So here the checkpoint is called background process. So SQL OS automatically allocate as much as needed memory. So internally they have the mechanism to prevent memory storage on the system. So what it will do? When you are using the data cache, use the least recent use. LRU method will be applied over there, And if the data is needed, got it? So drop the cache from the unused, and this is done by the process called lazy writer. So another process is called lazy writer. So it is a task of the lazy writer to use the list recent algorithm. And if they need a more memory, so SQL Server will process response with the external memory. What is the meaning of that? External memory processor indicate from the operating systems and reduces memory footprint to help the operating system. So in short, they are using your, what you are saying, hard disk memory you are using. The name technology wise we called it something, swap memory. So if they need a more, then they will use from there. So that's why they are preventing the mechanisms for prevent memory shortage on the system, and can be configured, used mean and max server memory options you can use. Got it? Next one is called, let me see, physical versus logical I/O. So if I can give you in the short introductions, so what is saying, always try to minimize the physical I/O, because physical I/O is more, that means performance will be degrade, I/O issue you will get. Got it? So physical I/O has to be minimized as possible. Got it? So how to do that? You have to optimize the I/O performance for the system. So how to do that? Simply we can observe which are the files. How many files you are creating? By default, one MDF, another LDF. Have you created an NDF file? So, like generally people are not using. Create a multiple NDF and keep the object which is the more frequently used on different mount point. Got it? If the one NDF I have put it onto the storage number 1, the more useful we can put into storage number 2. List we can merge with the most. That means, suppose I have observed out of my 1000 files, these 20 is the more read and write is happening. So those 20 we cannot keep onto only one disk mount point. We can keep into different mount points. So what happened? The read and write. Otherwise, what happened? One disk, if you will keep, and rest all you are keeping, so that is not frequently accessed. If it is not frequently accessed, means there is a less disk I/O, and the file which is more accessible, that you kept onto only one disk. So they have the more disk I/O, then the performance issue will be there for the I/O issue. To avoid those, always it's a guideline, keep the file onto the different mount points. So mix your file. Got it? Some more read and write with the list read and write. Club into together on the disk. Same way the another file we can keep in another. So this way we can avoid the disk I/O. So the alternate way for that, if you don't have a multiple disk, quite possible that so many places you don't have a multiple disk. That case you can give the more enough memory to the data cache. So the query will be short pass. Instead of going to the read and write on disk, they will get the memory data from the memory only. That is alternate way to avoid this problem. That's why I said, why performance degrade? If you have a good memory, enough memory, then the disk I/O task will be reduced. Performance, of course, that's why I said, the memory. Yes, memory. So in that short, I can say you have to reduce the physical I/O. What is the logical I/O? Logical I/O occur when the request page is available in the buffer cache. So that time, this is called logical I/O. The query is coming, they got the memory into my buffer cache. You get the data from buffer cache only. So no disk I/O will be happen. Logically, only read that happens, so that's why it's called logical IO. Which is the best? Logical IO is always best. So that we can see in the how to configure SQL Server CPU and memory using.
So in case user is not committed to any task, so there may be chances of start. Because
Yes.
it is not still written in the text.
No. What is your question? Could you repeat? Logical IO.
So it is always data will be in the buffer.
Yes.
Still it is not written on the disk.
No. So once the buffer, they will come onto the disk, na. The lazy writer will write it into na.
So it has to invoke.
Yes.
When invoke.
1/3 full. 1/3 full. Any 1 MB or bigger size. 1/3 full.
So in case it is a
Checkpoint is created, then full commit.
yes, it is a RAM is a large size.
Hmm.
Then 1/3 will be the big size.
So you can divide into the different chunk. 8 KB written, that will transfer. 8 KB written, that will transfer. Yes, checkpoint. So default is a okay. Here we are talking about planning the server resource. So resource means how much CPU you want. As I said, there is a scenario where you are using the multiple instance onto same or multiple database onto same instance. That time CPU is the same. The one person can use the 100%. So what other will do? Got it. That's why we can control the CPU use. We can control the memory and network as well as the storage and IO. Got it. So in short, if somebody will ask me what is the resource planning, so I can say the example, resource planning is the easy way to control the resource utilizations like CPU, RAM, memory, network, hard disk, IO, those are the things. When you are purchasing the hard disk, just I'm taking the example of SATA so you all understand better. What company is saying? 7,200 RPM we can give. Means number of transaction can be 7,200 per second. Company is saying, but you will test, you will not get 6,700 or 6,800 or more. And believe me, as per the RBI guideline, the banking have to minimum 10,000 transactions per second. Someone has taken the server with the SATA hard disk. Will it get? Company itself, hardware vendor is saying we cannot give you more than 7,200. We tested and we are getting 6,800, 6,850, not more than that. But our sales people committed already. We will give you 12,000 transactions. Is it possible? Not at all. That time we have to use that mechanism. Multiple disks we can use. Got it? So 6,000 from one plus, 6,000 from another plus, you will achieve your target. Yes. So depend on the hard disk size. That's why I said now. If you are going with a flash drive or something, so in the lack also you are getting. Cost will come now. So business have to agree for that now. Flash. That's what I said now. It depends. So many SBI is using. Have you seen the person has called? So he is the Oracle employee and deployed into the SBI. It's in Belapur. And they are our customer. So whatever the issue they face, they will come to us. And based on that, we will give them the suggestions. So instead of reaching to the Oracle, quick response they are getting from us. And that's why we are charging something. DBA training is total 34 DBAs. So there 34 is the full time support. Apart from that, we have a different consultant from different companies. It's a consultancy basically. So basically, why we are popular? We are popular for the license optimization. So we will reduce your licensing cost based on our knowledge. We can give you, okay, here you are not using this feature, so why to use this? Avoid enterprise edition, go for the developer and other things. Most of the time, people will acquire the enterprise edition without knowing the fact, because the sales people always say to go with the enterprise edition. But there, they will get a more commission, na? So we avoid those things, and that's why we are charging. Your data center planning, we designed your plan. We optimize your performance. The people are facing for the performance issue, they come to us. So we will study your environment, and then we will, of course, we will give you, okay, these are the parameters is used. Here, this value you need to change. This parameter you have to enable. This you have to disable, and then we will share you the result. The performance will increase. Of course, I will get my money like that. So we have a different divisions. If you can see, it was started as a training company, and then it grown with the different. So we are into this as of now. Then you have a consultancy. These are our support. Database support we give. So database support means the company who are looking for 24/7. Their database should be managed. So our team will take care of the database support. Cloud support, the people are moving on to cloud and they need any help. So for them, we are giving the entire, from your on premises to the cloud migration, entire project. We can do the private public both. So POC we can do, and based on that we can. Then database maintenance we will do. Your backup, recovery, index rebuilding, those all the things we will take care. Database migrations from one database to another, we will take care of, or from database upgrade, lower version to higher. So that we do. Your database patching we will do, and access optimization we do. So these are our consultancy. And the client list, if you can see, so almost all the major clients around the globe you can find. The good part is that you can see the Oracle is also our client. Of course, your company UTI is not our client. Now they are. Yes, the government, we have a Navy. If you can see here, Indian Navy is our customer. NSE, National Stock Exchange, NCR, and is the government. Yes, so they are from the government. Batelco, it is also a government company, but not from India. Bahrain Telecommunication. So they are our customers. We are managing their entire data center. Bahrain. Yeah. Gulf. Then Hajj Committee of India, they are also our customer. We can find somewhere. Nayan Company, it's again a government company. Yes. Sultan of Oman Ministry of Finance, they are our customers. So we have a couple of government customers. NSE, government. Patching, we do for them. Training, we provide them. Upgradation, POC and other things we will do for on the behalf of. So what it is doing, like the TCS is taking the project from the just example Indian Railway. TCS is taking, and then TCS will route to the small companies like us. Like that. Okay, forget it. It's a business strategy. Now, Resource planning you understood. Okay. So the first line, if you can read, it is clearly mentioned no easy formula for calculating the resource requirement. So there's nothing a thumb rule. I can say, okay, give the 60% CPU, give the 80% of the RAM. There's no such rules. It depends on business. It depends on the case to case. It may vary. So always check with your ISV or developers. Hey, how much transaction you are expecting? Of course, if the business is coming, they have some business plan. Okay, this much transaction. These are the location they are connected. These type of application will connect. Those all we have to ask the questions. Ask for the reference, installation, and the case studies, like the whatever the POC and other thing they did. Then request details of the previous experience with the application, which area they are facing the issues, and based on that, we can plan our resource. So stress that no magic planning formula exists. And if anyone claim to have one, treat it with the questions. Like if you will Google, lots of people will give you the advice. So we always says, don't try it in the production. Treat with the caution. Yes. So that's why it's not. So perform the test with the real life workload. So for that, what we are doing, we are mentioning that case study. Based on that, we are creating the simulation server, and then we can try to implement those things over there, and then we can suggest you. So once anyone is coming to the DBA training and they're saying a performance issue, what we are doing? We have our lab, and that lab, suppose you are using 32 core machines, just example. So we will test your entire database on 32 core. We will not test on the 8 core, and we can say, okay, 8 core maybe we have done with the 40 GB RAM. So 8 multiplied by 4, so we can give 160 GB RAM. It's not like. Because the OS also need, network also need. So for one, it is taking the 8. It doesn't mean 4, they will apply the 4 times. Maybe that's it. There is no easy formula anyone can calculate. It's only your knowledge. Based on that, you have to investigate, then observe the things, and then again try it. Again observe, again try it. When you get the best one, stop into that. Means what? Suppose, as I said, RBI customers, so RBI is giving the 10,000 transactions per second, it's a thumb rule. Any banking operation application you are developing, that should give minimum 10,000 transactions per second. Now my customer, just I'm giving the name, one of the name you have seen in the website, Avyuda Bank. They told me, okay, Rajiv, we need a 12,000 transaction which is not happening in our environment. Yes. Yeah, we have lots of cooperative banks in our customers. We have not mentioned every customer's name over there. The top leading we have already mentioned. We have more. So in the cooperative bank, Avyuda is more, and Avyuda and Saraswat. So Saraswat earlier with us, now they have the separated their own Saraswat in Pune. They were taking care. So what is happening? If they are saying that 12,000 transactions, so we agree with the 12,000. We tried, we tuned, and we have given them 12,000 transactions. 12,400 something, we got it. We know, okay, if we will do some more work, we will get up to 14,000 based on the same hardware. But we have stopped once we receive the 12,400. Why? Their workload may increase future. And then when we are giving the any consultancy, for 1 year we have charged. If the workload increase and they are getting today I have given the 14,000. Now expectation is fixed with the 14,000. Once it reduce after the 1 year, 13,000, they will say, hey, yaar, Rajiv again performance is degraded. What was the agree? 12,400. Still he is getting the 600 more. But he is comparing with the peak point where they were getting the 14,000. They will not understand, hey, yes, your branches has increased, number of transactions has increased, CPU is old. When you are purchasing, just take the example into your real life. When you are purchasing any mobile phone or your car or the bike or anything, what the performance you are getting? Are you getting the same performance after the 2 year or 3 year? No. Same RAM, same CPU, but why not you are getting same performance? Same engine, same petrol, why you are not getting? Your life cycle is defined like that. So all the hardware which is coming, except the extra data, they are coming with a 3-year guarantee. So after 3 years, you have to replace. So many people will think, hey, everything is working fine, why I should change it? You have given 3-year warranty, that's okay. But now everything is working, I am not going to change. Boss, believe me, it will degrade your performance. No, I am okay. Once it will degrade, then they come us. So then we will say, now entire migration should happen. Entire new infrastructure you do. So that's why we always think about that. So always ask your ISV or the developers, okay, what type of service you are want, how much transaction you are looking, how much CPU we can actualize. Maybe like the one CPU, they have taken the bigger one. Out of that application, they have created so many virtual machines. One is given for the database, another for the other purpose. So those all can be done accordingly. Okay. So based on that, you can ask and then you can do. And as I said, once you will get your target, then don't try to tune more. So many times, what will happen, the people will tune it and then instead of increase the performance, that will be degrade. देखिए गाड़ी पे बोलते हैं, okay, tune it, I am not getting the best mileage. Tune, then the engine will. So don't try it. That's why if I am getting 12,400 or 250, if I will get also, I will stop my tuning. Not only the memory, there is as I said, the file we have flushed to different drive, file movement we will do. Then we will enable so many parameters. We will disable the existing parameters which is running and not used. Memory thread we can change. Multiple process we can use. Parallelism we can use. Different way based on our experience we can use. Tuning means not only one thing, there is some things, okay, you can go and you can fix it. Tuning means you have to do the R&D. Any tuning, if somebody will tell you, of course, if you can say, okay, Rajiv, in the DBA training, it is clearly mentioning performance tuning class, and we are charging very high. But believe me, nobody, that's why 40,000 per participant. 3 days performance tuning. So that's why I said, and what we suggest to the people, don't go with a tuning. Tuning is only possible based on your knowledge. Here in the tuning, what we will show? To identify the problem is the mode time. And during the class, what we will show? We will corrupt in a we know what I have corrupted. I will go and fix it. Real life, to identify that problem is taking 70% of your time. And if you know the problem, like I said, this guy who came, and I observed, okay, this is the file, this is the 3 file I observed, which is taking my more read and write. What I will do? Simple idea, into different mount point, I will move that file. My IO problem is solved. But to identify that is the big one. Na? Which file? Why it is impacted? What was the logic behind it? Those all can be happen like that. And always we have to keep into mind. Yes. Okay. चलेगा ना? चलेगा. कोई बात नहीं सर. हम सब. So that way you can do in the easy way. So you can plan accordingly and then you can start your. कुछ नहीं, उसको तो हमने स्टार्ट ही नहीं किया अभी तक. मशीन ने नहीं अभी तक तो ऑन ही नहीं किया है. अभी जरूरत पड़ेगी हमें, इसीलिए मैंने बोला वो नहीं फिजिकल मशीन से कनेक्शन वगैरह नहीं है उसमें, मशीन में, डेस्कटॉप में. प्रैक्टिकल करेंगे ना, डेस्कटॉप पे एक बंदे करेंगे ना, बाकी 2 बंदे, तीनों के लिए 3 लैपटॉप है ना. You want to carry your own laptop? That is also possible. हाँ, that is. So that way, वो मशीन से दूसरा थोड़ा स्टिक होगा बस. एक आप इधर आ जाइए तो आप वो लैपटॉप यूज कर लीजिएगा, या इस साइड से बैठ करके चेयर इधर ले लेंगे और एक आदमी वो डेस्कटॉप को ले यूज कर लेंगे. Okay. So what is your previous experience for new installation? How you are doing? How you are managing? Yes, tell me. What is your previous experience with the planning of a new system? Have you planned any new system? Anyone in the batch? Have you planned? Not only in SQL Server, any other? Okay, good. So my next question will be, how successful was your plan? So in the banking domain, as I have given the example based on my experience. So what is happening in the banking domain? We have some thumb rules. Okay, this many branch, this will be the CPU, this will be the hard disk, this will be the network, this will be the bandwidth, and accordingly we can do it. So that's why you can do like that. आप अगर ऐसे बैठेंगे, so you are easily able to face me. Got it? And when you need it, ना, actually जो जरूरत हो, then you can come. That's way. So it's easily for you to, because when I am talking, then you have to face. Got it? करेंगे ना? ट्राई कीजिए, इसको सर्वर इंस्टॉल है, उसमें नहीं, उसको अभी स्टार्ट नहीं किया है. नहीं, 2 घंटा तो वैसे ही चलेगा ना, फिर जब थ्योरी करेंगे तो समय में चार्ज में लगा देने का. नहीं, जब करेंगे तब मैं बोला हूँ. Okay, so planning CPU requirement. Processor planning is relatively straightforward. So always you can plan your how much CPU you have. Based on that, you can plan it and you can do the thing. CPU should be below 30% in average. And nowadays CPU is a very fast, and we are getting the more. So according to the Microsoft, it is mentioned 30% average, but we are using up to 70%. In the real life, we are going up to the 85% also. So it depends on the server. We are using up to the 85%. So peak can occur, but should not last too long. More processor will provide better parallelism option. So whenever you have a more processor, you will get a better parallelism. Assist with the large number of concurrent connections. So always, and assisting with the high data warehouse load you can use. Got it? So if you can see the last line, check with the hardware vendor for optimizing SQL Server configurations. NOMA is basically a process which called non-uniform memory access. Non-uniform memory access. So basically, it's a small CPU, so and they have their own bus controller. Based on that, there's a local memory can be utilized. They have their own I/O channels, those things. And the good benefit of the when you are using the NUMA, so each node can access the memory from the other node also. Suppose one node have the more load and another node is the free, so they can use their hardware, their CPU, their resource they can use. That is the NUMA mechanism. This is the method for using CPU and other things also. So planning memory requirement, when we are going on a system, it involves planning of the SQL Server instance, but also for the other service running on that system. Like memory allocation is very complicated, got it? And the easiest way to predict memory requirement is to use the guideline. And based on the guideline, your application vendor will say, okay, this much memory and those things is required. And the advantage or disadvantage you can see here, the SQL Server is highly dependent on the memory. So कैसे help to reduce the IO and CPU? Remember the logical IO. So logical IO is more. So that means disk IO you can avoid. Plan कैसे reduce the need of the recompiling queries, and memory of a store and the process data is required during the always make plan to have the enough memory so able to cache frequently access data. Consider the memory consumption for other service running on the system. So that's why it says stress the shortage of one resource can appear to the shortage of another resource. So if I can ask you the question, what are the some of the potential symptom of memory shortage? When the memory shortage will happen? Yeah, so higher CPU load, higher IO, and physical IO is more, then you have a shortage of the memory. Good. Now memory we done. Let's talk about the network. Just we are talking about planning your server. Planning network requirement. So always stress the need plan for other operation that need a network, not just for the basic SQL Server client IO. So always often these operations are forgotten while planning the evaluating the new system. So like operating like performing backup to the network share or moving backup device to the backup storage are operations that produce the high network IO. Am I correct? So if you are taking the backup onto the another place, not onto the same server, so network will be utilized. If the network will be utilized, more IO will be happen. So those things. Emphasis that a dedicated network connection for such process might be a good choice. So always talk about those things which is the best for your business, and that's where you can plan. So most of the network, if you will consider a 2 days environment, work best with the light located and the overall transfer your rate quickly. Drop of the network load increase. Which one? SSIS is what? It's a integration service, na? So they will integrate with any of your engines. No, no, no. It's a one service for the basically to integrate the databases. See, SSIS is for the integration service, like the you are talking about the data warehouse. So data is coming from the multiple places. Windows लगेगा. And always make sure use the mirroring and other thing if you are using the database. The different network you have to use, because mirroring again all the transaction will be there and other thing. Next, use a dedicated network connection when using a database mirror, as I said, and choose and configure the network protocol used. So always check the firewall configurations. Who is allowed to connect your database engines? Those all the things you can eliminate. Only the necessary service, necessary port should be enabled. Restore you can block. Those all things. Of course, these are the tasks not done by the DBA. That will be done by the network admin. Got it? Test the network environment similar to the target production system. Got it? So this way you can keep your network planning. So at least you have to use two network card, two different network provider. If one get down, my business is not going to impact. That will run. That's why the multiple protocol we have, multiple port we can use, those all the things. Okay. Yeah. Firewall will what? Firewall is basically a policy which security, network, transfer, data, bandwidth, everything. Na? Who can access? Firewall is what? Preventing the unnecessary things to reach on your database engine. That is called firewall. Not only for database, OS, networks, your storage, anything. So that's why. Check firewall configuration. Suppose the port which you are using database, is it open on the firewall or not? The port is not enabled, request is coming from application side with that port number and firewall is not allowing them, how it will communicate to my database engine? Got it? Protocol TCP IP you are using. So those TCP IP is enabled on firewall policy or not? Got it? Public network access. If you are using the browser, have you remember? Morning we are talking. So that is allowed or not? Those all can be on the firewall level. Na? Got idea? IO. So what is your plan for the IO? So planning a storage and IO requirement. So are you aware about the SAN or DAS? Good. So which one you are using? SAN for database, okay. And DAS for application? Okay. So basically DAS will always be more predictable and will offer obtain a higher performance. Got it? DAS need a less manageable. So manageability is very less if you are using the DAS. But when we are talking about the SAN, so you need a SAN administrator that focus the disk space to the execution for performance. Then the RAID system, what the RAID system you are using, that you have to use. Then, so what is your current RAID mechanism you are using? RAID 1, RAID 5, RAID 5. Why you have chosen the RAID 5? Mirroring. That's why. So do it. So if you have a mirror server, why you need a RAID 5? If you have a mirror server like the standard server, do you think the RAID 5 is required? So that's why I said now, when you are choosing, so disk IO will be more. If RAID 5 you are, that means internally they are mirroring your data. They are also read and write is happening. The performance will degrade or not. Of course, security you have more. Okay, one disk fail, you are able to recover. So what I said always, the people for safety, that means we're protecting your data. That is called safety, and better performance. Both cannot be achieved at the same time. If I am coming with the road roller, I'm more secure. If some vehicle will hit me, what will happen to me? Nothing. The people who are going to, the people who, the, the people who are going to hit me, they will, for me it's okay. Same happened to the, this. एक्सटेंशन लगा देंगे तो बेटर होगा, क्योंकि उनको देखा कि वो घुमा रहे थे इधर उधर केबल का इन योर लैपटॉप चलेगा. So after the IO in the lab 3 we will go for the installing testing the SQL Server. Got it? So what are the things we have to do with during installation? Planning and testing the storage strongly. What we have to use? Test must be performed. Okay, before saying to the business, always test your installation. Is it working or not? Disk IO is capable or not? Multiple disk read and write is happening or not? Those all you can do and you can check it. Storage IO. And make sure always document it. Whenever you are doing any changes, document it. What was the old value, what you have done. Because sometimes what happened, the old value will be the better. Maybe you have changed for the better and it got worse. So always document the thing. So pre-installation, you have seen the so many things during the demo. What are the challenges you will face, how to install it, and then you can install it. Now, pre-check the IO subsystem. So always use the best different partitions to avoid any issue and other things. And you will use point.SQL IO and SQL IOSIM. So based on that you can configure. So test the different IO type and size. A small random read and write data from the OLTP systems is always a better. Larger sequential read and write for the OLAP system you can use. So that way you can implement and you can use the IO patterns. Now, so what happened? When you are using the SQL IOSM, so that is the basically things which is saying, if you can see in the graphs, so whatever the things unsupported tool provided by Microsoft Test is functional, concurrent of the storage system and can be run through the command line as well as the GUI. Similarly, so what are the tool is not available that you can done from the OS and you can download. So here if you can see on the command line I am using SQL IO and then I am giving the parameters and based on that we are doing. So that's about adjusting memory and other things. Okay, so that's the lab scenario is the same. Okay, so here we are going to talk about the installations. So as you have done the practice for the installations, so here understand the concept what is the pre-request like the .NET or the RAM and other things. So when you are preparing to install the SQL Server, you have to keep the something in your mind. कि I need this installation, and based on the installations, you can understand the basic requirement. What is the your server? What type of operating system you are going to use? When you are going to what type of installation? So those all we will talk here. So objective of this module, we have to understand the hardware requirement. What is the hardware requirement we have? Then we will talk about the installation methodology, and then we will talk about the other steps of that. So if you can see here, what I am trying to tell, hardware requirement. So in the general term, what is the hardware requirement? So when you are going to start any of the SQL Server installations, so it is important you have to make the pre-request. What do you mean by the pre-request? The patch level of the database, OS, then network bandwidth. Sure, कल भूल गए थे. So we have to go for this, and when you are running and when you are installing, then you have to understand a couple of other stuffs also, like what type of processor you have, and then are you going to install which version. Should I am installing the enterprise edition or developer edition or web edition or express edition. So what you are installing, those are the things you have to discuss. So we will talk here the hardware requirement, then we will talk here the another stuff which is called software requirement. So what do we mean by the software requirement? When we will talk about the software, so we have to understand again the few things. What is that? The software requirement, like we are talking 32-bit or 64-bit, which one you are installing, those you have to keep into your mind. Apart from that, you have to also understand the things called, in easily word, what I can say, like operating systems which you are installing. So it is installing on Windows or Linux. Of course, for this, what you are installing, that is not available into the Linux version 2012, but 2016, which we have installed, that is the Linux version as well. So we always make sure कि am I installing the correct version? That's a good things to understand. And then you have to process for installations. Of course, before that, you have to understand, as I discussed, the operating systems. So it's a good practice always install the SQL Server onto the Windows Server, not onto the Windows 7 or Windows 10. Of course, in the classroom, you are getting the Windows 10 and other things which I am showing. The virtual machine which I have shared, got it? The virtual machine is running onto the Windows 2016, and over there, the SQL Server 2016 I have installed. In the demo which I have shown in the installation on my laptop, that is a 2017, and what you people have installed based on your requirement, you have used a 2012. So that's where you can install. Now, if you can talk about the other steps into that, so let's discuss about the some other steps. Hardware requirement. So what is the hardware requirement? So minimum processors. We have to understand always the what is the minimum processor we require. So minimum processor speed and disk space required to install the SQL Server component. So if you can compare the modern days, so even if the slowest laptop processors is enough to meet the requirement for the SQL Server. Got it? If you are installing the enterprise, the number of processor is much more is the issue, but then thread of the number of CPU you have to understand. So always make sure how many thread you have. Based on that, your license will be counted. So when you are installing, so without knowing the fact, don't install onto your real life in the production environment, because the license will come based on that threads. So always make sure you can go and install the proper versions which you have. So then what is the disk? So number processor, after that you will talk about the disk. So when we will talk about the disk, so we have to keep the so many things into disk space requirement. So what is the disk space requirement you have, that you can understand, okay, minimum this much we need. So basically if you are installing the blank without any database, it is a good enough when the 700 MB it will be installed. Complete with the one database as a simple, you can install up to 1.3 GB. So that much disk space you need. Database size, so always make sure what type of database you are going to install. Based on that you can install your size. So how many database you want. So those are the things. Also make sure lots of days people are keeping onto that, onto different. So if you are installing the SQL Server, for your example 2012, so enterprise editions you need a minimum. If you are going for the entire, so you need a approximately 64 GB for the entire setup. Got it? Not exactly the 64 GB is required, but like the business intelligence you are using the SSMS, you are using SSRS, the Visual Studio, you have installed so many things during the demo. Have you remember? So that time it will use like that. Then you can talk about the Express editions. If you are installing the Express editions, which is the free or the web edition, people are, so again that Express edition need only 1 GB of the your Express edition with the advanced servers like the database engine and the reporting service you need. So if the database engine only you need, then you need a 1 GB. But if you are installing with the reporting service and integration, then you need a 4 GB. So it's a basic thumb rules for the some things. Keep into mind. Always choose the right version like 64-bit, 32-bit. So if you can see here, I have given some example. So that way you can understand and you can report the things. So always make sure you can do the installation accordingly. Got it? And make sure when you are installing the Oracle or the Postgres or MySQL or similar like SQL Server, don't use the root users. Got it? In the Linux or the Windows administrator user, don't use it, because the super user when you are using, so he can start your service, he can close your service and those other things apart from that. So always make sure you can create a users related to your database and then you can do it. It is a standard practice and you have to do like that. Next one, if you can talk, so here SQL Server can run onto the any of the database, any of the versions. So it depends on your wish, you can use which version you want. Delivery is coming, so then we have to approve. So I have approved it and then I have to inform my wife. Security in my society. Okay, so what happened? We were talking about a version. So it depends on the your requirement. You can use any of the versions. like operating systems, you can use Windows Server 2008 R2 Service Pack 1 onwards. And have you remember yesterday one laptop we were trying to install, we were getting the issues. It was Windows 7, and then we come up that okay, Service Pack 1 is required. Once you will update the Service Pack, then you are able to install onto Windows. So Windows 7 you can also install with the SP1, which is called Service Pack 1. You can install onto the Vista. Nowadays you will not find it. Are you getting the Vista operating system? Generally it's stopped, but yeah, yeah. So that's why. But if you are having the some machines where the Vista are running, so then you need a Service Pack 2. Windows servers, again, if you are installing the R2, then Service Pack 1, and if you are installing the default one, so then Service Pack 2. So release 2, you need a Service Pack 1, and the traditional, you need a Service Pack 2. What is mentioned here, if you can read, avoid installation of the domain controller. Got it? So always make sure whenever you are installing, don't install on the domain controller. Domain controller, what happened? The Active Directory, the access and other things, that's right. So that's why I always try to avoid, don't try to install. Of course it will work, but it's a guideline to avoid it. Prefer 64-bit OS and 64-bit SQL. What is the meaning of that? Always make sure, if you remember, we have talked about this thing. And the questions, what you have asked, domain controller, why to avoid. So Microsoft strongly recommend to avoid installation on SQL Server on domain controller. Why? If you will try to install SQL Server on domain controller, the installation is not blocked by the limitations. Got it? And apply to the that is so whatever the your domain controller limits that. So you cannot run SQL Server service on domain controller under a local service account. Got it? Or a network service account. Have you remember during the installation you find NT network and other things? Then so those cannot be possible on domain controller. But if you have used like the other method to install it, so after you have installed SQL Server onto that computer, you cannot change the computer from the domain member to a domain controller. So you must, in that case, if you need a sometimes domain member should be converted as a domain controller. So then you have to first uninstall the SQL Server and then you can do. So not possible in the industry. Am I correct? Next. SQL Server install on the computer, you cannot change the computer from a domain controller to a domain member, like the vice versa. For again, you have to uninstall and uninstall. The bad part is that if you will install on the domain controller, so SQL Server failover cluster will not work. Got it? And that is the main reason. Yes. So if you are using the domain controller, because domain controller have their own policies. Got it? And SQL Server have their own policy for the clustering. So if you are using the domain controller, so SQL Server failover cluster instance are not supported in that case, where the cluster node are in the domain controller. Apart from that, what is the another thing from security point of view? So when you install SQL Server on the domain controller, so what happens? They will create a security group over there. And once they will create a security group, so your SQL Server account read only the domain controller in that scenario. Got it? So what happened? If it will read only that domain controller, so my installation will get failed. That's why it's advised and strongly recommended by the Microsoft. Don't use the domain controller for the your SQL Server installations. Yes. नहीं डोमेन कंट्रोलर में आपने इंस्टॉल किया ओके नॉर्मल आपने किसी नेटवर्क में इंस्टॉल किया ओके This machine is the now member of the another group. Okay. Privilege and other things if you have given to the group, that will be lost. Because you have given the policy on the group. Now group is no more. So it will impact your database. Your data will be there. Only the grant, privilege, security, whatever you have applied, that will be no more available. Okay, so this is basically from the operating system point of view, the require. Then software also you have to understand what are the pre-requests, what you are, is not match on your personal laptop which you are trying to install. Am I correct? So there was a file missing which is called .NET framework. Okay. So always make sure whenever you are installing, you need a .NET framework 4.0. That's the basic requirement you have. And then if you will talk about the other stuffs, so some component required to .NET framework 3.5 or service pack 1. Apart from that, you need a PowerShell. Got it? So SQL Server install based on the Windows installer, and Windows installer need a 4.5 or the 4.0 and above. So those things you can. Got it? So always make sure you need a Microsoft Management Console for that, MMC, SQL Server Management Studio, Business Intelligence, and you have seen because during the installation, what you have installed SQL Server 2016. So the bundle pack, which is the Management Studio or the other, that is already removed here. You always forget. That's why I am not giving. So make sure whenever you are installing, you have to keep like that. Always remember these are the pre-requests you need. Got it? Hmm. So setup you need now for installation. Software requirement, you need also setup now software. That's they are talking. If you don't have the SQL Server setup, how you can install? So suppose just remove that SQL Server setup support file. Rest all you have. What is the use? Because the software will be installed by this one, na? All are these which is mentioned on the slide. These all are mandatory. Okay. Any doubt? Any clear? Have you remember yesterday you have done the named pipe, TCP/IP, shared memory, those all the things. So that. And by default, when you are going to do, let me go with the sum. So determining the file placements, what should be the file? Basically, generally people will avoid, they are creating the only two files. One is called .mdf, which is called the master file, and another is called .ldf, which is called the log file. And then they will come up that, okay, this is the issue and that is a problem. So primary and secondary data file. If you have a table that are frequently used together, you should put them on a separate file group and a physical drive. Have you remembered the yesterday lecture when we were talking about the disk IO issues and we can keep the file onto different mount point? We have given you the example of the 4 different those things. Thank you. So those all, and then we can understand. So always make sure those we require. Then another one, your transaction log. So create a transaction log on a physical separate disk or the RAID array. Why? Because your master file or the NDF file, that means your data file and the log file, both are on the same line. Both need to be read and write. Both is going to use the same node for writing, hard disk node. So then what happened? The disk IO will be a issue. So always make sure you can create a different mount point and then you can keep your data over there. So in short, if I can give you the example, so in general, if you have a table that you are frequently used, try to understand your business and keep it under separate drive. Got it? Yesterday we were talking about your production issues, performance, and that time we have told you those. Okay, next one. So what is the benefit of using the multiple disk drive? Yes, so to avoid the IO issues and performance related to the IO operations. Then another one, you can see the temp DB. Generally, people will not care about that, but it is a very crucial for the database performance. Okay, so temp DB database is used to hold temporary object in the SQL Server system. So if you can see on the slide what I mentioned, place the temp DB database on the fast disk drive subsystem to ensure good performance. Why? All the your sorting, ascending, descending, those will be happen here. Suppose you have fired the one query, select a star from so and so, and then your query is getting the entire data, and then they will filter out as per your conditions, like the clause you have mentioned where or whatever the clause. So then those all will happen where? In the temp space. So that's why I always keep into fast drive. 90% time people not follow these rules, and then they come to us like the DBA trainings. Hey, you are the expert. In the DBA trainings, minimum experience for the joining DBA training is 15 years. Minimum 15 years database experience is required to join the DBA trainings. Got it? We don't take any freshers. Yes, of course. Like become a trainer, you can easily understand. You are going to guide someone, and if you don't have the mastering on that, their business. You have given the example a few minutes back. We were discussing the 30 lakh they have taken. Why they have taken the 30 lakh? See, suppose DBA trading is going to, and you have paid 30 lakh rupees. So that, what is the meaning of that 30 lakh? Based on our knowledge on the people who are at your company, 3 or 4 people, so they have given the 2 months or 3 months. Of course, they didn't get a 30 lakh, but company, the knowledge is, they have utilized them. Got it? And generally, our consultancy charge is $450 per hour. Yes, yesterday during the installation, I have already guided default 4 temp, DB in 2016 you found. Then I told you, okay, the size you can mention, minimum, maximum you can define. Then you have added it. So all the things I have guided during the demo. Ideal parameter for what? See, nobody can tell you that one. It depends on the workload. Have you remember yesterday we were talking? No one can give you the exact value. It's only a guessing based on your input you can give. So then I will ask you how much transaction is happening, what is your database load, what is your CPU, which branch CPU you are using, RAM, what is the bandwidth, network, and then I can come to tell you, okay, this much temp you need. Best process is what? Always start with the low, monitor it, auto growth keep enable, and see what the performance you are getting. Once you achieve your target, keep the 20% reserve, means add 20% extra and keep it monitoring. Whenever the new request will come, in the my so many databases, I can show you we have a 6 TB temp space. In my database, 6 TB temp space we have given. So daily basis, 2 TB log is generating. Why? Every time why they will do? So what type of query you are getting? Always you are doing the sorting, ascending, descending? Of course, same query or a different query? Same query, then you are getting in the buffer. Buffer cassette is there. Remember yesterday? The memory from there short passes happen. There's no use of the temp. Yes, then it will be always used. Got it? So if possible, make sure that the temp DB database is located on the separate disk to the user database. And when you are going to do that, always make sure it should be on the, not only on separate disk, always will be on the best performing hard disk. Generally, so many places in the banking sectors, we have given an example, used for keeping the temp, you have to use the flash drive. But then people say, Rajiv, what is the logic behind it? Instead of, data file is the crucial that we need. Boss, look, data file is there. On your query will execute, they will find all the blocks. They retrieve that block, and then as per your query, they filter out. They will flush your unwanted data. Unwanted data means, suppose I have mentioned the query select start from implies where salary equal to 5,000 or greater than 5,000. Just example. Now the people who are having the 5,000 and greater USDs only. So suppose millions of implies. Suppose just in example of the one of the company. Take about the example of SBI, biggest brand. More than 1,50,000 imply. Out of that, $5,000 and above, how many salaries? Maybe not 40%. 3 lakh Indian rupees 3.5 lakh. So maybe 2% or 3% top people like CTO, CEO, like that. So, and that, but when the query will in the table, they will retrieve all the blocks, all the rows, na? And then they will filter out into your conditions. That's why you always need a. Apart from that, you can see the transaction log. Sorry. Let's go to the transaction log. So create a transaction log on the physical separate disk or RAID array based on your ability. The transaction log are written sequentially. Therefore, when you are use a separate or dedicated disk, allow the disk will heed and read, write, or stay to a place for the next write operation. So this reason, a smaller system will be using a single mirror disk for the transaction log. So always you can use a single mirror physical disk. Like you are using RAID 5, not advisable. Transaction log is temporary. Once it is written onto the disk, what is the usage of that? RAID 5 is always give you the protection is more, performance is less. Am I correct? But generally, people will do what? Same hard disk for the each purpose. For the performance, for the master data, for the NDF, for the transactional, for the log. Tell me about your, how would you plan and placement of your organization? In your current scenario, what is there? Okay. Okay. So once you will go from here, you can check it. Generally, people are not using that one. And I am 100% sure about your organization, UTI. They are using only 2. They are, yes.
As per my knowledge, we have
For the temporary, I bet it is not there. Based on the discussion with your CTO, I am saying this one. You have a hardware, but not using the SQL Server. I'm talking about the SQL Server. You are in SQL Server training. See, last time you have, that's not a question. Of course, it's a government of India, so you have everything. But will it utilize? Am I using it? Go after the training, investigate your time, understand your business, and then plan it. Got it? So that's why. So that's why this planning and the file placement. 2 type of storage is what? You are using sand. In your organization, you are completely using Sen. In the Sen, different mount point you are using. That's it. Nothing else you are using in your database environment. So, database you are not using NAS. Only Sen is used. Because before giving the training, we have asked so many questions to your department head.
But thing is, actually, we are not able to disclose some of the security
See. What you are talking about the security now.
This is confidential.
Ah.
Whatever it is,
So
not supposed to be.
Lakshmi Narayan, you have just started your career and we are into this field from the last 17 years. So you can ask me for SBI, you can ask me for HDFC. We were there into their database center planning.
Maybe they have right
So
to-
in your company, what is there, we are aware. Because what happened? Why I am aware? That's now come to the point. Why I am aware? When we are asking for the any of the training and other things. What it? There's so many. You came from the Hyderabad to Mumbai. Hyderabad, there is a more than 200 organization who is providing a SQL Server training. You will get a less price what we have offered you. But why? Because based on our knowledge, they consider us. Am I correct? That is the simple logic. Okay. So what happened? We are asking before any training, not under this, in the MySQL training, we have asked each and everything. If you have gone with the course content which I shared, we have given some things. And then based on the discussion, we have changed it. So several questions we are asking. If you can go in our question formality, when we are going for any of the things, before going, we ask about the participants, we ask the background, we ask about their environments, how many CPU they are using, how much RAM they use, what is the hardware, which manufacturers, those are all the questions we are asking. And then we plan it. So what happened? Sometimes people will compare their performance. So we have a clear idea as a trainer. This is in your environment. This you are going to change. You will get this one. Got it? Otherwise, it will be difficult for me or any of you. In my place, if you are there, you cannot give the consultancy. Got my point? So that's the thing. Okay. Anyway, so if it is there, then it's good. If it is not there, then you can recommend. Pardon? They will do. See, they do two things. Yeah, that's what I say. They will do. When they will do, like when there is an issue. Why they have paid for the consultancy 30 lakh rupees? There was an issue. They required it. They paid it. Now, you got the solutions. Now you are doing or not. Now you are getting or not. It's your responsibility, no?
So if we have a clear justification on whatever we have,
Of course, any business. Of course. And again, here I will take my word. It's not always, like you said. Sometimes if you are reporting the boss who is non-technical, like we were discussing, I am running this system from the last 10 years, it is working like the same way. Don't be the over smart. It happened to me also in the initial stage. Got it? But nowadays, if somebody is calling us, that means they have the problem, that's why they are calling. Everyone loves the money, including me, including you. Am I correct? Who don't love? Everyone. So why they will expend the money? Simple logic. If somebody is calling us, okay, Rajiv, come for the consultancy. We have issue. We have visited so many organizations. You can name of the organizations, and I can say you in there which infrastructure, which project we have visited. So we are specialized into only database. We don't do anything. If you will ask me anything in the VMware, I will raise my hand. I don't know what I can say. Got it? I'm not master of all. Even if I am not master in database also. We are learning every day. Learning means your issue will give me a learning chance. What issue you face, based on that you can do the things. So when you will give the suggestion, then you have to give the justification also. Suppose I am saying this is the best way. Have you remember in the morning I said, okay, in the Mumbai, railway is the best way to travel. I cannot say like the blindly, okay, based on our experience, we are staying in the Mumbai and we are using frequently. We are going with our car. We already tried our bike, metros, trains, everything. Of course, metro is a fast, but not available everywhere. But railways network is everywhere. So that's why I have just given you the recommendation. Instead of the auto, if possible, the nearby locations, always we will go with the train. Similar, like we said, okay, hey, go for the flash drive. Of course, if you can say the flash drive, they will ask you why flash drive. It's a very fast. They will ask you. I don't think. Have you compared the flash drive cost? Flash drive cost is at least as of now more than 7 times of your actual hard disk. Any brand you are getting. So business need to invest 7 times. So then they will ask you, okay, I have 18 TB database. Just example I am taking for my biggest database. So 18 TB, 2 TB log is generating. So at least I need a 6 TB, 2 TB log is generating daily, and I have a 3 days retention for the log. So 72-hour retention, I need it 3 times 6. Apart from the 2 TB is daily on an average, it may grow some extra. So in this case, if I will ask like 8 TB, of course business asks me, hey, 2 TB, why you need? So you have to explain that. See, we have a retention for this, that's we need. Based on that we can. And then customer will say, hey, go for the POC. So always when we are going with the consultancy, we do the POC. We prove that. POC is nothing, it's a proof of concept. Your problem is there. We have a solution. Don't believe on our solution. Invest a little bit. Sometimes we do investment from our side. But when somebody is calling us and their management is not ready to invest because they need a proof of concept. So we utilize our hardware, we utilize our services, and we give them. Get it? You are moving from Oracle to SQL Server or SQL Server to MySQL, wherever. The other brand, of course, Oracle and MySQL both are the same brand. But other brand, when you are moving, they will come to give you the migration support. They will come to give you the transportation of your data. When we have moved from the Oracle cloud, they send us the drive where we have to take the Arman backup and then we can shift to their data center. Hardware cost paid by the Oracle. The courier, it is a prepaid courier. They send then they have taken your backup again. The TT system only you have to intimate. Okay, backup has done. Then they will send the person, courier, they will pick up, they will go encrypted, everything. So why they need it? For their business, they need it. Okay, they are getting the customers and they are right. And we are doing now, like the sampling, if you are going into anywhere, similar like that. Always make sure, ask your business to do that and give why you need it. You need a justification. It's not blindly, okay, tomorrow morning you can go and you can say, hey, during the training, Rajiv told me to okay, use a flash drive, so I am going to use the flash drive. Flash drive is fast. So I don't need a fast. Finish. So that's the system. First, before comment, before giving the consent, understand the business is the more important. If you will understand your domain, then your advice will be accepted. Pros and cons you have to compare, and then you can give them an idea. Got it? Good. Thank you. So that's why you can do it. Now, after that, if you will talk, so there is another things which I can say you. Yeah.
What is the actual standard size? Each standard log.
It's in the KB. Yeah. It depends what type of transaction you are doing.
Depends on the query executed or
Yes,
the time.
yes. It depends on the query you are executing. Got it. Okay. Always make sure give the least privilege. So service account requirement, principle of least privilege. So always make sure give the least privilege. Least privilege is only give the privilege which is required to run their business. Got it? And based on that you can understand, okay, what is the need and why we need it. Got it? Now, if you can see a create service account that have the list privilege. So why? Because when you will create with the privilege, so if the list privilege is there, that means user can do the only as per their business need, and that's a good practice to always. Got it? And what happened when you are choosing the domain account? So when you will choose a domain account, then you always make it sure that okay, this should be in the identical mode, and then you can use it accordingly. So let me go for this. Yeah. So local service account might be appropriate in the some environment where you don't have the domain and other things. Generally, like the backup you want, so you don't want to the user's name can take the backup. But what happened? Tomorrow maybe the company has decided, or maybe the person is leaving your company, so then you have to. And we have faced such type of issue in the so many organizations. The people who have scheduled the backup, they have used their own ID domain, and once they left the company, the backup got failed, and other people are not aware what was the issue and why. So several times it should happen. So always make sure. That's why I say, whenever you're creating, whenever you are installing a SQL server, do the proper like that. Got it? Collation. This is also important. So based on the rules for associated Windows login. So SQL Server collections match the code base. So always make sure whenever you are doing the collation. So Microsoft SQL Server support many collections, and it depends on the business need. Your collation you can choose. So a collection encode the rule of governing the proper use of characters for either language, whatever the language, like the English, Hindi, Greek, Chinese, Russian, Japanese, like that, or the default one, Latin one, underscore general. So alphabet used by the Western European language. Next point you can see here, SQL Server collection. So when you install SQL Server, you designate to the collection setting, and always collection select a sort order rules. That means how your sorting will happen, how your ascending and descending order will be. That means the criteria to reach that my actual data, how it use the path or that thing. So the term collection refer to set a rule that determine how data is compared and shared. So character data is stored by using a rules and defining the correct sequence of character. So always make sure these all the things you can ask your customers, that means the business applications. Hey, what type of collection you want? Got it? Have you remember how many of you? Okay, he is having the experience in Oracle. Oracle, you have a database character set, similar like that. Hmm.
But here, in this Windows collection, is having some different language.
Yeah,
And
yeah. So yes, so Windows collection basically when you are designing the Windows collection, so it will take from the operating system. So operating system defined set rules will be applied over there. Got it? So like whatever the collection mechanism you have used on your operating system, that will be applied. So that is called the Windows collection. Got it? So it always Windows collection rules specify which alphabet or the language used when dictionary sorting is applied to your queries. So always make sure you can choose. And the SQL Server collection, similar like when you are designing the SQL Server collection, SQL Server match the attribute of the common combination code, page number and sort order as per their configuration. So what is the your SQL Server collections? Based on that you can. So in short, SQL Server collection control the code page used to storing non-unique code. So that's where they can use it and they can do it. So why you need a collection? So simply two things you are going to do: backward compatibility, sorting, ascending, descending, how my query will perform, that way you can use.
The keywords are
Hmm?
the keywords. SQL query
Yes,
keywords, right?
yes. So such condition will be like that. Got it? So that's where the collection can work. Collection we are talking. So I have given the example the collection like database character set you have in Oracle. It is similar like that. So here there's a two. One is called general, and another you have to use the Windows. So what type of collection you are using? Default collection apply if you have not designed. So sorting and ascending depend with the that character preference. So during the demo, we will see installing SQL Server. So when you are trying to install SQL Server, so you have to keep the something into mind. The first, which component? So you have to use the component as a we have talked. What do you mean by the component? Like the prerequisite as I told, Windows installer or .NET framework or native client, PowerShell. Sorry, those are called component. Then once your component is completed, then you will go into the setup configuration checker. So what will happen here? So Windows installer use the SQL setup MSI package. Have you remember yesterday it was showing the MSI package as missing on purpose. Then you have updated and restart. It has taken that one and you can. So determine the installation type. What type of installation you are doing. So default installation by default when you are going to install the first time. So it will ask you default by default it is taken, but you can choose based on your need. So do you want a default or you want to a named instance? So SQL Server will support up to the 50 named instance. Why we have already talked to save the cost, save the licensings, many database onto same servers like production test or QA like that. So that time you have to install multiples. Got it? Then once those configuration checker is done, so what are the features you are going to use? Have you remember during the demo you have seen you have enterprise editions like database engine you have chosen, then you want integration service, reporting service, client, whatever, book online, replication, polybase. So many came. So you can choose based on your need and then you can. Once that criteria will pass, then it will go for the server configurations. Got it? So during the server configuration, you have to give okay, who is the my administrator group. So choose the users group who is going to manage it. So built-in group or you can create a new group over there. Have you seen? You have added, everyone have added one users. So group, and then based on that you can choose that group. What are the things? Who can start your service? Who can stop your service? Those are the things. Hmm. So OS पे वो user बनेगा and then you can. So what is the meaning of why we need it? Sometimes, quite possible you may forget your SQL Server authentications. Generally, password you forget. That time you can log in with the Windows authentication and then you can reset the password. That also a one reason behind it. And then once everything is done, then you have to start your installation. Once your installation is started, what it will do? Have you remember? First they have checked your pre-request. So software requirement. If you can see on the slide, so they are checking like the similar. Have you remember yesterday during the installation? So theory we have not completed yesterday. We have done the practical first. So SQL Server installation it will check. So it will check your software requirement. It will check your hardware requirement, security requirement, and system state requirement. So those all will be checked, and based on that, So what happened in the software requirement? So during the software requirement phase, they will check including whether the operating system which you are installing that is as per your software or not. Yes, compatible mode of the operating system service pack is match or not, that will be checked. The OS is supported or unsupported. Have you seen the previous Windows? If you are using the 7, then service pack 1 is required. R2 you need a service pack 1, otherwise Windows 2008 server service pack 2. Like those, all the prerequisites will be checked from the software side. Then second step, it will goes into hardware requirement. So in hardware requirement, it will check the SSCM and block setups. What type of the hard disk you are using, the RAM criteria is matching or not. So RAM check is met or not. Then memory requirement for SQL Server only. Have you remember 30% of the minimum memory is required. So those things is available or not. Additional memory if required, that is. If any blocking or some things they are, those all the things, processor speed. So this all will be checked into the hardware requirement. Then it will go into security requirement. So in the security, they will follow, okay, you have the administration privilege on the computer, which SQL Server is being installed. That is required. Then it will go into the system state requirement. What is that? So SQL Server setup cannot run if the file required setup are locked to other services. So always, because they are going to create so many services. Generally what happens, so many places, the OS admin will stop to the new service creation. To manage their OS, they will not allow you. So we need to get a privilege from there, and then we can do it.
So actually, it is the beauty of DBA, which knows all these things. But when going to do all these things, then maybe
sysadmins people's requirement, network people's requirement, those all will be there. Na? Like you are using the port 1433 default port is blocked in from network side, and after installation, during the installation, the port default port they will take, so it will fail. Na? So network people will also need storage required. So you need access on storage. So generally, that's why I said, have you remember yesterday we talked, industry we are getting 5 days time as per the SLA. Be it the Microsoft, be it Oracle, be it the Postgres, whichever. The new database instance creation is coming. We are taking the 5 days. Why? First mount point you need, that means disk level storage, then a storage privilege is given. Then Windows will create, once lung and other things is given. Then the Windows people will give you the drive access, like the read and write privilege. Then they will create a different directory, like the US said, okay, I will keep the master data file into this mount point, log into this, temp into this. So these many directory they have to create now. Then network, the port and other things. If the backup is taken by someone else, then backup team also need to configure their backup tool onto your services. So these all people are involved. That's why the 5 days is required. If you have a so what do you think? Everyone is free. They are waiting for your SQL Server installation request come. All the people will come to you. Boss, let's start. Company, there is a SLA for all the tasks. When the one change is going to you, are you getting the incident? So what is the SLA for that incident? So just example, give me the any example. So how much time you need to you have as per your current scenario? I am just asking.
It depends on the SLA vendor.
Got the point? Why vendor need SLA? Suppose you are coming to us, I am not available 24/7 for only you. Got it? Maybe I am a DBA for you, dedicated DBA, but then I have a remember yesterday as well, 70 instance, 1 DBA we are getting. In DBA training, 70 instance we are hiring only 1 DBA. So they have to manage 70 instance. What do you think? Your request will come that time he is free. Critical ticket we are having the SLA for 2 hours. So once you are raising the critical ticket, we have 2 hours to resolve it. For each ticket, we have a 15-minute acceptance. Either you are using critical or the low or the high or normal, whatever. If you are raising the high ticket, our SLA is 4 hours. If you are raising the normal ticket, our SLA is 8 hours. And if you are raising the low, 26 hours. This is for the incident. For change, you need a backup. We have a 5 days SLA for backup.
So downtime.
Why online backup can be taken? It doesn't mean if 5 days we required, that means we will do in the 5th day. Quite possible we can do in the first day, quite possible we can do in the 3rd day or 5th day or whenever our student will get a chance. And it's not happening in the debate training. All of the leading, either you are going with the your UTI, you have also SLAs, Capgemini, Accenture, IBM, TCS, any name of the company, they are working for someone else. So they have their SLAs. And based on SLAs, like service what you are taking. Bronze, that means you have to pay less. Silver, little bit more. Gold, some more. And diamond, heavy amount. Got it? Have you understood? Saturday you need a support. 24/7 you have to go for the production. Be it your test server, be it a QA, we will consider that production. 24/7 support if someone is asking, that means we have to give them the on-call support to people, na? Why you will work for us? Why you will call, pick up the call? As per the rule, you are bound to work for the 8 hours. Then we are paying the 1050 rupees for the on-call support. You have laptop, you have data card given by the company. Wherever you are going, carry it. So why people will carry? Their family life. They have their weekend plan. So why they work? It's not okay. Sometimes it happened. Weekend you got the entire 8 hour or 10-hour task. Quite possible sometimes it happens. But generally in the month, 1 or 2 call is coming. Not like that. If you are managing properly database then. So those things. Understood, sir? Any comment, any idea? So always make sure use those things based on your need. Then post installation. What happened in the post installation? Once your installation is done, you have to verify that install SQL Server are running or not. So by default, it will go into program files, Microsoft SQL Server, and then over there, your version, and then over there, the setup, bootstrap, and then log. You can get the all the log informations, that one. Another way, you can check the services, you can check your connections, and then you can say, okay, yes, it is running. So this is the default log locations. Pardon? So program files in the Microsoft SQL Server, then your version name, got it, then your setup bootstrap, and then over there is the log. Wherever you have installed, it's not about C drive or D drive. Otherwise, I have to mention the C drive. Percent means what? During the installation, you have chosen the E drive. Why it will go in C drive? Got it? That is percent means user space. It's about reference. Got it? Okay, somebody have asked me the update. Upgrade का भी आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा था ना सर? तो मैंने उसको I have added some slide for that as well, because based on your query I have included that, so I can give you some idea onto that. So this was the for installation demonstration. Already you have installed. Okay, upgrading the SQL Server. So two type of upgrade will happen. One is called in-place upgrade, another is called side-by-side upgrade. So what is the difference between that? That we will discuss. Then SQL Server servicing, unattended installation, that means the silent installations. Okay. So let's see what is that. First, in-place upgrade. What do you mean by the in-place upgrade? When we are talking about the in-place upgrade, so always make sure in-place upgrade occur when the installed version of SQL Server is directly replacing by a new version. Like yesterday, you have installed SQL Server 2016, and in-place upgrade means you are trying to install the 2017 or 2019, which is the latest one. 2019 is not for the production yet. We got only for the test. As a partner, as a Microsoft certified trainer, we are getting all the evaluation versions, and based on that we test and we give the suggestion to the Microsoft if we found any issue or something, so they will change it before the release. Got it? That's why. So in place upgrade, like you have SQL Server 2016 and over there you are installing 2017. That is called the in place upgrade. So what happened? It will replace your existing one and install the new one. During the installation, they will ask you, hey, we found that this is the version. Do you want to upgrade it? Click yes. So that is called the in-place upgrade. Got it? All the database will be remain, no data loss and other things. Yeah. So it is much harder to return the previous operating system state. So suppose you have upgraded once and then you want to come back, roll back, not possible. Got it. Of course, you have the backup. Then again, you have to install the new one and then restore the backup. That is the way. That's why I said harder. Just like the Oracle, yes. Everyone is doing in the SQL Server also. We are doing the same way. So, what is the handling of in-place upgrade? That I have already guided you. So, when you are choosing the in-place upgrade, have the added advantage. What is the advantage? Minimize the need of additional hardware. See, when you are installing on the newer, you need a server or maybe you need a new drive where you are doing that. So in-place upgrade, avoid the need of the redirect client application that are configured to work with the existing server. Of course, if you are going with a newer one, so what happened? IP address will change, machine name will change. So application also need to reconfigure the connection string and other things. So those things. So that's the good advantage of the in place. So easier and mostly automated. System data upgraded. No additional hardware required, and application point the same name. The right side you can see side by side upgrade. This one. If the failure will happen, then if the failure occur, then your production is also not more supported, na. That will be downtime, na. So that is the one risk.
During the upgrading process, there is no user feedback.
Yeah, but if it is corrupted, 80% installation done, and due to some issue, it crashed. Then what happened? Your old is no more valid, na. So that is the drawback. In the side-by-side upgrade are safer and alternative as the original system is left in the place and user can work onto the my existing one. At the same time, we can create the new servers and based on that we can quickly return if there any issue over there. So production will be should be upgraded issue arise. So side-by-side upgrade involve more work and more hardware resource you need. Am I correct? So always keep into mind side-by-side upgrade is the more costly because you need a hardware, you need enough hardware resource to provide both the original system and the new system for testing. And then two common risks associated side-by-side upgrade. What is that? The time taken. Because once upgrade is done, then you have to take the backup, You have to restore over there. So copying your old data, user database to new location, space, those all you require. Pardon? Hmm. Uh-huh. Hmm. 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 No. That's why the in place there is a problem. So you have to uninstall and then install the new one. Because repository they have already updated. So backward compatibility, have you remember? If you have installed the backward compatibility, then it will take your backup version as well. That is the only one thing. Always use for the previous version if you want. And again, have you remember 2016 you have installed yesterday, so it support only up to the 2008. If you have 2005 or 70, that is not. Means which versions you can directly upgrade now, till that they will support. Backward compatibility means direct upgrade. And another one is called the hybrid options. So hybrid option is also possible in the in-place upgrade with the element by side upgrade. So rather than copying all the user data after installation to the new version of SQL Server, beside the old version, migrate all the server objects such as logging, and you can simply detach the user database from one, attaching to the new one. It is the faster. Got it? Now the next one, if you can see, SQL Server. Yeah. Yes. 2008 R2 onwards direct. Yes. If 2008, then you have to first either go with the 2012 and then 16, or upgrade on 2008 R2 and then there. So yes. So that's why if you can see the backward compatibility, it clearly mentions till what they will support, and you can take like that. Okay. So see, generally Microsoft will say they will allow you for the few days, like the 90 days or something based on the project. You have to agree and you can. If you have a core-based license and you are installing the in place, there is no separate license is used. But when you are using like that side by side upgrade, so you are installing on the another code, another CPU. So then you have to agree with the Microsoft. Hey, we are going to upgrade this project, and we want to use during the project migrations. So they will allow you for the as per the project durations. Temporary, like generally 90 days or something project durations. It won't take them more than 90 days, nah. So they will allow 90 days. So first, of course, we are not going to production upgrade directly, nah. Test QA you will do, and then you will plan for production. Nah? Okay. So servicing, simply SQL Server can be configured to receive automatic update. Of course, to getting that, you must need a SQL Server valid license. Got it? So what will happen in that case? Hot picks they will do. So if any issue and other things, SQL Server update are released in several ways, like hot picks, cumulative update, service pack. Those all are. So what do you mean by the hot picks? The people will call like the quick fix or the QFE. Those all are the same. Hot fix so are released to address urgent customer concern. Like sometimes you have some bug or you issue, then you are raising a service request to the Microsoft, and they will tell you, okay, due to your problems, we are giving you this patch that you need to apply it. So that is called a hotfix. So due to the tight time constraint, only limited testing is able to perform on these fix, and so the should be only applied on the system which is got the affected. So known to the explains issue, they are addressed. Another one is called cumulative update. What is that? This is also called a CPU. So CU update basically is this called. So this is the periodic roll-up release of hotfix that have received further testing as a group. So what happened into that? Like several customer has faced some issues. So Microsoft has raised a cumulative update, and they tell you, okay, you have to update your machines to avoid these issues or these errors. Next one is service pack. So service pack is the basically periodic release that full regression testing has been performed on, and Microsoft recommend you to apply the service pack to all the system after appropriate level of organizational testing. Like have you seen 110, 113, 112? So those are called service pack. Whenever you apply, your patch set will be changed. And SQL Server R2 or later, you have a product service which is called slipstream into the installation process to avoid the need of any apply service pack for issues. So you can install in the silent, similar to the Oracle, you have a silent installation. Here we call unattended installation. This is a similar like a silent installation. When you installation, you have done the click, click, click. Those click, click you don't need. You have to create the like such type of a script, which is called unattended installation. So setup.exe / you are saying the action, what image, what instance name. So you have given the instance name. Runtime you have given the instance name. So here you have given the my new instance. Then instance ID, my inst. Service account. So which one from where you are executing, that domain name and username will be taken. Password what you want. So what password you want to give. So that means what input you have given during the click that you don't need to give at the runtime you can give. And not only installation, you can also do the upgrade. Down you can see this area. Got it? So that can be also possible. Okay. So generally it is said for the lab, virtual machines. So here we are using in this training physical machine. So your machine, and then you have a username, depend on the what username you got, and the password. So installations, that's the demo. So you have 45 minutes to complete this. Got it? So many of you have already installed. Your installation is remaining. So let's install it. Pardon? Go on the net download. So let me install it. So go to the your locations. Here you can find that SQL Server setup. So SQL Server 2016 and run as an administrator. Right click, run as an administrator. Already I am administrator, so I can run. Click here. Yes. Your installation is started. By default, the one installations we did. Yesterday, one named instance we did and one default instance we did. So here I am installing the one new one. You all have to install it. Click on the installation, and here you can click the new SQL Server standalone installation. So this is the pre-request which we have discussed during the theoretical session. So this pre-step is checking, scanning for the product update, download a set of files, extracting the set of files and installing. Now you can see the operating component passed. Warning one came for the firewall. Of course, we are not using firewall policies. So that's why. Wait, don't try it. Yeah, what is the issue you got? Latest one you can take now. Then click the next. Yes. Minimum is that required. And here you can see that. What is this asking? Installation type. Perform a new installation, or you want to add feature for the existing installations. Got it? So I want to a new installation. So go with the new installations. Click next. Of course, I am using only for the trading purpose. So specifying your free additions. In the production, you have to give the your key, the license key, whatever you have. The evaluation addition is valid for the 180 days. Yes. So install it now. Got it. And then here it is saying that okay, understand the license agreement. What you are not going to use for your production purpose. You are not going for the business purpose. Like those, it's support just for your testing and other things. So for us, we are only doing for the testing. So we have okay with the license. I accepted and clicking the next. Now here you have an option called what you want to choose. So I need a database engines. Got it? And you can see once you selected the size, what you got a message 1058 MB is required. So based on that, whatever you will select, the I want a reporting service also. So you can see easily the size increased. If I need analysis service, size again increase. So now we have 2456. Doing the first installations, you need a client tool and other things, which is already we have a default instance. So that's why it is not required again. Got it? Now, which location you want? Installation data directory. Got it? So where you want? Let me give the installation onto different point. So I am creating the one directory into my locations, whichever the drive I have. Let me see. So in D drive, my DBA trainings. So here I am creating the one new folder. So I will do my installation for this location. MKT GDEV. Because based on that, as per the Microsoft, your example which I have shared you, those all are used for naming. Got it? So the D drive I kept it. For log, of course, we don't have the another drive. In your machine, you have a multiple drive. Got it? So always keep into the different. For my case, I don't have that different one. So I can keep here, I can create. Or I can use the C drive for that. Got it? Always make it in the real life on the different locations. And here I am giving what whatever you want, you can give like that. Got it? Okay, let me go for that my installations. And here you can see for installation you can change the path, but I don't want to wait for this purpose. I will create my data file over there. So I'm just clicking the next. It will start the installations. So first it will evaluate and then they will say what you want. So I have given the name default instance already installed. So you cannot create a multiple default instance. So I can use my name which is called mk3g dev. One is the default instance. You cannot use multiple default. You try on your machines. You have already one default instance, na? So try it.
I just wanted to say whatever.
So you can try it. Na? You have a time, you can try. It will fail. Simple logic is what? How many default instances you can do? One. Okay. No. Windows is not case sensitive, but in Linux is the case sensitive. Now here you can see, you can give the password and other thing based on the need. But this is one just for the testing purpose. I am not using that one. Got it? Now, I am not changing anything here. Just I'm clicking the next. Already installed. Restart Chrome and then you can try it. No. Lower how you can install. Upper if you already installed, how it will take the lower. Okay, now here what I am going to do, I have to give them my configuration and other things, the user and password, whatever you want. Got it? Yeah, I am creating the name instance. Okay. If you want password and some things, then you can also give the there. You remember yesterday we were talking. So you can use like here, you can go and then you can give SQL Server configurations. SQL Server database engine, who will start and do. So you can give the password. Here you can use your account, whoever. Got it? Slash your domain name dot your service name and then similar like that. Got it? I don't want to, this is just, yeah. So it is what you are giving the performing. So grant perform volume maintenance task. So automatically like the maintaining the volumes, syncing the files and those things. So I don't need to give it. Otherwise, OS automatically it will do. Now here I am taking the mixed instance. Got it? Mixed instance, I am giving the password. Whatever the password you will require, based on that you can give. So I am giving the password Rajiv or whatever I want. So I'm giving into this anything. Keep into remember. I always use my name. Ignore it. Next. Firewall. We don't have firewall in this network. Adding the current user. Adding the current user means the user which is there. We have installed running. So if you can see desktop, the machine name /PC3. Got it? If you want to add, you can create a users from the directory and other things. Got it? So in the OS, whichever the users you have, based on that you can. Got it? Got it? So I am just using the only one. So when you need a multiple users, then you can give. And later on also you can add it. Yes. Why you need a master data service? Are you using replication? Then why you need it? Yes, that is needed. Mhm. Yes, master. Yes. Yes, that's it. Yes, of course. Yes, you can give your location where you want. Browse it and give it. Browse it or give it or copy your address and put it. See, always make sure installation can be done at any time. Your data directory you need to change, and that's why we are doing here. File stream, no. See, file stream is basically when you are going to the bifurcate because he asked the question, that's why I shown that option. So in my case, if you can see, my installation is done. Got it? And if I can show you the folder, by default in the D drive we have installed. Am I correct? So let me see in the D drive, MKT dev, that was. And here you can see, I have my reporting service you have installed. Got it? The SQL dev root directory you have done. Got it? Then you have a backup. We have not taken anything right now. So those log file you can see. Got it? Huh? Two log files. No, one for the temp log, one for the log. Earlier version, if you are using the 12, only one log will be there. Got it? So this is my main log and this is my temporary log. Yes, installation is done. Now you can also do the SQL Server Management Studio. Because of root you did, that's why. If you can see here, once I will close. So now installation is done. From SQL Server 2016 onwards, you need to a separate, once you are going to the tool. So tool installation, you can do with the SQL Server Management Studio and other things, which I have already installed. So let me connect my Management Studio. So SQL Server 2016, in my machine I am using 2018. 17 and 18, the two version I am using on my laptop. In the lab, we are using 2016. So first time it will take us a couple of minutes to start. And once it's started, so it will ask you, okay, where you want. So if you can see that in the engines, right click, browse for more. So how many engines I have? 3 engines. If you remember, this is my default. Then we have installed Prosware and then MKTG Dev. So the connections I am doing with the first one. In my case, everywhere I have given the password called Rajiv@123. So how you want to log in? SQL Server authentication. Just I'm showing you the difference so you can get idea. SA is the super user and the password I have given Rajiv@123. But if you want to save the password for the next time onwards, so you can save it. This way you can log in with the user ID and password whenever the users have. Because every user we cannot give the Windows authentication. We cannot create a user onto the OS or the domain people have to. Got it? Same way I want to more other instance. So database engine. This time I am using the Prosware. And Prosware I am Windows authentication. Windows authentication not asked because the OS level you have a privilege and then you can. Remember during the theory class I told you. So that one, apart from that, it's just got it. Now the third one. So I have a 3 engine. Am I correct? 3 installation we did. Next one I have MKTG Dev. So this way all the 3 engines are connected. Here if you can see I am connected as a SA. And the rest 2 you can find I have connected as a Windows authentication. So you can find it. The server machine name / your username. SA is the super user. Of course, when you are logging in as a Windows, so by default, super user you are connecting, or you can give the privilege. But again, I remove that, and the default instance I am also logging as a Windows authentication. Windows authentication, and then you can connect. So my all the 3 engines I can log in as a Windows, I can log in as SQL, depend on the need. The further when we will go for the next demo, once all of you have installations completed, your installation is still going on. So then we can continue for those. So we will create a users, we will create a privilege, those all things we can do. So you have installed SQL Server. So what installation we did? One name instance, sorry, one default instance and two named instance. Got it. So we have a total 3 instance now. And next module we will go for the another topics. Got it. Thank you. So let's start with the working with dates. Okay. So again, let me come to the point that we are saying. Okay, so let's start with the working with database. So you have already installed, and now we are going to start with the other steps. So in the other step, we are talking about how we can work with the database. So when we are talking about working with the database, couple of questions will come into the mind. The first questions will come in my mind, like what are the things we have? So SQL Server database and file systems. Got it? So as a DBA, one of the most important role you have for database administrator, you have to work with the SQL Server and manage their database. Got it? And as a DBA, my primary role is that I have to store my database. We have to create a database. Whenever we need, we have to move the database either with the same server or maybe different server like production to test or QA for refresh and other purpose. Those all we can do. So in this module, we are going to talk about those things. So the first thing, if you can see on the slide, how data is stored in SQL Server. So when we are talking about how data is stored, so you have already seen during a demo, when you will create a database. So before creation, you need to understand what database you are going to install, what is the different type of database you have. Got it? Then how much your SQL Server can be utilized, where you are keeping the file. So those all you have to keep into mind before going to start it. Got it? And what about the growth plan? Got it? That is also required. Like today you have installed onto the some mount point and that mount point is getting full within a 1 month or 2 months. But is there a scope for extension of the mount point? The more hard disk can be added. So those all the things you can plan in the initial stage. Got it? So those things we are discussing here. So let's start with the how data is stored. So by default, your data, whenever you are going to install, there is a one thing called primary data file. On the screen, you can see here the primary data file. So this is the main data file we have. The primary data file is the starting point of the database. Whenever you create a database, so every database has a single primary data file, which is extension .mdf, and it is also called a master data file. So what MDF will hold? So MDF will hold the data in the same way like the other database file too. Primary data file hold pointer to the other files in the database, like if you are using the secondary data file. Got it? So those case, how many of you using the secondary data file? I have seen so many people, the database size primary become the 10 TB or 8 TB, but still they are using the single file. And then they are saying, hey, performance issue. Same file, you cannot keep it to the different mount point. Na? So always use the secondary data file, which extension is called .ndf. Yes. So secondary data file are optional. Got it? So it depends on the business case you can use. And we always suggest the people to use a secondary data file. Don't keep your business data onto the your MDF file. Instead, don't keep onto MDF file. Keep it into .ndf file. Got it? So what will be the benefit of the additional keeping that NDF file? So additional data file which you are keeping the .ndf file can be used to separate your data through the more files, depend on the business. Yeah, so like the system data file in Oracle. So here you have a model, master, that's a different. You have in the Oracle, the one is the default, which is called user table space, user data file. Have you noticed? Similarly, here we have a MDF file. Whichever database you have created a adventure work, you can see there is a master data file. You have created another data file, MKTDF, Prosware. But different styles, different database, whatever database you will create, that will come with the MDF and NDF. So by default, NDF is not there. First it will come MDF and then it will go LDF. For log, LDF file. Got it? The another reason for why we need a .ndf file, the OS also have the limit for the one file, there will be a size. Got it? So if your database is going and increasing more than that file, then you have to always use .ndf. No, it depends on the OS. Same, depend on the OS. So database maximum size of single window file will be supported. What happened? Whenever you will create a file, by default, if you can see this diagram, what I have drawn here, so each file will be converted into a smaller page, which is called 8 KB page. In Oracle, you are calling data block. 8 KB. Yeah, it's a piece. By default, it will be 8 KB. You can change it. But by default, this is a page in SQL Server data file are number sequential and starting to 0 for the first page and the so on 1, 2, 3 like that. And each database have a unique file ID. Got it? So both the file ID and the page number should be matched. And then. So the concept is called 2 to the power 2. You can keep the file size like 8, 16, 2, 4, 32 like that. But default is the 8. Continuous space. And then once this 8 KB got full, so it will extend. Extend again with the 8 continuous page. So 8 multiplied by 8 KB, this much they can occupy. 8 8 ja 64. So that 64 KB they will adopt again. Suppose your size you have given 100 MB. That full again 64 KB they take. Again they can defer. Or you can put like that, okay, 10 MB extra, 100 MB, 10 GB, 20 TB, whatever you want. Percentage can be also. Got it? So we are coming on that point when we are going to the new database creation, that time we can guide you. Got it? Next one you can see here the log file. So this log file, the above here you can see the log files. So log file hold information that is used to recover of database when necessary. So what happened? Whenever any change will happen, first it will goes into your log will be written, and then it applied over there once the commit and checkpoint will occur. So there must be at least one log file for each database you require. You can create a number. Got it? But the minimum is one required. Extension, so it is recommended you can use the LDF, but it is not mandatory. Got it? So the recommendation extension is log file is not LDF. So I know LDF is log file, you know, whoever will come. Suppose I will keep the extension like .raj. Who will understand what type of file it is? That's right. All transaction which is happening in your database will be written into the log file. Got it? And using, who will write it? Write ahead log. So there is a concept called wall writer. Wall writer means write ahead log. That will write onto from there wall mechanism. So ensure the integrity of the database will be mentioned. So if any failure will happen, so they will do that transaction which is not committed, they will do the rollback. Master data file and NDF is a called next data file. Next, NEXT, log data file. So NDF generally people will call secondary data file. Got it? As per the industry, it is secondary data file. A master data file is called primary data file. According to the extension, you can understand MDF means master data file, NDF means next data file. Which one? For what purpose? Yes. 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 Yes, of course. Yes. Yes. See, why you need a log? You need a log for the replication. If you are doing the transaction replication, that time database mirroring you need it. If any recovery, point-in-time recovery, that time you can need it. So that purpose you need it. So log should be maintained. You have to take the backup of the log also. Yes, transactional log can be compressed. It can be after the full backup. You don't need a transactional log that can be deleted. That's why we are maintaining. Which one? Yes. Yes, it is mandatory. Without transactional log, NDF you can skip. MDF and log, those two are mandatory. So what happened? While the log, whenever any transaction will happen now, they will write over there. So all transactions are written to the log file. Suppose you did the insert, update, delete, whatever, that will be written over there via the wall writer. Wall is nothing, it's called write ahead log. So write ahead log mechanism ensure that integrity of the database. Suppose I have inserted some data. Got it? By default, SQL Server will come with the auto commit. But if you want, okay, no, my transaction should not complete like that. You can begin transactions or auto commit off you did, then you can do it. Yes. No, no, no. There is no relation with the index, no relation with the data. Those data and index will be kept into your MDF and NDF. This is only for the transactions. Got it? You have inserted one row. Connect from the SPI and I will take it later. Got it? Got it? So that time. So have you got the idea? Now here you can see table and index data files is stored in the page data group in the extent. A special allocation page keep track on the page use. Now what happened? The next step. Determine file placement and the number of files. So depend on your business, you can create isolate log and the data file for both for the performance purpose and for the recovery reason. If the file is a big and the file is corrupted, so you will lose all the things. Got it? That's why it's also advised you can use the multiple file. Then you can talk about the number of location of data file based on the performance and maintenance. So you can choose based on that. So access pattern of the log and data file are very different. The access on the log file consistently primary of the for sequence, synchronizing, for writing the log. If any random disk access is required, if any data access is required, data file is particularly synchronous with the random. So those all can be used and based on that you can use it. The another purpose for that, this is also used for the recovery. Means what? Suppose you did some transaction and the transaction has not completed. So those you can keep from there. Got it? The log have, so like point in time recovery. You don't have the backup. At 2 o'clock you have a backup. Right now, just example, I am saying it's a 4 o'clock. 3:56, that means 4 o'clock. So whatever the transaction will happen between that 2 to 4, those how you can recover? With the help of this transaction log. Got it? So that's it's you can keep the limitations and then the next files will be created. So how many number of log files? So unlike the way that SQL Server write a data file, the SQL Server database engine only write on a single log file. So you cannot create n number of log file, but this log file will grow, and then similarly at the same time we can sync it. So transaction log, they will sequence will be generated. Number of sequence will be generated. Pardon? We will come on to the backup, to how to take the transactional log backup. We will guide you.
Is there limitation to make a log file?
Log file is only one. Yes.
Any limitation that I want to keep the log file 1 GB and the next file
There is only one. So how you can do that one? Yes. The questions you used to ask, what you can do. Suppose I have a 20 GB log file. So that log file will be disabled and new log file we can keep. Got it? So that can be possible. Of course, data transaction cannot happen. So at that time, only one log can be active. That's it. So additional log file are only when space is not available into the my active log file. So at a time, you have a multiple log file, but active will be one. Like you have a undo in Oracle. How many undo you can do? Similar concept here. Temp. How many temp you can do at a time? You can create a number of temp, but it is not in use. Yes. So what to avoid those, what we are doing, multiple temp we can create as a group. Got it? And then we can use it. That's it. Okay. So the question for you, why it is important to separate a data file and the log file? On physical level, why you need to separate? There's different amount point and different things. Only for purpose. And where, okay. So where you can keep the transaction log? Yeah, physical environment. Yeah, fast is got it. Over there we can do the temp or transactional. Got it. That way. Okay. So you can see that use a single log file in most situations. As log file are written sequentially. But my log full, I have not taken backup. So you can create another log and that log you can create as a default. So at a time only one will be active. Now, ensuring sufficient file capacity. So estimate the size of the data and log file TempDB. So perform the load testing with the actual application. So what is that meaning? So you have to consider the important point like capacity planning. Got it? As a DBA, senior DBA, we have to understand what is my business. What will be the next growth for the next 3 years? Plan it. And then you can plan, okay, blindly, not, okay, I get up in the morning, I'm happy, and I ask my IT team, hey, I need a 3-mount point for the keeping my data, transaction and log, separate, temp separate. It's not like that. You have to understand how much data you need, what is the growth percentage you have, those all things, where you are keeping the database, where you are keeping the index, where you are keeping the transactional log. This all you have to plan. Got it? Where you are keeping the temp DB, and what is the your prediction for growth. Of course, as a DB, I cannot predict. Database is new, how I can predict? Business will take, okay, how much transaction you are expecting? So they will say, okay, we are expecting 20,000 row in a day or 50,000 update, like that. Based on that, we can plan it. What is my database size? What is my column in the table? What is the column size? Based on that, we can estimate. Got it? So always become a realistic planning. What is the meaning of realistic planning? Perform a capacity testing for the SQL Server is usually accomplished through the load testing. So as the business has told, actual component, based on that you can test it and then you can estimate. So test or QA you can, and then. Another thing you can see, the auto growth plan. So auto growth or plan growth. So SQL Server can automatically expand the database according to the growth parameter. So growth parameter you can set like that, okay, how much you want? MB, 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 10 MB, 20 MB, like you have given the size 100 MB. Now that 100 MB full, what will be your next step? Got it? So you want 10 MB or a 5 MB or 100 MB should be next occupied. By default 64 KB only, but how many minutes 64 KB will hold? So depend on the business we are giving. Or people are keeping in the percentage also. Same NDF we are creating. Multiple NDF we can create. Can be created. Yes. 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 So during the creation, it will ask you the size. You can give the same size. Yes. Yes. Like where the partial backup people are rolling. But, so you can choose the only that file backup.
Can be applicable to restore the
If that file is only lost, then. So generally, it's not like all Oracle. Here is some different. We will we will come on the backup. We are coming on the backup. Got it? So always not only plan for the data file growth, always plan for the sometimes you need a business will automatically come and then manual extension they want. So that explanation you need, autograph you have. So these all you can plan. Same happen to the log file. Number of transaction is increasing, business will grow. Business will grow means transaction will be more. If the more transaction, that means you have to maintain that. So always you can do. And always, not only that, as you know, only one log will be active at a time. So you can plan when the log will be truncated. Got it? When your log will be truncated, that you can plan. Got it? And accordingly you can plan. So accordingly you can plan it. Got it? So always make sure how and when the log is truncated depend on the recovery model. So like we will come on to the full recovery model you have or what type of recovery model you have. Based on that we can plan it.
so we need to contact
Of course, otherwise you have only log got full, what you will do? So in the night you got a call, the transaction log full, no more transaction allowed. So you have to come office and take the backup and then delete the old. Or you can create a new transaction log.
there is no concept of flushing the log.
So the transaction which is capped, that will be lost now. You can flush it. But what happened? If the point in time recovery is required, then
Some transition will be
so
lost.
first take the full backup and then flush it. Na? That is the way.
But there is no concept like Oracle.
No,
There is no groups.
no,
There is
no.
no place of members, group members.
What is?
There is a beauty of Oracle.
No, no. What is the beauty of Oracle?
Group is there.
Uh,
Inside the group, there will be group members are there.
uh,
That will be in a pair and different locations. So you can one group or one data
I didn't get. Have you got a question? Could you repeat it? Sorry for that. In Oracle, because I know Oracle, that's why I am asking the question.
So there is a groups are there.
Log member, log member. So each group is copying the same data.
Yes.
Got it? So if there is a two member you are keeping in the group, so both the two member have the same data. Okay, now next.
So one group is lost
Hmm.
during the flow. So other group will still continue to run.
So in Oracle, there is a concept of minimum two group is required.
Yes.
Here minimum one, maximum one.
So in case of loss of this log,
You know the data. So that's why it says, na, so many times I said, it's a very crucial. You have to plan how your recovery model is set.
there is no regret. There's no loss. Case of that particular
Of
dispute.
course, that's why here is recovery model. It depends on the recovery model. What type of recovery model you want. Got it? Based on your recovery model, it will come.
Recovery model in the sense,
We are coming on that.
syncing to the
We are coming on that one. Backup, we have not completed. First backup, then we will go for the recovery. Okay. Like in Oracle, you have a couple of predefined like system, CSOX, undo, temp. Similar like that, we have also in SQL Server. The first you can see the master. So their name itself telling the master database contain all system-wide informations. Anything that is defined at the server instance level is typically stored in the master database. So on the server level, if any changes or something you are doing, that will be applied into the master database. And make sure, understand very crucial, if the master database is damaged or corrupt, SQL Server will not start.
Suppose I am in the middle of the transition. In case my master data file crashed, so still my show continues.
No, crash. Like in Oracle, if you have system will corrupt, what happened?
The transition will happen.
It won't happen. Na?
But access the new transition.
The old transition will also not complete, my dear. Master lost then? System lost then? That is the question here. That is his question. System, CSOX, undo. Those are mandatory now. Any one of loss or transaction will lose. That means your system will crash. Similar like here. If the master will lose, everything will lose. Got it? So that's why always not only take your database backup, make it practice to take the backup of the master also. Yes.
We used to take more backups.
Yes, the master, model, and line. Okay. Another one you can see MSDB. So basically the MSDB database hold information of SQL Server agent. Whatever the job, like the backup routine, index rebuilding, whatever the regular activity job you are creating now, that will be taken from here. So the agent is running. If you can click on your SQL Server services, you can found that the agent service. Like the last one. Are you able to see here? SQL Server agent. So if the agent is a stop, as of now, it is a stop. Am I correct? So you cannot do the routine maintenance, backup and other things. Always make sure you can create it. Got it? So out of these 3 instances, I'm just decommissioning. Okay, disconnecting from the instance. Got it? So here now you can see my agent is disabled. Got it? So always make sure whichever the job or any operator, any alert, so the MSDB database will be used in that case. So it is also important for you to take the backup of the MSDB database regularly. Otherwise, you have scheduled some job, backup and other things, and that is no more available, then it will be difficult for you.
The complete restoration meaning these 4 along with the
Not all required. See, if you don't have any scheduled job, then we don't need MSDB. Na? MSDB will store the backup history whenever you have performed the backup, what type of last backup you have done, full backup when you did, transitional backup you did, what are the scheduled jobs you have. If you don't have those things, why you need this backup? Generally in production it is there. Alright, because every day we cannot take the manually backup. We will schedule it. We will create a job and then backup will happen. Another third one, you can see the model. So the model database is a template on which all user database are based. So like when you are creating an Oracle, you are having a general template. Partial you are creating. So data file is going in particular location. Control file is, if you are not changing, how and why it is happening? Based on the template. So template is just a repository over there, and based on that it will be created. So the model is my template. So whenever you will create any database, new database, that will be taken care from the template. Any object created in the model database will be present in all new database that are created in the server instance. So suppose you want to some rules and some things that you have created into model. So whenever the new database will be created, that rule will be automatically come into the new database. Got it? Yes. Yes. So they have taken from the model. Model is just a help. Because, okay, why your data file is going into the different location? You are not given the path. Why it is taken to a different location? Because the model it is defined. Different location this. Log name should be LDF. These all are coming from the model.
We need not explicitly, it is not given anywhere, but it is already built up.
Yes. So if I can show you, the another one is called TempDB. So the TempDB database hold temporary data. Right. And this database is truncated or created every time the SQL Server start. So have you remember in the yesterday you have restarted many times. So every restart your old data which is in the temp, the name itself telling that it's a temporary file. So it will be lost. Okay. And do you need a TempDB backup? Do you need a TempDB backup? So we don't need it. Similar like Oracle. And in fact, if I can say, there is no process to take the backup of temp. Got it? Another one is called resource. So resource database is read only hidden database. It is a hidden database. Make it point. So that contains system objects that are mapped to the sys schema in every database. Got it? And this database hold all system storage procedures. So resource database hold all system stored procedures, system view, system functions. And it started from the SQL Server version 2005 onwards. So, sorry, from 2005 onwards, instead of resource, it goes into the where in the master. So now if you can see, you don't have the resource database. Let me show you my database. If you click on the database, in the system database, you can click whatever database name you have. Master, model, MSDB, TempDB. Where is the resource? Is there resource? No. So now resource is there, but now resource is the part of the master database. So because we are running 2016, so you can see easily your master is merged in the within this. Got it? The model database, if you can click. Okay, let me come into the model. Pardon? What? So that's why I said that 2005 onwards resource is not there. If you are using earlier version like 7 or 2000 or 2005, then resource is there. Even 2005 is also not there. Up to 2000, before 2005, whichever the version, 2000, 7.0, 2002, 4, those are not popular. Of course, popular was the 7.0, then 2000. So those resources merge within a master. Clear? That's why I said resource is not available. Then why I have given you the example? Maybe in your company when you are going, if the old version is running over there, you can see the resource. So that's why I said. Okay. Next one. Yes. TempDB. So when we will talk about the TempDB, so TempDB database consists of the internal object and the row version is stored for the user object. So whenever any transaction will happen, those information. So temp database is very critical for the overall performance of the SQL Server. So always make sure you can use multiple temp. 2016 installation you have seen. By default, 4 temp file will be created. What a point? So always keep into like this, and then you can do the various things. Clear? Any doubt? Any question? So during the demo, working with TempDB, so we will see the temp database files managed. Now we are talking about the files and file group. Got it. So in this model, we will talk about creating the user database, configure the database, initialize some file, and then changing, that means altering database, and working with file group. This one? So one table space में multiple data file बनाते हैं ना, similar like that. We will come on to during the demo. Yeah, like a demonstration file group. I will show you the file group, how to create a file group. You were asking some question. You are asking some questions. How to create a database? Simply create database name. So can you create a database? So there is a two way how to create. Simply you can go into your SQL Server, database, right click, new database, then give the database name. So what is my database name? Sorry, branch na. branch. Got it. So I can create like that branch. Got it. Then what is it is saying? It's saying that the my MDF file should be onto D drive. Got it. And log file into the another drive, whichever drive you have. Pardon? So by default it is not required na. You can create it. File group में जब आएंगे ना, when we will come onto this file group, then we can show you. Alter, are you getting the second point? Altering a database. You can do it. Yes, let me show you. Like you did mustard. Got it? And then you can add it. So during the add, what file you want? Give the file name. Suppose, just example, I'm giving branch. Got it? And then I've given the branch one name, file type. So it's a rows. Instead of primary, we can use secondary. New file group. So give the file name, and the file name I am giving. So whatever the name you want, you can use it. Because the same thing I was showing during the alter database. Secondary group. Got it? What will the size and other thing you want to give? Those way you can give it. Extension you want, you can give that. Whatever. And Go to the options if you need anything like the growth and some things. So you can see file streaming if required. Then let me come to this point. Got it. So these all will be whatever you want, state, what you want. And the file group you can, like secondary you have created. So from here also you can create it. Different way. Either you can do from there, or if you want, you can create from here. So, so it is the file, whatever the object will be there, that is only for the select purpose. No DML operation will be allowed. Stop, because no update, no insert allowed. So it won't grow, na. Got it? Now, so if you can see auto growth, so here if you can click on the auto growth, what is it saying? By default, how much it is taking? And it goes, so as I said, percentage wise you can do how many percent you want every time. So that initial page size 8 MB, that 8 MB will full, then how much you want more? So I want 10% more or 20% more. So when that MB, 8 MB will complete, 8 ka 20%, take it, 1.6 MB will be taken extra. Yes. So the size will become the 9.6. Again that full, again 9.6 ka 20%. Again that one, like that. Max size you can keep coming on that point. So here the max file size. So you can keep that. What is the max? So on the OS, suppose I have a mount point, just example 2 TB. So I don't want to go more than the 1.8 TB or 1.9 TB. That's why. By default, behavior is unlimited. Grow, 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 grow. And depend on the OS, it we are in that full. Got it? Are you getting the point or not? Got it? So that's where we can do. So I have put it the 100 MB. Got it? Now, or if you want in the megabyte, so I want once that 8 MB complete 2 MB, so then 10 MB, again 10 MB full, 12, 14 to 2 MB karke wo it will increase. Got it? So whatever you want, you can do it like that. Then the path where you want to keep your file. So here you can give the path of your data. So I don't want to do a default location. Instead of that, I am creating a folder. Just example I am showing you. Like the D drive it shows na. Yes. So we can create another one na. MKT we have created. The similar way you can create another one, or you can create a folder over there on the OS wherever you want. So in my case, I have only 2 drive in this PC. So I am keeping one in the D. What is my database name? Branch. This is my database name now. So I kept my data here, and the log file I am keeping in the C drive. Got it? Okay. Now, if I can click onto the D drive again, I will get my branch. I'm getting. So branch I have created my master file, the log file I am getting in the C drive. I have created branch underscore log. branch underscore log. I am keeping my log file. And NDF, same way you can create another location. By default, I don't have, so I am keeping on the same location. I am keeping into my D drive only. Is it okay now? Okay. Now my size is done. Same way you can extension. You can keep the other database also. Got it, like the 2 MB and limited. So you can keep for the other also. Here I want a percentage wise 10%, and the maximum limit again I am keeping the 100. So log will be my 10% can grow and it goes up to the 100. You can keep it like as per your weeks. 1024, that was 1 GB. Got it? So depend on the business you can plan. Then you can see the secondary by default it is taking 64 MB. And the growth again like that. So I want my secondary should go up to the 100 only. And next, how much they will take? Growth. Just example, I want 10 MB. Got it? And same you can create a script also for the next time. So they are just creating a script. And then you can keep your script. What is the benefit of that? Maybe next time you forget okay, what are the options you have chosen. Quite possible, huh? So this will be used for my branch. By default extension will be taken .SQL. Got it? And if I can click here, okay, it will create. Or script action to the new query windows, so you can see the syntax. So here you can see whatever you have created. First create a database, then whatever the changes you done, those alter, edit. Got it? I don't want to alter, so default one it goes. I will remove this if I don't want to right now. So default behavior will apply. That can be also possible. Got it? And that is given onto there. On the site, if you can see what I have mentioned in the slide, that is mentioned, na? Let me show you that one. What is mentioned? Those only, na? You can choose, na, as per your wish. That's why over there also I have given one the percentage, one the size. It's your wish. There is nothing thumb rule you can do with the percentage. You can default is that it will goes like that. Got it?
So if I want to change that one,
you can change it as per your wish. Like if I am going now here, just I am creating. You have seen there, I don't have any branch database. Am I correct? As of now, I don't have branch database. Don't believe me? See onto your database. Do you have any branch database? Even if I don't have adventure work, which you already restored. So let me create that and see what is happening. If everything is correct, you are able to create database. Done. Now you can see the branch database is there. Are you getting? But there is no table because you have not created a table. Only system tables, but user tables is not. Click over there, system table, it is blank. I have not given system table. I have not given the file table. So why it is taken? That is the question you have. Go to your model. In the table you can find system table is there. So just taken from there. External tables is there. They have taken from there. View is there. They have taken from there. That is the use of the model. Understood? The theory what I say is prove that. So always plan like that. Whenever you want, what type of you want, those you can do it. Now, if you can see, so let me show you the in my folder. I have created in the C drive for the log, if I remember correctly. Let me go into C drive, then go to the D drive. In the D drive, what was the you are expecting? My master and NDF. Am I correct? So let me go to the branch. Are you getting? Got it? Go to the previous one. Temp I have not given, but default temp will be there. Got it? Earlier version. Temp is not separately created. Now I can go into C drive and see the log file. The log is there. Got it? So that way you can create the database. Now it's your time. You can create one database similar to like that. Can you create the database? Of course, instead of D drive, L drive, what is the drive you have? You can choose that one and create it. Okay, so everyone have installed. So have you created database? Okay. So next step is that which we were already you have done. Auto options. Remember na? So you can do during the things. GB को divide कर दो MB में and then give it. So the default option is MB. Got it? So important database options. Whenever you are configuring database, so you have a different options. The first option, if you can see here, it is saying that auto option define whether the some operation could occur automatically when the database. Next one is called page verify. So what is the meaning of the page verify? When you do the page verify, that means every time if insert, update, delete, anything will happen. So they will verify your 8 KB page. So of course performance will degrade in that case. Remember na? So those things. Recovery model. So recovery model we will come onto some few minutes back. So we will go with the recovery model in the next topic. So we will discuss over there the recovery model, whatever recovery model you have in Oracle, and then what are the benefit of each recovery model, those, and state options. So like you want to database should be in the online mode, offline mode, and read write restricted. But you have asked the questions during the demo. Got it? Back slide. Yes. You remember during the instruction you have asked read only, offline, online. That is, yes. So what do you want? You have put it offline. To select will also not work. This file is not accessible. है ना है ना हाँ आएंगे ना बैकअप रिकवरी के समय वो आएंगे ना got it so instance file initializations you have done this whatever the log size whatever the others those all you have done am I clear same way you can do with the other steps in other steps if you will talk so what if we are talking here altering database so altering database you can do the alteration via the SQL Server Management Studio what you did via the alter database command from the your TSQL and via the DBCC so DBCC is the basically command which is used for checking the database status and other things got it so database configuration check which one yeah this is the one utility like Oracle yes we have got it and dropping you all know dropping a database you need a file required it to be emptied first you need to migrate data to other files now this is the important for you shrinking database file so whenever your database file sometimes what happens during the business hour your file will be full and now on the mount point you don't have the space to create a new file but your business cannot wait okay new mount point will be created and then you can create another file so we can shrink that file so basically the file will be compressed no you have to do you have to shrink that's the one thing secondary benefit of that whenever you are taking the backup so if you can shrink the file you can get the lesser size of that so those are thing got it so always make sure whenever you are doing such thing you can manage the file can be extended manually what is the benefit of that extended manually otherwise what happened the growth will happening and the midnight you got some issue so if you are doing the manual and control in your hand if any new file to be added or if any size to be resized that means extended size then the people will contact you got it and make sure you will get the error called 1105 if your database file is full there is no space left for that got it sometimes you will get the error into your industry yes 1105 1105 1105 means 1105 similar like that the error is also 9002 this is 9002 you will get when the log file don't have the space so the people are calling in the midnight hey I am getting the generally we are asking am I correct on call support what is the issue okay read the sentence what is giving in the error so this is 900 okay transaction log full we can say okay go in the database keep a transaction log shrink it start the service will be automatically start got it like that Got it?
Once it is sync the files
Mhm.
because it's completed,
Mhm.
server is able to read that file.
Yes. So what is the meaning of shrinking the database? Each file within a database, you can able to reduce the size by the shrinking. So what happened? I remember 8 KB page, 8 KB page. So that some page is there and that is no more use. So they will compress those unused page basically. Got it? And that way, and the benefit is that your database engine which you have installed that will reuse that page. Got it? Syncing you cannot do only with the data file, you can do with the transaction log also. Most of the time we do the transaction log only. Got it? Because data files generally we don't sync because of performance issue for the read. But transaction log, pardon?
Table operations
Yeah. So if it is sync, then the little bit performance will be impacted. So how to do it? So many options from the SQL Server Management Studio or DBCC sync database. So you can do with the sync database command, or you can use the DBCC sync file. Got it? So that way you can do it. Alternate option, if you have a full backup, then you can truncate the log and other things. So there is a different way to manage it. So let us come how to add a demo, how to add a file to a database, and how to expand the database files, how to sync database file, and how to drop the database file. Very good. Okay, go to your database. Here, got it. You have installed Prosphere, if I remember correctly. So I'm on Prosphere. Am I correct? Open the file, go to the file, open, and then go to the project solutions. Where I have got file within my D drive, I think this PC. You all have received a lab file. So go over there in the lab number 4, and then you can find our this one PRJ. Of course, naming and other thing will change. By default, it will take the adventure work and other things. So click on the queries and go for the setup. So here you can see. So I don't have the market dev as of now. Got it? So let me create a market dev database first. So right click, restore database. I'm going with the device. So restoration, I'm guiding you. Add same file, you can get the market day backup. Oracle C drive. I am having the backup into D drive. DBA trainings over there into go lab files, and then you can find here the resource. In the resource, we have given you the backup. Market dev. Got it? So I'm clicking the market dev. Okay. And I'm restoring it. Market dev. Similarly, like you did the adventure work. Hey. Yes. Yes. So database has restored. Now you can see over there in the database, if you can see system I remove. So there is another database called market dev. So if you will click on the market dev, अलग अलग टेलीविजन का अलग अलग पास है. So वीडियो कॉन का कहीं और एक है, बाकी उसमें फिर अलग है, उसमें अलग है. Every lab have the different. Okay. Now, if you can see, if I can go in the market dev, let me go and click on the properties. So if I can go in the files, you can find where is my files. So this is the market dev I have. We have a one master and one log. Am I correct? And the file is kept here. Got a location? The file name. So like that, wherever the file you have, the default MS SQL data folder. So now, what I'm saying? So I'm saying in this, I'm going to use the master. Whenever you want to change any database, always use the master. Got it? Now, if exists, select one from the sys database where name is equal to market dev. Drop the database market dev. So what it will do? It will drop the my existing market dev database. Got it? And then I will create a market dev database from the my backup. My backup is kept into DBA. So let me go with the my locations and change the path according to the your own locations. Thank you. And the resource I have as a backup. So how you can do with the command, that's I'm just guiding you. So I copy this path and then I go into the my command and I change it. My backup name is same. If you want to install any other or those things, so I keep here changed, and then with move where I want to keep. So this database I am creating a where within a D drive MKTG. So I need a D drive over there, the folder called MKTG. So let me go and create in D drive MKTG. MKTG dev I have, but I don't have the only MKTG. So I'm right click, I'm creating a folder, or I can customize MKTG. I can use the same way for. So D drive MKTG. Now, if you can go in the slide, Got it? And then we have alter authorize onto database market dev to whom I am giving. So whoever the user you have, right click and properties, you can see this is the you have name, so whichever you have, you can give that the default instance. If you have, we have one default instance, am I correct? So let me create the database engine. Oh sorry, connect. I have connected with the plus where I want to connect with the default one. Okay. So instead of this database in the another instance, giving the access to the another instance, that can be also possible. Or plus where whoever you want to give the, that you can give it, and accordingly you can modify it. Just example I have shown. Got it? And now I want to execute it. What it will happen? First it will, yes. So first it will stop the my current database, and then they can so what I am trying to do here, I am using my master database, got it, and I am dropping my prospect. Sorry, the database name called, let me disconnect from here. So this market dev, which is, if you can see in the tables, so you have so many tables. Are you getting the point? So I am just dropping this database. Either you can drop from right click and drop it, or you can drop like that. Whichever the best way you want, you can do like here, delete. Then it will ask you the couple of questions. So do you want to delete the backup and the restore history also? Select it. If you don't want to delete the backup, remove it. If you want to close the existing connection, of course, if the user is connected, then you will get a message if someone is connected, you cannot drop it. Ask the user, disconnect, and then you can. And if you will select it, that means forcefully the user will be killed. So I'm not doing from here because I'm doing from the command line. Okay, is it clear? Let me go for this one only, and then we can talk about it later on. Okay, this I have selected and executing. So where on which instance I want, so give it an instance name where you want to create. So I'm connected in the Prosware. Am I correct? Prosware I have connected na. So I'm connected in the Prosware only. So what message you got? Log. Yes. The location, this I have to give the D MKTG. So log also I am keeping into here only. Am I correct? Because I don't have the L drive, na? Pardon? But L drive we don't have, na? Sorry. What is there? Yeah, come on, come on. So instead of L, I can keep into the D drive only. So my log will be also created in the same. Is it okay now? Entire file if you are doing. I am not using the authorization. The last line which I selected that I don't want to execute. Go means यहाँ तक का execute करो, फिर अगला step पे जाओ. जैसे use master, तो ये क्या करेगा? सिर्फ आपका master पर जाएगा, फिर इस step पे आएगा. Master database में connect. Connection is my this one. Got it? Go means multiple command we are given, run it. Execute. Let me execute. I have shown you the path, default path. What was there? The default SQL Server path. No. The existing database. Programs, files, data over there, the 13 and other things. कौन सा प्रोसेस चलता मींस सेम लाइक हियर द पाथ हमने दे दिया वो ये देखिए रनिंग इनटू अपग्रेड इसको अपग्रेड सीखना था लेट्स सी restored. So it was earlier version was the older version 851 and then we have 8.52. So that means in short आपका सारे का उसका वर्जन चेंज हो गया. Now if you can see over there, let me refresh it. Refresh से पहले पास आपको दिखाता हूँ रुको. So you can, if it is not changed, then you can get it idea. Files. Where now file is? This location you have given? Earlier what was there? Some different locations. Got it? And then, okay, now let me refresh. Always if it's not automatically shown, then you have to refresh and see the my directory locations. MKTG बनाया था ना? You have file. Got it? So sometimes why I shown you this? Sometimes you need it. Maybe the mount point which you have that is already full. Now there is a newest scope to increase the mount point. The lung which is used for storage that is full. Then you have a new lung. If you will get a new lung, you have a new address. That time we can use like that. Got it? Alternate option, you can deattach database, take the backup of your master file, data file, log file, whichever you have, NDF file, and then keep into the new locations, attach it. Same. Take the time. Of course, that all is required. Here also the runtime was required. When you are moving, online data file movement like the Oracle is not there. Everything, if it is like Oracle, then it should be like Oracle. Huh? Okay. Oracle become the rich. Good. Why Oracle become the rich? Because of you guys. Of course, for me also. I have recommended so many places. And then I am executing this one. So they don't find the crossware because it does not existence something. Got it? Some permission and other things. Okay, similar like that. When you are going, go for the another one. I'm calling onto the another script. Like you have created a database. Always it will ask you to go with the ProSphere server. Are you getting that? You don't have that name slash something like that. Depend on the, so it won't connect. Cancel it, and instead of that you can choose your name. That's why I said whatever we have given, that is as per the Microsoft, and then you can use where you want. So instead of L drive MKTG, I am creating the branch database. That's not what you did. So can we go? Of course, I have a branch. So first I'm dropping it. That's why I'm dropping it. We cannot create a two database with the same name. So this drop is done. Now am I able to create? So if you can see here, I am creating the database with the help of TSQL. That is from command line. What you did, have you remember? I asked you. Well, that was my intention to show you that one. So I'm creating the database. Use master, and then I'm creating a database. Let me execute it. Database created. Now if you can refresh here database, you will get a market dev. Oh, sorry, branch. Are you getting? D drive. So don't believe me, go to your file structure and you can find it. D drive MKTG. You have or not? Okay. Similarly, you can, let me see my database ID. Select database ID, name and other things. So execute. Oh, sorry. Simple like that. So every database there is a ID is generated. Remember when you are creating, so the ID was asked. So let me show the default ID for this. So each database master you have one. Always master have the one. Temp DB2, model 3, MSB4. After that, whichever you have created, that will goes in the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 line, whichever you will create. These 1 to 4 is reserved for the system. Then you have created an instance called ProSphere. So ProSphere, there is a 5 he has taken. Report server for temp DB6. Then branch you have created 7, and then market dev 8. Okay. Now I'm connecting with a database called branch. So use branch similar to the MySQL or Postgres, those things. Oracle connect database name. Good advantage is that I know those things, so I can give you the example. Okay, come to the next. I want to see my file ID. So these views always we don't remember. Of course, is you remember and then you can see the database files. Like similar, you have dbf underscore data file, dbf underscore database underscore file, or you have a $B database. Like similar Oracle, we have sys.database files. So you can see the branch file ID. So whenever you will create a new file, the new ID will be there. Are you getting the point? Good. Come to the theory again. So altering you did? Okay. Working with file group. So what do you mean by the working with file group? Multiple files. So during the demo, you have already created an NDF file, but just giving you the idea what is the benefit and why you use it. So basically, when you are creating the file group, so there is a two-way. During the demo, I have already shown you the file group. During the runtime NDF, you have given, so instead of master, instead of primary, you have to create a secondary. For it, or you can give the file name with anything. So basically, file group are the named, which is the collection of data files. Got it? And simply data placement for the administration into that storage operation will happen. So whenever you are creating the file group, so using a file group basically will improve the database performance. Why? Because database will be created across the multiple disks. Multiple disks means disk IO read write will happen on the multiple places instead of one. That's why you are getting the performance improvement. Multiple disk controller will use for writing. That is the one logic for that, or the RAID system.
These are the logical things, groups, file groups.
Yes. So generally file groups, if you, in this example in the D drive, if the both you have done, you will not get a benefit of NDF, na? Except just the size of the file will be less. Other benefit you are not getting. So always put into a different mount point, the D drive, E drive, F drive, like that. Of course, here only the one hard disk you have partition logically the multiple. So only one disk controller is there. But in the real life, you have a multiple SAN controller, disk controller. They will do for the reading and writing. Right. So file group use a proportional file strategy across the file system for each file group, and based on that you can use, you can store. File group can also be created onto read-only file group. So whenever you are creating a read-only file group, so what benefit you will get, as you have asked during the demo, the size will be the fixed. Read-only, so no DML operation is happening. Whatever data. So sometimes you need to give the access only for the select purpose. Those table and other things you can keep into the your read only. Right. So they can be compressed using the NTF compression. During the recovery, you don't need to apply the log onto the your read only file. There are no changes in na. So you don't need to apply the log. The data is protected from accidental modifications, like update someone is done with the wrong clause, or the delete done with the wrong clause. Those data is protected from the accidental modification. So those all will be there. So file group creations demo, simply you can keep into the file group. And same way you can detach and attach. So what is the meaning of the detach and attach? Like one database, one server, you have detach and attaching into the another, like the different place that you can do. So what is the benefit of that? Of course, simple logic for detach and attach. So database can be detaching using the your SQL Server Management Studio, or you can do the there is one service pack sp underscore, let me check. sp underscore DATH and underscore DB. Got it? So sp underscore DATH underscore DB is the parameters. So this procedures you can DATH as well. Deattaching a database does not remove the data from the data file or remove the data file. It is just, it will remove from the metadata entries. That means in the one instance it is connected, so metadata information will be removed. DATH database will be no longer appear in the list of database shown. So when you are connecting with SSMS, you cannot see the DATH database name. It is still into your database location, but you cannot do. And mostly the DATH database can be moved or copied in another instance. So once you will go on another instance, you can reattach it. So that is the purpose of deattach and attach. Metadata update will not happen. Very. So your master have the information, na? So that information they have, na? ID and other things is there, na? Okay. So attaching database. So after deattach, when we are attaching, so always make sure SQL Server Management Studio will give you the option to attach database, or it can be also attached using the create database attach command. That is. So there is a multiple way to do that. Moving database file. So data and the file can be moved within the instance, or you can do with the other instance as well. So logical moving can be possible. So what you have to do? Simply select start from sys underscore database file, like you have seen in the demo. That see the informations, and then you can move on to the other one. Similarly, moving the other. Pardon? Minimum there will be 27. Yes. We call it the configuration file. Same way you can move the data files from one to another, and these all can be possible. You can copy database from one to another's using the wizard. That can be done. So again, the similar like lab you have. Okay. So let me go for some things. So you have market dev database. Okay, let me come on to the my. So you have done the market dev restorations. Got it? Now, whenever we are going to do like that, so you have to simply use the master database, and then you can alter that. So let me go for that. I want, so I can go in the system database, and then I can go in the master. TempDB, you can see what is the TempDB I have. Right click, go to the properties, and you can see what is the size. 40 MB. Note it. I will ask you after the my demo. So what is the size I have? 40 MB. Got it? What is the log file size? Let me go with the details. So total, if you can get temp dev, what is the initial size? 8 MB. That note. What is the temp log I have? 8 MB. So total 5 file is there. 8 files are 40. That's why the total size was coming 40. Let me go and modify it. So I'm doing that from the command. Click on the master, right click, go to the new query. And then again I'm going to use, sorry. Use master and then go. Good. This is my first step. Now I'm changing my alter database. Which database I'm changing? TempDB. So you can choose based on the which database you are using. Make sure always you can connect with the TEMP. TEMP. Is it? Yeah. So same the TempDB na. Okay. Then I am modifying keyboard ka modify. What I am modifying? File. मेरा keyboard is big. When I'm putting different character is coming. Habituated with my on. So here you can see that file. I'm giving the name. So what I am giving? Temp TEMPDEV. Temp dev. Size I am modifying. And what I am giving the size? Equal to whatever the size I want. So I am giving just 30 MB. Earlier it was 8 MB. Remember now? Then I said go. Next again I am modifying the another one. Alter database tempdb. Got it? Same modify file I am taking. Copy paste to avoid the typing. And instead of modify name is temp log. Instead of dev, what was the log size? 8. Temp log, and this size I am giving 20 MB. Whatever I want. I'm changing just something so you can easily understand the concept. Got it? And I'm executing it. No need to select because entire I am executing it. Done. Let's refresh and see the tempdb. Go and properties. Is the file change? What was earlier? 8 MB. What you did? Got it. Done na? Okay. What about the log? Temp log. Good. So that way you can do it. Have you got idea? Same way you can do for the any other things as well. So what I'm trying to do here, just I'm opening the my like the database I have. So which one I have created the branch. Got it? So in the branch database, I can go right click, task. You ask for the, so I am de-attaching it. Got it? Branch is kept into, you want to drop or something? No, I don't want to change anything. I just de-attach. What is it? Cannot de-attach database branch because it is currently in the use. I have connection is there. No, service is not on. I have already connections over there. So I can disconnect from the branch, whichever the connection is there. Have you remember the query I have executed? Those all. So these all are connected, that's way. So let me guide you with another database. I can create in a minute. Just for example, new database. Database name I have given test. No one has login. Okay. Database created. Let's see the test is there. Right click, task, detach. Detach. Now database is not there. Are you able to see the database? No. When you need to attach, then this time you have to click on database or the instance where, let me come on to the, so click on the database, right click, and then attach. Got it? Whichever instance you want, attach it. And attach, you have to add a file which you want to add. Got it? So where is the my test was in the default location? Oh shit. So in the default location, you can go in the those SQL Server and then you can attach it. Program file data, wherever it is created. Got it? So that way you can attach, DHH, whatever you want to do it, you can do like that as per the your piece. Got it? So let me disconnect here. No, I don't want to do anything. No. Again, I am connecting with us, my SQL Server Management Studio. So basically, you have to just select your MDF file and attach it. Yes. So MDF file, and then for the log file also. Where is the my SQL Server Management SSMS? So I'm just checking the properties where it is located. So it will be easy to go for that. The file is kept into the my D drive, MK3G. Okay. Right click, task, detach. Detach. Then again go to the database. During the attach, right click, attach. Where it was in D drive MK3G. Remember MK3G, which you have removed. Branch na? Branch you have removed na? No, market tab is already there. You can see. Market tab is already there. Branch you removed. So I have chosen the branch. Okay. Then what you want? Log. Let me add my. So by default, you can see the log file is taken. Got it? And then keep okay. Now you can refresh. You can see that your branch is there. So by default, it will. If it is not like that. So what you have learned? You have learned how to take the backups. You have learned how to attach. You have learned how to detach, how to attach in the another instance. Then you have learned how to create a database. Then you have learned how to modify the database, how to create a groups, how to alter the database size. Those are the things. Good. So that's for the today. So now we are going to talk about the recovery model. So what is the idea you have for recovery model? Lakshmi Narayan ji. Yes. Okay, so what is the recovery strategy you know? Like?
Various process, scheduling, whether it is a financial recovery, food recovery, also recovery. That all planning will come under strategy.
Okay. So here we are going to also plan. So planning a SQL Server backup strategy, and if anything went wrong, how to recover it. Got it? So we have to understand the SQL Server transaction log in this. So in this module, we will talk about the backup strategy. What should be the backup strategy we can plan? Understand the SQL Server. So what do you mean by the understand the SQL Server? So here you have to understand the transaction log, how important is the transaction log, and what is the use of that. Then we can talk about the planning SQL Server backup strategy. So backup strategy. When we will talk about the backup, so as you can see that discussion with the previous experience with the backup strategy. So that's why I have asked Lakshmi Narayan ji, what is the backup strategy you have as of now in your current environment. Got it? And based on that, we can plan for our further backup plan. So make sure always you can use the proper backup. Lots of time people are asking me, hey Rajiv, should we take the backup on the full daily? And I say it depends on your business. Why? Maybe your backup, like in my case, if I can give you example, my backup is taking 26 hours. 18 TB database backup. We cannot plan for the daily full backup. So that's why we have applied the full backup. We have applied differential backup. We have applied the transactional log backup. So those all we are going to discuss here as well. You can plan your backup according to your business need. Got it? Then we can talk about the appropriate backup strategy, what should happen, choosing appropriate backup media, and determine the retention. So let me give you some idea of the backup plan what I have. Yes. Yeah. So I'm coming on that. See, when we will talk about the backup, so my backup will depend on to my business case. Got it? I am not saying this is the backup which is the good and this is the backup which is the worst. It's your business, it's your plan. You can choose based on your business. Got it? So what I am trying to do here, in my case, we are taking the backup on the first of the each month. First of the each month we take the backup, which backup is called full backup. So it may vary depend on database to database, depend on the business to business, but I'm talking about my biggest database 18 TB size. What is my plan? So first of the every month, be it a Friday, be it a Sunday, be it a Monday, I don't care. I take the backup on the last. So we start by the 1:30 a.m. last day of the month. That means for me it's a day change. First, what happened in this case? We can assure the business you have a monthly backup. In the monthly backup, we have a retention period for the 7 months and 12 months, depend on the business. Got it? So 7 month and the 12 month. You can choose the backup plan according to your business need. Got it? Now the another thing you have to keep into mind, why 7 month or some business maybe the 3 months, because the retention depend on your business need, and if you are keeping the backup for the longer time, that means your expense will be more. Am I correct? Because the backup, if you are putting the backup onto your some partners or some vendors, so they are charging approximately 40 cent for the 1 GB. 40 cent means Indian currency, if you can multiply, is 28 rupees for 1 GB. Now multiply with the 18 GB every month, and if I have put it to 12 months, multiply by 12. So this much is the backup cost for the year into your database. Got it? Another we have on 7th. Of course, my database size will grow in the next 6 days or 7 days. Some transaction will happen, my size will grow. That's why on the 7th we are reviewing. This we consider as a weekly backup. But this is my monthly backup, and this weekly backup I have a strategy for 21 days. Retention is 3 weeks. Got it? 21 days means retention we have a 3. Now what happened? First or 7, there is a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. What will happen? So I have a backup plan. We take the differential backup on daily basis. What it? Second, we take the differential backup. Third, fourth, fifth, like that. It is similar to that 21 days SLA. So retention is 21 days. Got it? And apart from that, we have every 30 minutes, we have a transactional log backup. Every 30 minutes, we have a transactional log backup. It may depend on the business. Sometimes you are working in the critical environment where you have to take the backup of transaction in every 15 minutes. Quite possible. Got it? Maybe sometimes you have to once in a day. If the business much data is not transactions, so you can plan it accordingly. Now 15 again we take the backup. Got it? And then 22 or 21, generally we take on 23rd, oh sorry, 22nd. So 21 after again midnight. So that's why I consider 22. So here we take the backup. Again here the differential will continue, transaction will continue. Now what happened? So this is the backup we have. In my business, what we are doing with our customers, we are depend on the business, we are taking the different backup, we are taking onto the disk, from disk we are taking onto the tape, or we are directly taking the backup onto tape, depend on the business. The business is not ready to give the storage for that, then we can directly go for the test. Got it? Now we are keeping the backup into 3 locations. We have data center in Mumbai, so our data center is located into Reliance. Got it? So DBA trainings data center will be located into Reliance data center. So we have taken the rack over there into the Reliance. So we are paying for them. Okay. Now we take the first copy of the data base backup over there. Means near to the my data center. Whichever the business we have, backup we are not keeping onto the same location. Got it? Suppose my DC is located into the Belapur, so backup is happening into the Mankhurd or maybe somewhere else, some far from the my DC. Why? To logic, disaster, earthquake, got it? Or maybe anything, flood or something like that. Got it? Now, it depends on the business. Some business will say, you know, what happened if the entire Mumbai network down? So we have a data center which we are calling as a DR location. It is located into Gurgaon. So who are from Delhi? So on when we are going on the IFCO chalk, right side you can find the signature tower. So within a signature tower we have our data center. Over there we are keeping DR. Now, depend on the business, my third location in the USA, California. Of course, if I am keeping the backup on multiple location, we will charge to the customer. So that's happening. So by default 40 cent, we are charging to our customer for the 1 GB. Now customer need a mirror of my backup. So then we charge accordingly. They want a 2 copy, they want a 3 copy, and accordingly they have to pay. Got it? If customer have their own, so then they can use their own also. We don't have any problem, and we not force them to keep on the order. Now we have changed our backup strategy. Since the cloud market grow, we have changed the backup strategy and we are taking the backup onto the cloud. So we are taking the backup of the some of the SQL Server onto Azure, and some we are taking onto the Oracle Cloud. Azure is charging 0.14 cent per GB. So my backup cost drastically changed, and Oracle is charging only 0.10 cent. So less than the Azure. Of course, if you will go with the AWS, it is charging 24 cent per GB. So it depends which is the cost effective for us. And then they have their own SLA. The company like Mumbai data center has just started last month, Oracle. So if I am taking the sum of the resource from the sum of the company, and just example, SBI has planned for the backup, we cannot say that, okay, you can keep your backup into the Europe or the US. As per the RBI guidelines, you cannot keep your data outside of your boundaries. Same like the customer we have in European zone, like the Total and the others, for their backup, we cannot keep into outside of the European boundaries. Got it? So Frankfurt. So we choose the backup according to that. Now SLA, always we are taking the backup in the 3 copies. 1 into my data center, 1 into DR location, and 3rd into my wallet. Wallet means the storage where we are keeping the backup. If these both are not accessible, then we can, because we are maintaining the SLA in the 99.99 in our diamond. So we say the customer, at any cost we can give you. Suppose at any cost we are saying and the business got down, Mumbai data center not working, Gurgaon not working, India there is a some issues like the 370 or something like that. Recently it happened. So best example. So what happened? Entire network Kashmir down. Similar maybe it happened in the Mumbai. I remember Mumbai in the past it happened like that. Got it. Everything was down. Got it. Maybe during the flood or something. So we can use. But what happened if the entire country don't have the network outside? Well, so that's why we can maintain SLA, and of course, if we are maintaining SLA, that means we have to pay. Customer have to pay. That's the thing. Now, our backup is into happening 3 tape, as I said, in these locations. Now, what is happening? Here, I need a 9 set of the tape. Why 9 set of the tape? What I did on the first, that is kept, then it gone in the my area and the my wallet, it will be stored as a monthly backup. As per the SLA 7 month or 12 month, depend, or the 9 month, we kept it. Now what happened in the 7th, we take the backup, we keep there, we 15, and when we are taking 22, same tape will be used. Okay. So every time, again, on 7th when we are doing 22, we do again one, so this 7th tape will be used. When we are doing on the this will be used like that, cyclic fashion. So that way we are going to, thank you. So we can do like that. What idea? Now you can plan your backup strategy depend on the business. I cannot say go for the daily backup or the full backup or differential transactional. You know better. I am just guiding you. These are the backup method. I will demonstrate you how to take the different backups, and then you can plan it for your business, which backup is the best for you, and then you can choose it. Is it okay? Understood the concept? Yeah. Yeah, please. Yes. No, see, there's a two logic. If we have a mount point, we have a space, we can add an NDF file and we can keep our data over there. It will grow like. That's a way. Suppose syncing when we are doing, suppose we don't have the mount space, space is not left, or we don't want to add the new data file. Got it? So for the temporary, we have synced it. When we don't need, suppose syncing is done, now we have a space, we can. Got it? So that is the syncing basically needed, and always we doing the syncing for the transactional log mostly. Why? Only one transactional log. You don't have a space left. The file auto growth. Have you remember yesterday you did it during the practice? So auto growth you did, and auto growth is space is not left. You cannot add another file over there, na? Got it? So that time you can sync it. Space is available, your transaction will start. And meanwhile, once done, during the non-business hour, you can take the backup or remove the old transaction log. After full backup, do you need it? No. Okay. And so we can sync. Yes. Yes. Because syncing means what? You are just compressing the. What is the data there? You are compressing. So suppose this is the full. If we are going to sync it, this much will be occupied. Rest all free. Now your transaction will happen in this place. Na? Okay. Next one. If you can see here, so as we have discussed the previous experience with the backup strategy, what type of backup have you used? Daily full backup or what? What is your full backup plan? Weekly ones. Which date you are taking? Okay. What is your backup plan? As of now, it is happening in your project.
Actually, we have daily backup as a incremental
Okay.
backup. And apart from, we are also maintaining the monthly backup. And sometimes we also used to take financial year backup.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good question. Because a couple of customers, I have a customers like the banking customer you have seen on our website. Abuda and DCB and Dudal. So for their backup, as per the guidelines of RBI, 7 year we are going to give the retention. So yearly backup we are taking with a 7-year retention, which I forget when I was drawing on the board.
So reading the right but in case of some critical data, we used to make it 10 years. So as of 10 years, the dates will not be inside. It will be kept somewhere outside or it will be
Yes. In Oracle also we are using the same way. We have one of the customer from the Finland. So we are taking the backup for them, and their backup plans they need for the 10 years. In the Oracle, I am not sure if after 10 years we are able to restore or not. Technology will change. Who will give the guarantee? Who will give the sustainability? Like just example, Oracle 7. You have taken the backup. Now where you will find Oracle 7? In your case, if I can give example, SQL Server 6.5. I have started my journey with SQL Server 6.5 in my college days. 7.0 I have started as a professionally. So the DBA role I have started with 7.0. So now you can think. बहुत still we have a customer who is still we have a customer whom we are using Oracle 8. Nine it's okay. How often do you perform the backup? So as you said, the weekly backup plan, daily backup plan, every 15 minutes or 30 minutes, we have transactional backup plan. So those all we get plan depend on the business need. Now the another questions, who is responsible for planning and executing the backup strategy? Who is the master who is giving you the plan? My system admin will plan for the database. Of course, your team lead or database architect. How they got the input based on the customer input, they plan it. How crucial database it is, what need to be taken care, and accordingly they can give you. Then how often are you backup tested? Have you any like simulation the DR or something like that, some activity once in a year or like that, where you are testing the backup? Generally what happens, lots of people don't have that thing. So they are taking the backup without knowing the fact that during the disaster, they are able to restore or not. Got it? So always, if it is not there, ask your team, plan it on server over there, test the backup once in a year. Generally, couple of customers we have where we are doing that we call DR drill. So we will crash it by forcefully for some day, and then we will try my restoration or the activity DR is getting up or not. Those are the things. Okay, like you can say that maybe the building in the Europe is there is a fire drill or something like that. Similarly, we are doing into the with our customers. Of course, customer have to ready for that. They have to ready to pay because our people will be involved. Men will be involved, so we will charge them. $450 we are charging for 1 hour. So accordingly, of course, $450 we are charging. So if someone is calling us for the 1 hour or 2 hour, or if they have any issue, they have not solved from their DBA and they want our expertise, then we can resolve it. So we will charge accordingly. This is the fixed price we have for $50 per hour. Recently, there was one of the customer from the USA. They come to us for their recovery. The hard disk and the tape both were corrupted. And we need to recover it. Somehow they come to know about us, maybe by the some my existing customer reference. Because industry, what happened? One person can refer to the other. Got it? So if you are very satisfied with the things, you can say, hey, I had learned the training from the DBA trainings and I am very happy with the quality what I got. So automatically your word to mouth will explain the thing. We don't put any advertisement. You cannot see any board anywhere in the world. Even if in our office, only the government authorizations, the establishment, that's the only mark. So what is happening there? Simply the funda is that we believe in the quality and the quality we give. So if we will give quality, they will. So their tape was corrupted. Generally, tape drive is coming with the warranty and guarantee. They should give it till the next 90 years, it will not corrupt. And it happened. Few years back, for the SQL Server 2008 database backup they have taken, it was corrupted. And the name of the company was Siemens. So in the your Kharghar. So now they are into the early this road. Yeah. So that's why early or iske beech mein hai. So they come up to us because they tried from their end, their DBAs tried, they raised up with Microsoft, but they don't get the solutions. We are not getting solutions. Let's try one more now. And luckily we are able to recover it from tape. How? That's a good question. There's so many things. Bad cluster. How was the bad clusters? How many bad cluster was there? We agreed with that. Those bad cluster data you have to 100% recovery is not possible. Those data only you have to do the manually entry. Those are the things we agreed with the business, and then we start by one block level recovery. So each block level, it was taking a longer time, and the customer was ready to pay for that because their data was more important, and we did it. Okay. So always we are not saying we are the last option. Of course, there's a couple of people whom I know at least personally. If you are going to talk for them for the 1 hour, they will charge the 1 lakh rupees. They are charging $2,000 or $3,000 per hour. So there is a people in the market like that. So if we are not able to resolve, definitely we will tell them, okay, go with the master. So such type of people are like in my team, as I told you, there's one person, he is the master in the backup and recovery. He don't know anything else except backup and recovery. From last 16 years, he is only taking the backup and recovery. So wherever we got a such type of challenge, this person we are sending them. Will you return? How many minutes? कितनी देर में करोगे? Yeah, thank you. So this person is mastering into the backup and recovery. For last 16 years, he is doing the backup and recovery only. So what happened? They had experienced lots of cases they faced. In 16 years, they have faced lots of cases. And the good part is that always we suggest to all of you also document the thing. Have you seen my blog? Do you think I'm getting any benefit from the blog? Not at all. Why I have started writing the blog? Now I'm not writing. If you can see from the last 3 or 4 years, maybe 1 or 2 articles you can find. Otherwise, I don't get the time to write it. But the initial stage, I was writing well. Why? Next time, if I got a such type of issue, I don't need to Google and blah blah. So many error code you can go onto my blog and find it. You will get the solutions. So, of course, those we have faced somewhere with some of our customers. Maybe when I was working with the IT companies for their customers, or maybe DBA training's own customers. So whatever we are facing, and for me, if it is a new for me, I always document till yet. I still document the thing. If you don't believe, you can see each and everything we document. And always I suggest, it's not the good or bad, it's about the, always we suggest the people, guys, do like that. Like how I am documenting the thing, you can easily understand. Just I'm showing you the one. Got it? So this way I document all the things. If you can see over there, you can find a name what I am giving. Oracle 18C underscore Raji. The first time when I was trying the Oracle 18C or the Oracle 19C, got it? So this way we always create. Got it? Like all the webinar and other thing when we are conducting. Right. So many ways. Maybe you people have heard or not RPM based installation. So we do each and every steps accordingly. Got it? And the same virtual machine is running here in the batch, which you are using. Got it? And then installation and finally. So this way, not only for this issue, so many issues, so many things we do like documentations. There's a two logic behind it. The first logic, when my customer, just example I can give you, someone has asked me for the create a standby database for them, or Galleria customer. We have one customers whom we have to set up the Galleria cluster. Got it? Always on, polybase, so many things, replications. Got it? That time we always document the thing and we give them. In agreement, should we have to provide a document also? Yes. If document, of course, the people time will be more, because whenever they do the things, first they test and then they will again do the same thing with the screenshots, capture it and then they give to the customers. Maybe you are also getting from your vendor or maybe something like that. Because the cost will be involved, so maybe if you don't need. So generally, we have lots of customers who ask these things. So then we can do like that. Each and every step what we have followed. So maybe next time, the simple logic behind it, next time the customer don't need our help. They can do from their end.
You people will charge for that.
Of course. We always charge for that. So this way we make and then we give to the customer with all the screenshot, all the thing. This is for the SAP database, which we do backup of remote tape drive. You were asking now. So these are all we are guiding to the customer how to do the add on to the there in. Got it? And accordingly, customer will do the things like somewhere the recovery catalog. Got it? From one database, they take their multiple database backup. So each and every guideline you can see easily. So we are creating like and we are giving to our customers. And believe me, they follow only these 8 steps, their catalog will be done. So these are all steps we are giving. Apart from that, in our training also we need substantive to give to our participants and other things. Got it? Not in the corporate. It's only for the retail. Because what happened? The server name and other thing for the customers, so we don't disclose. What you got, generally we don't give those scripts which we have shared with you. And by intentionally, on the request of Lakshmi Narayan, I've shared and I believe it is confidential with only you. It won't go for the next one because he want what he has. After he is going from here, he want to train to the team. So I just given you for the reference. Of course, we are not following each and every step from there. But here, entire SQL Server, what are the things is the Microsoft that we have given to you. Now, as per the rule, I am not supposed to give you. Got it? But only, huh? These are the, again the copyrights. Na? So we trust the people and then easily as a trainer we. So generally, see, you are sharing. I'm not going to look it. It's the only things in the like faith. On the faith, I share. Like Prahlad has asked me the some things. I told you officially I won't able to share you. And then based on our relation, as I said, DBA trainings and the UTI will come later on. It's between the you and me. So we always have to respect each other. Maybe it's not the last time we are meeting. Maybe in future also some help maybe you need, or maybe you have some issue and that time I remember those things. Except the name I remember each and everything. Name I don't remember, that's my drawback. Except the name, I know each and everything. And that's why we are taking always a video feedback. Whenever I am free, I can see, I can. And when the people are asking the questions in the group, they have to give their name and other things. Not on that group, because that group, all name and other things happening in the WhatsApp. But generally, when the personally, if you want to ask me any questions, so you always mention your name and the company name. So that way I can easily understand, okay, he is that person. Okay, forget it. So backup testing, if it is not in your place, generally lots of companies don't do. So always make it, plan it, and then you can do it. Of course, so many people are using the third-party backup tool. So which backup tool you are using? Which one? Okay. So similarly, you have a net backup. What it? Net backup is from the Microsoft. We have Tivoli backup. We have Veritas backup. So many backup tools are available in the market. You can choose based on your business need and the cost. Now, so SQL Server will support different backup type depending on your recovery model. Got it? So it depends on your business need, how you want to achieve it. Based on that, you can plan your backup strategy. And generally what is happening, if you can see here, so what I am trying to do, differential backup, different backup type can be, so you have a full backup, we have a differential backup, we have a copy backup, we have a file group file, we have a log backup, we have a tail log backup, those are the backup. So we will discuss those all the backup detail into the next slide. Next slide means next topic, next module. Safety level should be determined. So what is your RTO and RPO that you have to plan, and accordingly your backup strategy will change. So what will be the likely RPO and RTO in your environment?
all defined in BCP. So it's always varies between the project to project. We have so many other projects are doing. So in case of insurance related projects, we used to set 48 hours. I think it is not exactly.
So it depends. That's right.
It's RTO. But whereas RTO, I think I don't mind it is not more than 2 hours.
So always depend on that how much data you are going to lose. And accordingly, your backup strategy plan will change.
We have so many transitions again from customer side. So if it is RTO is more than we lost tons of thousands.
So backup strategy should be mapped to the business requirement. So how frequently you are taking the backup, where you are taking the backup media, it should be on tape or on the disk, what is the retention period you have, and backup testing policy, what we have discussed during the board. Choose appropriate backup media. So if you want to take the backup onto the tape, so you have to use MTF. What is the meaning of MTF? Microsoft tape format.
So in case we get
Like SVT, tape. So we call MTF, Microsoft tape format. Format.
so this is not a third party.
You can take from the third party also, na?
But that will make other format.
SBT. By default, third party will use SBT. Microsoft also have their backup. Net backup I told. So it is from the Microsoft. They use the MTF. Of course. Of course. Because Microsoft products, so think out. So backup device can be the disk, can be the tape, or you can take onto the your local network. Always we suggest to go with the somewhere outside of the your that machine where database is running. Got it? So that way you can take and then you can use. Backup can also be mirrored, like I have given you the example during the discussion. Okay, 2-way or 3-way on the 3 location. Of course, how many way you can mirror, cost will increase. So you can understand the things, discuss with your company and plan it. Backup can be strict. Strict means the small file depend on the, suppose I have 18 TB database, which backup we cannot take onto tape in the one single tape. My tape drive size is 2 TB. So accordingly we can strip it. The max size you can put, okay, after that the next file will be created like that. So backup device can be physical or logical. You can use physical device, disk file, or logically onto the somewhere else. Those all can be possible and you can plan it. Now retention. So again, here we are talking about the retention. So retention based on the business you can plan. As I said, different company have the different backup retention policies. In my case, I have given you the example, yearly backup, 7-year and 10-year we have. Monthly backup we have a 7-month, 9-month and 12-month different project we have different. And then I have shown you in the Excel sheet also where we have talked about the 15 days backup retention for the weekly or 21 days. So depend on the business need, we can take the backup and we can always when you are taking the backup, you can synchronize with the database check. So DBCC check DB. So this is a crucial part for the maintenance. Always you can do. How many of you follow this DBCC check DB? What happen if any corruption or something in the database, so that will identify that, and before your customer will say, okay, this is corrupted or something, we can know, we can fix it. That's if you are taking the full database backup, am I able to go for the point in time recovery from full backup? Hmm? Are you able to do from full backup point in time recovery is possible?
Full backup.
Yeah. If I have taken the backup at 2 o'clock, so point in time recovery is possible from the full backup. How? Hmm. So it's not point in time, na? Not it. So though in that case you can recover database 150, 155, 158, 159 or up to the 2. Got it. But with the help of that, if you have a transaction log live, it is not truncated, then you are able to recover with the help of that as well later on. Suppose 3 o'clock, some incident happened and you need to recover. So up to 2 we can, and then we can go with the transaction log. So those all can be possible in that ways. Always whenever recovery is needed, so full, first you need to restore, then differential, then transaction. Like that. Okay. So that's about the thing. Now we are talking about the transactional log. Got it? So if you can see here, transaction log will provide a history of the action executed by the database management system. And this is to guarantee automatically and durability probability. So durability properties means what? When someone has executed some things, like insert, update, delete, whatever, they will create a log for that. And that log will goes, so data modified is sent by the application. What will happen? Once it is sent by the application, it will go and stored into the, that's why I'm not giving them remote. He told me he will give me in the 2 minutes. Yeah, but if within 1 hour it will close. So that's why. Okay. So that's why we always say to that, always make sure like that. So what happened? When your transaction is modified, got it? So after that point of time, purpose, you need to maintain it. So what it will do, the one title will write and it will go into the buffer cache. Am I correct? What will happen here? So data page are located into read into the buffer cache and then it will be modified. And after modification, in the third step, it will goes in the transaction log. And later on, once the transaction log is modified, got it? Then it will goes to the your data. So later checkpoint, write the dirty page to the database. The first step, transaction happen from application side. It update my buffer cache. Got it? From there, it will go to the transaction log. From there, it will go to the, once the dirty buffer or the checkpoint will be created, then it will be written into the my data file location. Transaction log, yes. No. Before writing to database, it will write in the transaction log. Transaction log, it will switch, depend on the their time. 1/3 full, any bigger size will come, or any checkpoint will be created. Accordingly, if any dirty page has reached with the threshold like 8 KB, then it will go to the new page. That time they need it. Select white transaction. Select doesn't make any transaction. Slowly retry one. Yeah, if you will talk about a DML, so earlier it was select was the part of the DML, sorry, data retrieval language. Now it is merged with the DML, data manipulation language only. Okay. Now, how the transaction log will do? So in the transaction log, sufficient information is logged to be able to roll back transaction if requested. Suppose you did some transaction and then you recover it. So that time they need to roll back. So at that time it will look into a transaction log, and based on that they can roll back. So point of time you can use, that time you can use the oldest active transaction in the database. So every record with the value greater than that can never be truncated as they needed for the potential recovery. Yes. Not. Transaction log or tell log. Coming on that. Because over there, what is happening in Oracle, whatever written into log, the same copy will be kept into archived. Here you have to plan it a transaction log backup. Have you remembered? I have given an example every 15 minutes we are taking transaction log. That is the logic. The good advantage of transaction log is that always you have to take care of it properly, because if you have any replication server or some things, so this is the log which is going to be applied onto your standby server. Got it? So that's you have to take care. It depends on your bandwidth and network speed. How much data you are transferring. So write ahead logging is used to create a log entries. So who will write? Like you have a log writer in Oracle. We have a wall. So Postgres also have the wall. You are reading the Postgres. So wall is there also. And that is called the write ahead log. Few minutes back he already read. Before you came, he was reading that thing log. Am I correct, sir? You were reading the log. Pardon?
Just a text file.
Bandits. You can convert.
Anyone can manually.
No. Because the header and other thing will be changed, na? So transaction log are written in a chronicle order in the circular way, and truncation policy for the log is based on the recovery model. During the interview time, people may ask you the questions, what is the recovery model? Even if some people have asked me in the past. Recovery model. So you have a 3 type of recovery model: simple, full, and bulk. So there's a difference between those. Simple, the backup plan change. Simple, so many things. Similarly, like full. So let's see that. What is the option you have? So basically, SQL Server have the 3 recovery model, and that all model will preserve the data into event for the any disaster. But there are a difference. All the simple, full, and bulk load, everyone have their different pros and cons. Got it? So when you are choosing the any of the model, so you can understand the business first, and then you can plan it. Okay, I want the simple or the full or the bulk. So who is the organization best suitable for the recovery model for simple? First one. Yeah, So simple, if the customer is ready to lose the data from the last backup till yet what is there, then you can go with the simple. Like if I can give you the example, Tata Motor, not much transactions. Tata Telecom, big transactions. So accordingly you can plan it. Tata Telecom cannot plan for the simple recovery model. Because they don't, but Tata Motors, okay, maybe in a entire 1 hour, there's a 4 or maybe 10 vehicles sold. So those entry can be possible. So that's why the organization, those willing to lose all data since the last time they made a backup, can choose the simple recovery model. So does not permit or require log backup. If your database have the simple recovery model, so it cannot allow you to take the log backup. Automatically truncate the log to keep space required. Man. Understand, sir? Next one is the full. So what happened in the full? So required log backup for manageability, and you can plan it accordingly as per your business need. So always make sure you can choose the best one as per your business need. I am not saying okay, this is the good, this is the bad. You can choose depend on your need. So generally, if in short I can give you the example, so simple recovery model will minimize administrative overhead. Got me? So less admin tasks. Otherwise, what happens? You have to take the full backup, you have to take the differential backup, you have to take transactional backup. Instead of only one full backup, that's it. Got it? The simple recovery model will risk significantly work loss if the database got damaged. And in the simple, you are only able to recover at the point most recent backup of the database you have. So suppose you have taken the backup at 2 o'clock, it's a 4 o'clock. So those 2 hour data you have to ready to lose. Then you can go for the simple. Okay. When you are going with the full recovery model, so the full recovery model provide you the normal database maintenance model. And for that database where you need a durability or your transaction is very important. So you don't want to lose any transaction. Your transaction is necessary. That time you can go with the full recovery model. Full recovery model is a default recovery model. So whenever you are going to use SQL Server, and if you are not changed, by default it is a full. Huh? No. It's the second one. Got it. So full recovery model is the default model. And the recovery model for new database is based on the recovery model of your model database. So if you have changed in the model database, have you remember yesterday? Some table you have created, it automatically come into your new database. So if the recovery model you have changed in the in the model database, like a simple or the full or the bulk load, so accordingly when you will create a new database, that database backup model will be taken from there only. Got it? So always make sure choose the best recovery model as per your business need. Default is the full. And third one you can see here, bulk log recovery model. So bulk log recovery model can reduce the transaction logging requirement for many bulk operations. So if you are doing some things like, I can give you the example. So like somewhere you are going for a large scale of bulk operation like batch processing or the import or export or maybe the index creations. So that time database can be switched temporarily to the bulk log. So what happens? You don't want to create the log for that. Got it? So in that case, the bulk logging will be the good option. At any time you can convert the database, and bulk logging generally people are using for temporary purpose in such cases. So when you are doing that switching from the full to the that time, it will be, so this temporary switch can increase performance of only login extent allocation and reduce the log space consumptions. So now you can choose transaction log backup are still required when you are using the bulk logging. So in the full also you need a transactional log, and here you also need a transactional log.
But you know, major only the first phase we don't get.
Full backup we can do in the test environment or the QA where,
Whenever it is needed. Yes.
see, test and QA what happen? If data will be lost, so generally two options. They can say, okay, from the old test we can restore, or we can take the backup from the production and then we can restore. Got it?
This bulk log
Bulk log like the batch processing you are doing. So that time lots of transaction will happen. Got it? You don't want to that transaction should be there. That time we can convert full backup to the bulk log. Got it? But whatever the transaction is there, for the bulk activity it is not there. But any inside update is happening, which is the database is live in the production up and down. So database is transaction is happening. Those log you need now. That's why I said detail log backup is required. That means transaction log backup are still required when you are using bulk log recovery model. So always make sure choose it based on your business need, plan accordingly. So now if you can read the point which I mentioned in the simple does not permit or require the log backup, automatically truncate the log to keep space required small. In the full, you need to require the log backup for manageability. Got it? Avoid data loss due to the damage or missing data file. Suppose you have a different NDF file or something which is corrupted, those you can lost. And the permit recovery to a specific point in time. So if anyone is saying, hey, I need a point in time recovery, always keep into mind, it cannot be possible in the simple recovery model. I remember this was the questions asked during my interview with TBA trainings. What is the difference? What is the recovery model in SQL Server? So as which is the default one? Okay, full. Why full? Suppose we have this scenario, which recovery model you advise? The business case study they have given. And then, so based on that, maybe if you are going for some technical rounds or some things, or you are taking the interview to someone else, you can apply those things. Most of the people will not look into that. Backup you will ask, everyone will say full backup, differential backup, transaction. So we route it. Okay, we have a scenario where the database is running in the simple mode. Recovery model is simple. And then we have taken a transactional log backup. Got it? Now we need to recovery onto the point in time. How you can do that? Believe me, people will start giving me the answer. Without knowing the fact, in the simple recovery mode, transactional log backup cannot perform. But I have given the case study, so they will think, okay, it is there, that's why they are asking. And that's why we simply observe, if people are having the experience of they are the fake in the profile. Also people are mentioning in the profile, na? Go with the Google, copied, put into their CVs. Like the case study, we always ask the silly questions like the small difference between Varchar and Varchar 2. Lots of people will have so many examples. Except the proprietary, nothing is a difference. But ask to anyone, they will give you, these are. Even if you can go on Google, you can find so many people have written so many things. So Google, what is right or what is wrong, Google is clearly mentioned. It's not our responsibility. Even in the blog, what we are writing, we clearly mention on the blog. This is only for your understanding. Before going to implement, check into your test and QA environment before implementing on the production. If you can go on rajivjavarakal.wordpress.com, we clearly mention those things. In the DBA training blog also we have mentioned those things. Otherwise, what happened? Tomorrow someone copied and paste their data corrupted and they will go to the complaint. Got it? Any doubt, any question so far? When you have created database, अभी जो आपने database में property में जाके देखो क्या है, डेमो के समय हम वही दिखाने वाले, चेंज करवाने वाले हैं आपसे. फिर आपको ट्रांजैक्शनल लॉग बैकअप की भी जरूरत नहीं है, सिंपली वहां पे जाकर के आप चेंज कर सकते हो. Okay, next one, capacity planning for transaction log. So basically, in the simple mode, you can understand whenever your recovery model has changed, your strategy should be changed. Got it? And the simple recovery mode is called server truncate the log after the each checkpoint will be created. So point out the transaction is really only happening after a log backup, and the full database backup has no influence on it. And lots of people have the misconception about these, the full backup, simple backup, and bulk logging recovery model. Lots of people have the confusion. So always make sure best way to measure log file need. So during the pre-deploy test, always choose the best recovery model depend on your business need. Don't keep it a full or don't keep it a simple or a bulk logging. It may depend. Somewhere you are taking the backup onto every day. You don't need any transaction log backup. Like your log is kept into the mirror disk, disk is mirror. If anything went wrong, we are able to recover. So why we have to like that? So recovery model used for the database and transactional log backup frequently in the full and bulk log recovery model. So number and size of transaction always test it. Now checkpoint. So the type of checkpoint operation. The first one is called automatic. So what will happen in the automatic? So automatic is issue automatically in the background to meet the upper time limit suggested by the recovery interval. So when you are configuring the server, that time you have to use interval server configuration and you can keep it. So indirect is issue on the background to meet the user specific target recovery time for a given database. Got it? So indirect, when you are choosing, then you have to go for that. Got it? So indirect is issue in the background to meet user specific target. Next one, you have a manual. So manual is issue when you execute the transactions. Like manually you are using the checkpoint. Some transaction is happening and then you are forcefully creating a checkpoint. Like transaction SQL checkpoint command. So that time you can do with the manual. And then last point you can see internal. So internal is issued by the various server operation when like the backup of the database or you are creating a snapshot. So that time it will. Got it? Checkpoint statement allows setting a target recovery duration when you want. So this way we can see. So during the demo, we can see the log recovery model. We can set it accordingly. Okay, planning the SQL Server backup strategy. So what type of backup you want, you can choose. So based on your business need, you can choose the backup. Got it? So you want a full backup or differential backup or transactional backup, you can choose according to your business need. So when you are taking the full backup, So always make sure a full backup of a database will include all the data files and active part of the transactional log. So if you can see what I have written here, all data file and the active part of the transactional log. The active part of the transactional log include all details from the oldest active transaction. Oldest active transaction means which is not backup by my last backup plan. And the full backup will represent the database at the time that the data reading phase of the backup was completed and serve as your. So that is my full backup strategy. Then we will talk about the differential backup. So differential backup is used to save the data that has been changed since the last full backup. Suppose you have taken the full backup and after that whatever the transaction will happening. Have you remember the guideline I have told? Second, third, fourth, we are taking every day we are taking the differential backup. So differential backup are the based on the your data file contents rather than the log file.
So here, last full backup database. I mean, in this we are taking the differential backup for the next day.
So what you have done in the full backup, or whatever the backup you take differential, after that whatever the changes that will be taken. Yes. And transactional log from the last backup. Be it the full, be it differential.
So there is no concept of increment.
Yeah, that is transaction log is what? What is? So always make sure differential backup are generally faster to restore than the transactional log backup, because transactional log what is happening, the your query syntax will be there. Got it? So they will create and then those things. Here all the your data block will be there. So point in time recovery is not available unless differential backup are also combined with the log backup. Is it clear? Differential backup. Now we will talk about the partial backup. So partial backup is similar to the full backup, but you have decided. Have you created a multiple NDF file? You remember yesterday? So you want to, because it's a big file, we cannot take the backup onto daily. Just example. So we have decided, okay, I am going to the first NDF onto the Monday, then Tuesday, this file, like that. That is called the partial backup. So the primary file group, every read and write file group, and any specific read-only file group backup you can plan. So partial backup is similar to the full backup, but what is the difference? The partial backup does not contain all of the file group. Partial backup contain all the data in the primary file group, every read and write file group, and a specific read-only files. No. Partial backup means what? Suppose you have a 4 file. Out of that, you have decided, okay, I am going with the this 2 backup. That's. Then we will going to discuss about a transactional log. So any database change record in the log file. What is the meaning of that? Transactional log backup record any database change by you, what you are doing. So like insert, update, delete, whatever you are doing. So the log record from that transaction will be recorded. And when you are going point in time recovery, that is only possible if you have transactional log backup. And transactional log backup, generally it will be a small size. Why? Because your only transaction will be there. So what is the benefit for the small size? Because the smaller size of transactional log backup means you can run much more frequently. And that's why, if you remember, when I was giving you the example on the board, I said every 15 minutes we are taking the transactional backup. That is. Yeah. Yeah. So generally what happened? Suppose differential backup you have planned for a daily, or maybe a 4 hour or 8 hour. But what happened between those 4 hours if anything happened? What it? So that's why I said we have a couple of where 30 minutes, every 30 minutes we are taking transactional log back. Some we are taking on 15 minutes. Some we are taking also in 4 hours also. So it depends on the business. what type of crucial, is it diamond support they need, or the gold they need, or the silver or bronze? Accordingly, we plan those are the things. Is it clear? Any doubt, any question so far? And make sure transactional log backup is not possible if your database in the simple recovery model. Please. Yeah. Okay. 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 So Tuesday जो differential लिया वो फिर Sunday से ही start होगा. Monday और Tuesday दोनों निकाल लेगा. लेगा. Wednesday लिया फिर से वो Sunday से start करेगा. Yes, yes. Because recovery model only you can take the backup of the full backup. So there is no transaction log backup can be possible. That's right. That's why I said na, when you were gone for the break, so we were discussing the same thing. The case study, remember? So we mix like how we can judge the people have the experience or not. We give the case study wrong and people will start say, yeah, in my project it was like that, I have done this. Entire they will tell. Without knowing the fact, in the simple recovery model, transaction log backup is not possible. What is my case study? You know, if you are coming, I will ask you, hey, we have a recovery model in my database, it's simple. After that, we have taken the full backup. Then we have taken a transactional backup. At full backup, we have taken at 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock, we have taken the transactional backup. And then we have some issue. We need a recovery up to 255. How to do that? सिंपल में होता है क्या ट्रांजेक्शनल लॉग? तो बंदे को वो क्रॉस करना चाहिए ना. तो बंदा क्या होता है कि आंसर देना चालू कर देता है. Yeah, first we will apply the full backup, then we will go for the differential backup, then we will going to apply the transactional backup until time 255. पूरी रामायण पढ़ जाता है without knowing the fact कि there was no Bhim in the Ramayana. So simply the case study, if someone is saying, it may be right or it may be wrong. They just want to judge you. Do you have real experience or not? If the people who are having the experience, simply they understood in the simple backup recovery model, transactional log backup cannot be possible. So they can immediately stop. You said the simple recovery model you have now. How you have taken a transactional backup? We understood, okay, this person have the knowledge. Suppose you have a test or QA. So, purpose है ना उसको देने के पीछे purpose है ना. Somewhere you have a backup for the every 1 hour. Database बहुत छोटा है. So you want a backup onto every 1 hour. क्यों चाहिए transactional log? क्यों चाहिए differential log? You have seen we have a 20 GB database, we have a 60 GB database, and we have a 8 TB or 10 TB also. So 60 GB के लिए हम इतना प्लानिंग नहीं करेंगे ना. फुल बैकअप भी लेंगे, डिफरेंशियल भी लेंगे, ट्रांजैक्शनल भी लेंगे. मतलब क्या है? 2 MB का बैकअप लेते रहो क्या? It is not a good ना. So then after transactional log, we are talking about a tail log backup. So transactional log backup that is taken just before the restore operation is called tail log backup. So tail log backup are taken after the disk failure that affect the data file only. So it has started from the SQL Server 2005 onwards. SQL Server has required that you take a tail log backup before it will allow you to restore a database. What is the logic behind it? To protect against if any data loss or something happens. So many cases, tail log backup are often also possible even when the data file from the database is no longer accessible. What is the meaning of that? Yes. Yes. So from master data, and the model they are capturing your snapshot and the last transaction. From there, they just see a couple of times what happened. Suppose just example, you are trying to recover your database. I have given you the example of the Siemens and my one of the US customers. So you try to recover, and during the recovery, you corrupted more. You are trying to fix, and instead of fixing, it got worse. So then, when it come to us, first we will ask, okay, what is your tail log backup? What is tail log backup? We have not taken. Then we just so then we take the tail log backup, and that's where we are able to recover all the things. You were asking the question, na? So block level and everything is with the help of that we are able to achieve it. So if you have the knowledge, then you can do it. Got it? Next one is called file or file group. See, there is a master data system database. They have information what transactions you are doing and everything. So based on that, the repository information is kept. That taking the repository backup. And then, like in Oracle, what is happening? If you have control file, all data file lost, so they are giving the message. There is the this file is needed. If file is not there, we can create it. Then we can restore the block. Those all can be possible. Because it is happening with the master now. So that's why. Tail log backup are often also possible even when the data file or database are no longer accessible. Okay, next one, file and file group. So if you performing a full backup on every large database is not possible, so then you can plan like the file group or the file backup. This we are doing when the database is really very big and we cannot take the backup in a one day. That time we can take the file group. Are you getting the point? No. Yeah, so parcel what happened? The primary file group. Every read and write file group. And a specific read only file, but you cannot take the secondary and other things. Yes. And last one is called copy only backup. So copy only backup, SQL Server 2005 onwards, you have this facility, copy only backup. Copy only backup does not impact the overall backup and restore procedures for the database. It only, copy only means copy only because can be used to create a copy of your backup to take offsite or safe location. So when it will be useful, copy only backup is useful when performing some online restore operation. And the copy only will be supported by the all recovery model.
What will be the extension of this backup?
It's your wish what you want. We are doing like copy BAK by default. Microsoft will take. We take the BKP. Sure wish you want to dot Lakshmi. Then you only understand, na? Dot Lakshmi means my backup name I have given the dot Lakshmi. By default, BKP. Oh, sorry, BPK. Yeah, we do default as a BKP. So it's Microsoft will take the BAK, we talk as a BKP or any name. That's why the example I have given. Dot Lakshmi you can put. Only your business have to understand that this is my full backup, this is differential backup. So generally when we are going with the demo, I will show you, I will give the name like that. Any name I can give. Okay. Good. Now, backup planning. So you all have understood the backup planning. Got it? So you can take the backup planning like this. Full database backup, backup all data as a part of the log record can be used to restore the whole database. You can permit recovery of the backup time only. So full database backup also serve as the base for a transaction log and differential backup. So if you have only transactional log backup, you are not able to restore database. First you need a full backup. Only then you can apply the transactional log, the differential backup. Always make sure you can plan your strategy to regularly take the full backup and prevent the database. Got it? So if any database failure will occur, you are able to restore. So when you are taking the full database backup, that time you can go for the strategy planning and you can keep the recovery model as a simple, and then you can take it. So you don't need any transaction or something. Once backup completed, you can change it as strategy. Suppose you want to take the full backup, so you can recovery model you can change as a simple, and then you can. If it is a by default the full, then again you can take it. To saving the time, I just guided you. Yes, you can. Even if during the demo I will guide you, change it, take the differential, change it, take the bulk log and other things. Except a simple, in the bulk also you can tell the transactional, in the full also you can take the transaction. So when to plan the full backup? In your environment, when you can choose a full backup? Generally when the database size is small. So small database always we prefer to take the full backup more frequently. See, what is happening? Generally, people don't believe in the changes. Once they are habituated and everything is going fine, like see, you are learning something. I remember when I was in my college and once I was working with the Cognizant. So what was happening? When I was taking the backup, nobody has told me what type of backup you have to take. And we are only aware about the full backup. We have implemented the batch file as a full backup. Every day it is taking the full backup. And that was running. If somebody knew the differential backup, somebody knew the transactional backup, tail log backup, copy backup, then they will do na. So that's the only difference. Got it? And what happened? Once he is aware, full backup has, I'm okay. So why they will change it? Once you will say na, so the simple reply you will get from last 10 years it is running like that, nothing happened. I remember the one case study, and it was a very crucial. That time I was not working with DBA trainings. So basically, maybe you are aware about the case study for the Airtel. So let's talk about the transactional log backup strategy. You can plan your transaction log backup as per your business need again. Like the full you have talked, same way you can plan for the transactional log, and then best option you can choose from your business. For me, transactional log backup serve all data since the last log backup. So we are always taking. So instead of what it will do, it will not read to your database page. The transactional log backup are based on to the reading the data from the only transaction log. So you can plan your backup strategy based on your transaction log backup, and accordingly you can use. If you need to change the recovery model, like the full database backup or the those differential backup, whatever, so accordingly you can change it. So here you can see the transaction log backup which I am showing on the slide. So Sunday we have a full backup. Got it? So and then we can go with the transactional backup accordingly. So maybe quite possible every night you can take the full backup, and then every 2 hours you can take the transactional backup. That can be also pocketable. Yeah. So accordingly you can plan it. This is an example I have given. So based on that you can choose according to your business. Got it? You can combine the backup like the full backup, then differential, then transactional, like that. That can be also possible. So if I can show you the differential backup strategy like this. So differential backup always consists of the all change since the last full backup. Point out that always make sure whenever, like the Wednesday you are taking. So Monday and Tuesday, Sunday is my full backup, and Wednesday I am taking differential backup. So it is again start from the Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, no more night. That's why always it is guideline. Full backup and last differential backup. Okay.
Yes. Here is Monday. So at 12 we are taking differential backup for both database and transaction. And at 9 a.m. again is taking only transaction. It's okay, but when 12 p.m. again taking transaction log.
So all the backup will be taken. Full backup, last full backup to tool. What are the changes? They all included those transactions also, na? That's why you can see here the multiple small files. This one. Got it?
Monday 12 a.m.
What do you want to understand here?
So they just say just the Victoria.
No. Yeah. It's correct. He's correct. We have taken the backup. What is the time? 12 o'clock. So 12 o'clock we have taken the full backup. Then what is the time? 9 o'clock we have taken the differential backup. Again 12 we have taken the differential backup or the transactional backup, whatever. So differential backup. Again we have taken at 9 p.m. night differential backup, and again we have taken the full backup. So when we will take this backup, automatically it include all the previous backup. From last full backup, what are the changes? Size you can see now. It is the less. This is the bigger image. Got it? Last full backup. Okay, let me give you the example. Lakshmi Narayanji, when you have taken the full backup? Give your example when you have taken the full backup. 12 a.m. Okay, you have taken the full backup. Now 9 a.m. you have taken the transactional backup. So one file will be created for the transactional backup. Okay.
Again
12 p.m. what you have done? Sorry. Yeah, 12 p.m. what you done? Transactional backup. Okay.
And again 6 p.m.
After 12, how the 6 p.m. Next day, na? Next day, na?
No,
Date
the next 6 p.m.
12 p.m. 12 a.m. you have started, 9 a.m., 12 p.m. Okay, evening 6 p.m. 6 p.m. you have taken
Transaction logs.
transaction log. So what are the changes between these? Only that will be taken. Okay, now
Now again I want to move to the 12 a.m.
12 a.m. full backup. So these all will be taken as a backup. Since here, what are the changes that will be in that backup? Understood? Any doubt? Any question? Now see the diagram and understand it. So in simple logic, in the one line you can easily understand, differential backup will always take the backup since your last full backup. What are the changes happen from the last full backup to till end, that will be taken. Last backup, be it a full, be it a differential, be it a transactional, जो भी last का था, उसके बाद what are the changes? That only taken in the transactional backup. तो संडे से मंडे के बीच का, फिर संडे से ओके हाँ हाँ ये फुल फिर से जीरो बैकअप होगा, फिर से स्टार्ट होगा फुल डाटाबेस का. एंड देन अगर आप बैकअप लोगे नेक्स्ट डे थर्सडे को, तो फिर वो संडे से नहीं लेगा, वेडनेसडे के बाद का जो चेंजेस है उसको सिर्फ लेगा. Good. So where is the somewhere it was? I have just removed few minutes back. कहीं तो मैंने रख दिया. Okay, anyway, जब जरूरत पड़ेगा तो ढूंढ लेंगे, कहीं गिरा होगा. Okay. So that's the backup strategy you have. You can plan. So it's saying that discuss with the participant with the meeting business recovery requirement. And then, so for this you have a 45 minutes. Got it? For the demo you have a 45 minutes. Good. There was one movie came recently. Okay, so here we are talking about the backup. So what are the backup you have in SQL Server 2012 or 2016? So we can backup database and transactional log, and then you have to manage database backup, working with the full database backup. Got it? So working with the backup set or the backup compression, those all we are going to discuss in this model. Now if you can see, the first we are going to talk about the full backup. So what is the meaning of the full backup? Means we are going to take the backup of all the data files as well as transactionals. Got it? So that backup is called full backup. Then you have a other backup which is called transactional and log backup. Apart from that, you have a differential backup. So you have understood all the backup planning, and you can discuss with the accordingly which backup is best for you. Okay, so it depends on the business. I'm not saying this only you have to follow, but when you are taking the backup of full, you all have created a database called AdventureWorks. So naming is 2016 or something is given on your machine. So always change the name like AdventureWorks 2016, whichever the database backup you're taking. So backup database name and where you want to keep this backup. Got it? So that way you can take the backup. So how the backup will happen? With the backup database command. But if you are going for the command line, so you can use backup database, name of the database to where you want. Got it? And the based on that you can choose the options like with initial, with all the things you can. Command prompt means TSQL. Right click करो master पे जाके database, go to the system database, system database, click it, go to the master database, no, click on plus, yes, go to the master, right click, new QID, or otherwise use master, and here you can write. Got it? So if you can see here, I mentioned with int. So there is an option called with int or no int. So what it means? What happens when you do not specify this, like the int or no int? Yes. So by default, if you are not putting the int, the default behavior, the backup will be append as no int of the default option. So okay, now you can see here what I'm trying to do. Yes, the path. This is equal to where you are taking the backup, the path. L drive you don't have, so DE, whatever you want. So by default, no int. If you will not give the with int, so then the backup will be appended as no int in the default options. Yes. Like suppose you have a backup file with this name, so they will append. Coming during the demo, you will try. Okay. So working with the backup set, that means simply a single backup is called a backup set and written to the media where maybe on the disk or the tape you want. So always a backup set represents one backup of any type. So be it whatever the backup type you are choosing, accordingly you can choose and you can use it. Okay. So you can decide your backup timing as per your business need. You can plan your backup and you can perform the backup accordingly. Got it? So every backup when you are going to, so basically what is the meaning of the here? If you can see here, what we have mentioned, a backup set represent one backup. Backup set are written to media sets consist of one or more tape or the disk backup device. So single backup is called a backup set and it is written to the media set. Got it? So it can contain up to the 64 backup device. So what do you mean by the backup device? A backup device can be disk or maybe the tape. So tape device must be locally attached and backup written to the tape can be combined with your Windows backup. Lakshmi Narayan, you were asking for the tape backup. So tape drive that are mapped across the network cannot be used directly to the SQL. Got it? So accordingly, you can plan.
It has to be directly connected always.
Yes. So from the server where the database is running, that will be attached.
In case of cloud, how it will be?
They have another method for that. So the good part is that, and what we follow, so disk-based backup. So disk-based devices are not mostly common use. Why? Because you have to take the disk and then from disk to tape. But sometimes it is good. Good in what case? In network, if you have latency, like in the African customer, you know the Africa regions, network is very pathetic. So in that case, we cannot take on to directly on tape. Got it? So we are following that one.
For restoration purpose also, this is better than
Yes. So what we are doing in that case, from the network step, first we uncompress onto the disk, and then from disk we will start the DS storage. Of course, and SLA we agree on accordingly. Got it? So, but yeah, क्यों नहीं कर सकते हो? कर सकते हो ना. By default, when you need first time, then you have to give the location, na. Yes, you can.
I need two sets.
Yeah, so what you can do, to disk, give the disk location first, then put the comma, give the disk location to comma, wherever you want. Multiple you can. Yes. So you have asked, so let me give you the scenario what you have asked. Like this way we can do. Comma, comma. Got it? So the two disk file are listed, make up the media set. So in this case, your backup will be divided into these two parts. Yeah, size and other things, parameter is there, that can be also fixed. Okay, the max this size, then the file will be go on second like that. So there's just so many options.
It includes the tape also.
Yes,
So once it is going on, it can also
yes, 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 you can. Apart from that, you can do your own scripting. इसमें condition ला करके when it is coming the full backup, then it directly goes on tape. When it's coming the differential or incremental goes into the disk. So those all can be possible. Okay, so backup compression. Basically, backup compression was introduced in the 2008 onwards. Got it? So earlier version don't have the backup compression like the 2005 or something. So it was introduced in the SQL Server 2008. So what it means? So basically the compression related to the technology which you are using. Accordingly, they will compress. Got it? So backup compression trade off some CPU performance against the potential large reduction of the size of a backup. So what will happen? The backup and restoration performance will be slow. So first they will compress and then they will do it. So backup compression can be configured as a server option or from the two as well. So instead of with format, comma, and then you can want to pencil compression. So during the demo, I will show you those all the things. Got it? Next step you can see here. What is that? Compression backup size on the device. Same way, reduce IO. You can do. Why? Keep into the different mount point. Got it? So different mount point means multiple disk IO you have, and you can perform accordingly. Same way. Yes, increase the CPU use. That's why I mentioned the CPU use will be the increased. IO is for what? Read and write, na. CPU will be more used, na. Yes. But this IO issue will be less, na. So if you are facing the issue of the IO and CPU is not utilized, suppose your CPU utilization is only 30% and your IO is reaching the 90% and more. So then we can differentiate file into different mount point. Okay. Now you can see that restriction is what? Cannot coexist the media with uncompressed backup. When you are using compressed, cannot coexist on the tape containing the anti-backup. So this is a restriction. How to perform differential backup? So here you can see previous one. OS level. Yeah, the Microsoft have the anti-backup concept. Network layer. It's for the OS basically. Can we go for next? So let me go for the next. Here we are talking about the differential backup. So what is the meaning of differential backup? Basically, differential backup means from the last full backup, what are the changes that you want to take the backup? That is called a differential backup. You cannot perform differential backup if you don't have the full backup. Like the first time, you don't have the differential backup. Try differential backup, it won't happen. So always make sure one full backup is required, then only we can perform the transactional or differential backup. Okay. Clear? Differential backup you can take from the management studio or you can take from the command. Management studio task, go backup, then option will ask, keep into differential and then you can click OK. That's one thing. And if you are going with the TSQL command, then you have to mention the word called differential. Pardon? हाँ हाँ आप कुछ भी दे सकते हो ना. It's your style. आप कुछ भी दे सकते हो format. It's a file name. What you want to get. Generally, what we do, we use a database name, month, date, and month, and then underscore full underscore diff underscore transaction underscore till log like that. So during the demo, I will also follow the same rule. Okay, is it clear? So differential backup also can be taken by the OEM, means the management tool, or you can take the differential backup with the help of SQL Server Management Studio or Toad or maybe the any other third-party tool you are using. And similar time you can do with the TSQL also. With the command line, you can also do it. Then we will talk about our tail log backup. So transactional log backup. What do you mean by the transactional backup? So transactional log backup you can take from the again from the management studio as well as from the TSQL. Previous one. So if you don't have full backup first time, and you are trying to take the backup of differential or transactional, it is not allowed. Got it? So you can perform a transactional log backup via the same way like the management studio or from the TSQL or any third-party tool. So a transactional log backup does not allow if you don't have the full backup. So backup the transaction log only. Backup log from the last successful executed log backup to the current end of the log. So truncate inactive log recorded unless option specified. So in short, what is meaning? All the record which is happening, that means any log changing, that will be recorded. So before a database can be restored, you can using transaction log backup. In the case of unbroken chain or log record, so those all can be possible. Okay, done. I don't want to merge my previous backup. Remember in the first slide. So if you have a backup with this name, by default is the no int. No int means whatever the changes happen that I don't want to merge with that. Okay. So after transaction log, you can talk about the demo. We can show. Okay. Here we are talking about the managing database backup. So mirror media set. Mirror media set is only possible with the enterprise edition. Got it? So if you are using any other edition like the standard or wave or developer, the mirror media set is not possible. So a mirror media set means we can take the backup of the multiple files. That means 4 media set can be, you can take the 1 or 2 or 4, but not more than 4. So a mirror media set is a just copy of the backup media set as optionally. So you can create the parallel during the backup operation. And in short, a mirror media set consists of the 2 or 4 device mirror. And each mirror contains the entire media set. So each mirror must be configured with the same number of backup device. Got it? And the backup device must be the same device type. So what is the benefit of that? In short, if I can say you, so mirroring media set increase the ability based on the assumption that you have a better multiple copies of the backup. Have you remember? I've told you about the Mumbai, Gurgaon and California. So that's why we are taking mirror. So in that case, you have to give the word called mirror to disk where you want to mirror. Then checksum. So checksum, if you remember in the previous slide we have talked Checksum was introduced in 2005. So when you are using the checksum, it will slightly increase your CPU resource. What is CPU you use? Because always it is checking your resource backup without the calculation of checksum. So with checksum option, you can validate the page level information. Apart from that, you can also use for the backup stream, and always when to do like the with checksum word when you want to check and other things. That. So that one thing. And if you are using compression, so by default they are doing the checksum. If you are using compression, then you don't need to write the word call with checksum. The compression option by default enable the checksum. Another one is the backup verification. So what is the meaning of the backup verification? So basically backup verification is a restore verify only. So restore verify only command you have, so you can use that one for the backup validity. Generally, so many times you don't have the server where you can restore the entire database. Got it? So that time my backup is valid or not, like DB verify you have in Oracle. Am I correct, sir? In Oracle you have a DB verify command. Similar like that, we have a restore verify. So what it will do? So it will check the backup set is completed or not. Then they will check all volume which you have taken the backup is readable or not. Those things. Apart from that, they will identify the page. How many pages are there? What is the status of page? Is there any correlated with the page? The another page is there. So they will take about the entire backups files. Yes. So you can verify the backup on the different system or the same server system where you have taken the backup. Always make sure for that you have to use a different disk. So what happened if we will do the backup information? So how to check the your viewing backup information? So basically SQL Server will track your all the backup activity and where it will record. Have you remember the MSDB database we were talking? So it will record over there in the MSB database. So it will, what are the information they will keep over there? All the backup file informations, all the backup file group, all the media file. So any of the media family you are using like the tape or disk or the any other devices for the backup like flash drive or something like that, those all. Backup media set, how many, those all will be kept there. You can also use the other methods for this. If so, execute command will help you. Like first you can see restore level only. So what it will do? It will return the information about the backup media on a specific backup device. What is return information about the backup media on a specific backup device? Got it? So always make sure when you are going for that to verification purpose, then you can use like that. Restore header only, so you want to return only the header information, the backup, what type of backup it is, when it was taken to the other. Restore files only, it will return the list of data file and the log file contained in that backup. So just like a view you have in Oracle, what was my last backup, how many times backup, which backup is the full or differential, similar like that we have here, restore level only. Good. Then you have a backup options. So during the demo, we will see those other things. So working with backup option. So what is the backup considerations? Copy only backup, 10 log backup. When you are going to do those all, we will. What happened? Some this one. Yes. Yes. So what type of backup? Where you have taken the backup? On the disk or the tape? Those information. Pardon? So it will only give you okay, what are the files in the your backup sheet. Master, any NDF, any transactionals, those information. Log file is there or not. Done. Can we go for next? So here we are talking about the other way and the benefit for the backup. So backup are performed online. That means user is able to access during the backup. Insert, update, delete, whatever the transaction is happening, that can be possible, and at the same time the backup can be also possible. But make sure it will impact the little bit performance. So that's why it might slow down other operations due to the IO load. Got it? Database must be online for the normal backup operation. If you are performing the transaction log backup, are still possible on the damaged database, which we call as a tail log backup. Got it? So log file must be intact. And integration with the operating system options. Yes, you can use the SQL writer service. So they will start the volume shadow and they will copy starting. So there's a two concept. One is called the VSS, another is called VDI. So basically VSS, the Windows volume shadow copy service, and VDI, virtual device interface. Volume shadow copy service, VSS. Volume shadow copy service. Here you can see volume shadow copy service. What is the purpose of this? VLCC and VDI. This is basically a method like you are using the third-party tool for the backup. You have enterprise backup or maybe net backup or Tivoli backup and those things. That time you can use like this. Got idea? Pardon? So VDI is basically called what it is. So yeah, virtual device interface. So basically, when you are using the VDI, so your programming interface and other application will be freeze, and then you can perform. Yes, third-party tools will be integrated with that. Yeah, so basically, like any backup, the third-party tools you are taking, that time you need these options. Online. So it will freeze it, whatever transaction. Like, have you remember in Oracle you are talking beginning backup mode on. So separately transaction log will be recorded. Once you're in the backup, then that will apply, like the similar concept. ऑफलाइन में आप को डाटाबेस शट डाउन कर दो और जो फाइल है दैट कॉपी दैट इज कॉल्ड ऑफलाइन नहीं कमांड वगैरह कुछ नहीं ओएस पे जाओ कॉपी पेस्ट करो इसे विंडोज मोड ना या 2016 onwards Linux is possible so from that you can
So here everything will be online. There is no concept of cold.
shut down database and take the backup. That is called the cold backup. Oracle also same OS level. How you are taking the offline backup in Oracle? Everywhere cold backup concept is like that. No database running and you are taking the backup. So how we are doing with the OS command. But before that, first you have identified all your master file, log file, which location, and then you can copy. Here we have a one thing called copy only backup. Got it? So what is the copy only backup? So basically backup the database without changing the restore order. Generally, whenever you will take the backup, the order number will change. Got it? For the restoration purpose, because always it look the last order. So master and MS DB. So that will record your backup session. So that time. Copy only transaction log backup, do not truncate the log. So if you are like the backup database and the name of database to disk with copy only, so it will not truncate your transactional log. So copy only backup is just SQL Server backup that will help you to independent of the sequence of any conventional SQL Server backup. So sometimes you need as a protection or maybe there's some testing purpose only. That time people are using copy backup. So in short, copy only backup can be made either the database or maybe for the transaction log. So what happened when you are restoring from copy backup? So restoring a copy only full backup is the same way as the restoring any full backup. Because we don't need any other things. Last but not least, tail log backup. Syntax you are writing? Already I have given you over there all the syntax. Okay. Yes. That means in the MSDB, the update for the backup will be not updated.
Every backup will be a sequence.
Yes. So whenever you perform, so that's why during the restore it always asks you the last backup. Okay. Then we are talking about a tail log backup. So if you remember in the previous time I was telling you, so tail log backup is possible if you are using the SQL Server 2005 onwards. Earlier version used like 7.0 or 2000, tail log backup was not possible.
So it is introduced in 2006.
5. And I already told you why you need a tail log backup. So if any issue or something, so then yes, so someone will come and they will ask you, "Hey, where is the tail log backup?" They will restore at that point, like you are saying in the restore point in the other databases, like that. This you can take the backup when the database is non-accessible. Also, you can take. So perform a regular log backup option, no recovery when the restore operation will follow. So what do you mean by the continue after error? So that means you can back up the tail log in the damaged database also. Got it? So that's about the backup. Now you can decide your plan, what type of backup, and during the demo we will see the full backup, differential backup, copy backup, partial backup, like that. Is it okay? Good. Okay. Let's talk about a restore. Not taking much time because you have restored so many databases since the first day. Started from the first day restoration only. Okay, so restoration of the SQL Server. So understand the restore process. So what are the things involved in the restore? Then restore database. Then work with the point in time recovery and restore the system database or maybe the individual file. Of course, individual file we are not going because the individual file backup we have not done. So those things, if you want, you can do it like that. So in this lesson, we will talk about the type of restoration, preparation of restoration backup, and we will discuss the things. So what is the restore type? Yeah, tell me. Yeah, so first you can see that complete database restored in a simple recovery model. So this is the basically a most default one, which is called a simple backup like you have. So the most basic restore strategy for SQL Server database is to restore and recover full database backup. If you have a differential database available, then the latest differential backup. Why latest one? Why not each one? You have a 4 differential, and I said during the restore you need to only the last one. Why? Differential backup always take the. So those all which is from there, that will be taken care. So always make sure you can use like that. So you can use a complete database recovery in a simple recovery model or full recovery model. So what will happen when you are going to complete database restore in the full recovery model? So first it will available for point in time. So the basically restore strategy required a full or bulk log recovery model. So then restoring the full or differential backup can possible, or the log backup. So always, as I say, the tail log backup. Remember na? So tail log backup will not possible in every cases. So it may be depending upon the type of failure, your tail log backup will occur. So what you will happen? The next you have to go for a second step, that will reassure the last full backup. Then in the third step you will go for the restoring the differential backup, and then at last you will go for the transactional log backup. This is the way to recover the database. Got it? Next one, you can see the system database restore. Got it? So what will happen in the system database restore? When you are going with the system database restore, so the restoring system database is possible, but you need a special process for that. Because not only your database, there is a multiple other databases also accessing it. So if the master database is left inconsistent state, SQL Server will fail to start, and it will refuse to start until the master database is recovered. So the recovery of system database will be, if you remember, we have discussed in the starting, MSDB model, master, those are the things. Another, you can see you have a restore the damage file, or maybe the advanced restore options, online, those things. So in the damage file, like that, like file level restore you can do. So individual file you can restore if it got corrupted, but like the NDF and other things. Got it? In the recovery of individual file is only supported for the read-only file when you are obtaining a simple recovery model. So if your recovery model is a simple, then only you can go for the read-only files. Got it? And if it is in full, so then you can go for the other as well. Now another one, online restore. So what is the meaning of online restore? Online restore involve the restoring your data file when the database is operational. That means input, output, those are going. So this is a default option for file page from the SQL Server 2012 onwards. Mhm. Yes, yes. So what is happening? Like by default, the page is happening in 8 KB. So suppose your a small file is corrupted. Why you will restore the 2 TB or 3 TB data? Got it? So to avoid those, people are using page restore. Yes, like the Oracle was saying, the block, here the page, 8 KB page can be restored. So what is meaning of that? Individual data page is corrupted. User will usually get the error. What will be the error code? 823 or 824, depend on the version. In Oracle, we are getting na data file number this, block number this corrupted. Got it? Similarly, like here, you will get. So you need a restore in this case. So that is the by default in the when you are checking and other things in the log, it will be generated. But by default, if you are not notice it, you ignore the log and other thing, you have not observed. So then if user will run the query and they will check, they will get the access of that page. So he will get the error code 829. So these all are related to the basically a page level corruption. If user get the access, it will get 829. In alert log or trace, you will get 823 or 824. And once you will restore the page, User will get a message. Okay, they will access their old data. What was there? So here is the one things keep into mind. Page restore is only supported under the full or bulk load recovery model. So simple recovery, you cannot do the page restore. And from SQL Server 2012, the page restore is possible only with the enterprise edition. Earlier version up to 2008 R2, it is possible in the simple, full as well as in the bulk. And apart from that, maybe database you have a development edition or the web edition, everywhere it was working. But 2002 onwards, it's given only the enterprise edition. Otherwise, why people will purchase the enterprise edition? What na? Some benefit they have to give na. Yes. 2012 onwards, it is possible page restored only with the enterprise edition. Okay. Next one. Which one? Small chunk. Okay. So preparing for restore backup. Always make sure you can take the tail log backup if needed. If you have confidence you are able to restore, then it is not required. Got it? And then you have to identify the backup, which backup you need to be restored. So where is your full backup? Where is your last full backup? That you have to verify you have valid last full backup or not. Then differential backup you have or not, or transactional backup you have or not. And then you can plan, okay, first we have to restore full, then we can go for differential, last differential, and then we can go transactional. During the interview, people are asking questions, and even if I ask so many people, suppose I have a full backup, I have 3 differential backup, then I have a 2 transactional backup. I need to restore till the last point. What action I have to perform? Full backup. Which differential? I have 3 differential. Last differential, yes. Yes. This is the way. Generally, people first full, then another differentials, first differential, then second and third. No. Always differential. Remember theory class. Differential always take the backup for the last full backup to delete whatever the changes. So if we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday every day, and corruption was happening in the Friday, so I cannot go with the Monday restoration, then Tuesday, likely we can restore full backup and then last differential. ट्रांजैक्शनल में आपको सारे अप्लाई करने होते हैं. यस, डिफरेंशियल के केस में सिर्फ आपको ये ध्यान रखना है. ओके, सो दैट इज द थिंग्स इन द बैकअप. मैं दिया था, मैं हमारे पास फुल बैकअप है, ये फिर डिफरेंशियल बैकअप है. जो क्वेश्चन पूछा था ना, सो व्हाट रेस्टोर प्रोसेस शुड बी फॉलोड, बट आई हैव आस्क्ड द फ्यू मिनट बैक सेम. ओके, restore database. So when you are talking about a restore database, so you have a couple of options. Phase of the recovery process. So what is the first phase you have? With recovery option. Got it? Then you have a restore a database, restoring a transactional log, and with a standby option if you have. Got it? So what is the meaning of that? Always make sure whenever you are going to restore any database, so you need to understand your backup policy first. Then you can plan your restoration stage. Got it? So always restore process might involve both database and transaction log should be applied. If you have a transactional log backup, like instead of sample mode, recovery model sample, you need only the full backup. Otherwise, you have a full or maybe the bulk the recovery model. Then you always use the backup plus transaction. If differential have, then differential as well. First backup, full, need to be restored, then differential, then transaction. Good. Now let's see the details in the phase of the restore process. So the restore process of SQL Server database happen basically in these three phases. First, your data will be copied. Then it will go redo and then it will apply undo. So what will happen in the data copy? In the data copy phase, typically the will take the longer time. Why? Simple. Your entire it will create a files, then copy the data into that files. Okay. So that's why it takes the longer time. So what internally it will do, the data file from the database need to be recovered from the backup. So before any data page are restored, the header of the backup will be read from the SQL Server, recreate the body, and then data and log will be information will be kept from there and they will restore. And sometimes we will get a issue due to the authorization or grant privilege. Got it? So if you have the not initialize in the start file initialization, that time you have to enable the grant right for the SQL Server service account, and then you can rewrite the data files. Got it? What happened in the redo? In the redo phase, whatever the transaction happened, so transaction log are then retrieved in the simple recovery model, and these details would be retrieved from either full backup or differential backup, whichever the backup you have. From there it will take and it will restore. Got a point? So this is the differential backup is also being restored. Then in the last phase, which is called undo phase, so here rollback transaction that were uncommitted to the recovery point. Got it? So any transaction that were not committed for the certain recovery point, they will be go with the physically, and then they can that time of failure they will notice, they will match it. What was the my status? Is it a checkpoint is created or not? If not, then SQL Server will roll back any uncommitted transaction. So this will happen during the undo phase. Got it? So undo phase basically involved in the rolling back uncommitted transaction and placing the database online for the subsequent backup cannot be restored. Okay, one thing you have to notice here. So when you are going with the undo phase, got it? So internally, if you are using the enterprise edition, so SQL Server 2012 onwards will allow you database to come online and allow user to access the database during the recovery. Only in enterprise edition. This other, till it is not fully recovered, user is not able to access. Yeah. Another is called, if you can see here, the recovery option. Next, with the recovery option. So during the recovery, these were the questions you have. Got it? If you will read, without reading, I can say these were the questions into you. Let's say 90% your questions answer will be done after this chapter. So what will happen in the recovery option? So when you fire the command, restore command with the recovery option, got it? The recovery option default action and does not need any specific from your end. So whenever you are restoring your database, so by default the recovery will be there. Got it? So when executing the restore command, the process basically signaling to the my instance that restore must be performed by the with recovery. So if you don't want that should be take the last point, then you have to go with the no recovery. So in this case, if you are using the no recovery, the last restore which has to be performed with recovery will be not applied. So that way you are able to take it and you are able to do the recovery like this, restoring a database. Yes. Same way, if you need a only restore to log, then instead of restore database word, you have to mention restore log, then database name with recovery. So many times we have seen the people try to restore and then it is getting the error, database in recovery mode, like that. So by default, it is a default feature. So restore a database, full and differential backup are restored using the restore database statement. Got it? Only the last differential backup need to be restored and restore each backup in order with the no recovery if additional transaction log backup need to be restored. So when you can do the with no recovery, if you need to apply after the differential, you have any transactional backup that also you need to recover, then you have to mention the word called with no recovery. Got it? This again you can do from the command line, that means from TSQL, or you can do from the SQL Server Management Studio. Clear? Now restoring a transactional log, as I said. Restore log, your database name and the location from disk you can put. So you can see here in the graph. So it will signal your database as a restoring mode. Because you have chosen the option restore with recovery. Got the idea? The one drawback here from SQL Server 2012 onwards. So SQL Server 12 will not allow you to restore database backup if you have an existing database. This database is already there and then you are trying to restore over there. So it is not allowed if you have not performed a tail log backup on the database. So in this case, first you have to perform the tail log backup and then try to recover. Otherwise, when you will do from the SQL Server Management Studio, it will flash you the warning. Hey, would you like to create a tail log backup? Then you have to say yes. Then first it will start the backup and then not required. See, if existing database you want to restore, then you have to. So earlier version it was not. It was overwriting. SQL Server 2012 onwards, it's given like that. So what we do, we delete the older one and then we restore it. It's just way. Why it is giving and why it is stopping, you can easily understand. As I said, as a standard practice, people are not following. They forget to tail log backup. They try to restore and then condition got worse instead of recover. So then another person needs your tail log backup so they can go for the previous stage and then they can start. That's why it's not allowed directly. Back screen. This one. Another one is have standby. So SQL Server 2012 onwards, you have a standby option. So standby and log shipping. So SQL Server 2012 will give you the standby instead of with no recovery option. So what happened in this case? Your transaction log will be applied over there after the backup. Got it? So once restore will happen with a standby, there is a two common reason for using with a standby option: one with a standby or log shipping.
Money is
Pardon?
from this money for backup.
Huh.
And
Huh.
standby location is the log file location.
Yes. So always try, if you are using the SQL Server 2012, don't try with recovery. In this case, you can try with the with standby. Got it? And when you are going with the with standby, it will be performed very fast recovery.
But anyway, first it will restore and
Of course. So during the runtime, it will put your database should be available as a users. So leave the database in the read-only mode, undo committed transaction, but save the undo action in a standby file, so that recovery effect can be resolved. That purpose standby is given.
so that location will be from the standby data.
Standby server.
Not for the same. But how log sequence will match?
What happening in the log? Always copy it into standby. Na? There is a different mode: maximum protection, maximum performance. So maximum protection means first it will apply it on a standby log, then the production will say, na, ki, okay, transaction completed. So your log is already, if it is not applied, synchronous asynchronous, remember na that concept. Yes, वहां पे वो अप्लाई करेगा, then confirmation यूजर को मिलेगा कि ट्रांजेक्शन कंप्लीटेड, जो मैसेज आपको आता ना सक्सेसफुल, that. Okay, now we are talking about a point in time recovery. So restoration. Okay, point in time recovery. When you need a point in time recovery, suppose your database is corrupted and a full recovery is not possible. Got it? That time you need a point in time recovery. Am I correct? Or sometimes your business is saying, hey, I need a database up to this time. Those are. So you can recover a database for most recent point in time. Depend on your business need, you can. So SQL Server 2012 allow you to restore database to a stop at a specific point in time, and then you can start a recovery. Got it? So point in time can be specified in two different ways. First, date time value. Got it? Or so in this time you have to give the exact time for the recovery point. Or otherwise, second option is the transaction base. So in this case, you have to give the name transactions till what transaction log you want to recover. Log sequence is generating na. So till which log you want to recover. So that's where point in time recovery can be. सिंपल में ट्रांजेक्शन लॉग का बैकअप ही नहीं होता ना, तो कैसे पॉइंट इन टाइम रिकवरी करोगे? सी हाँ, यस, लाइक ओरेकल में जैसे आपका नो आर्काइव लॉग मोड है ना, वैसे यहाँ पे सिंपल सिंपल मींस देयर जो है लास्ट बैकअप ओनली आई एम एबल टू रीस्टोर. सेम हैपनिंग विद द नो आर्काइव लॉग मोड ना, only the naming conversion is changed. Got it? Can we go for next?
Restore points in
Hmm.
time.
Hmm.
It's during a period of minimally long operation.
Yes. So at what time you want? So exact time आपको देना होगा. Then you are able to restore it. Another option is the transaction log. कि log number आपको देना है कि okay till this log you have to recover. Okay. And the last one, this is the also a good one. Stop at. So it is like a point in time recovery. For understanding, I am saying it is like a stop at. So certain time you want okay till yet do and stop it. That's why. So a stop at option is used to specify a recovery point that is based on to again date time value. So sometimes your DBA need to some transactional log backup content the time. So you want to a certain time. That time you can do. So what we have to do in this case, restore database name from full backup with no recovery. Then apply the database differential backup with no recovery. And a transactional log you are mentioning with a stop at equal to what time you want. So actual time you can give. Suppose I have a transaction till 5 p.m. Right now is 5:05. So I have a backup for the transaction 5:05. But I don't want the 5:1, 5:2, 5:3. I want only till 5. Got it? That is stop it. So after 5 time, whatever the transaction that will be there, 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes transaction will be lost. It is also a one type of
After 5, all transfer will be lost.
it's like a simple like transactional log backup. Oh, sorry, point in time recovery backup. Got it? So point in time recovery backup and stop it is similar. Only here as a DBA we want okay till that we have to recover. Suppose we have started some patching and some things like that, or maybe some activity we are doing and then it corrupt. So we know at what time we have started. After that we have so many logs. That log we don't want to apply. That time we can do it. It is a cancel based like or maybe you can say sequence based until time based like in Oracle you have similar like that. Here stop it means only time based. No log based you can. So you can give the time and based on that time you can do it. Okay. That's for the synchronization recovery for multiple database. So if you multiple application, then you can plan it, take it a backup accordingly, and restore for point in time. So always make sure in this case you have to use the stop mark. Why it is? Maybe we have a 4 business applications running. One need a restoration, another don't need it. So we have to agree with that. So can only be performed using the TSQL. You cannot do with the SQL Server Management Studio. And this type of backup always use need. You have to begin the transaction, then stop at what time. So that's for this recovering a system database, master model, MSDB, and TempDB. So this you have to do always. Don't forget to take the backup of these databases because these are also important. So you have to use. So master database, you have to start the server instance as a single user mode. Then restore database statement. Then you have to shut down your terminal with the SQL CMDB process and then restart SQL Server. Of course, if the master will lost, that means everything is lost, na? Your system will crash. Remember the theory class we were discussing system file like Oracle, system crash, entire database crash. Simple. Restoring a file or file group backup. So first you have to create a tail log backup. Then you have to go for the restore damage file or file group. Then you have to restore differential file backup. Then you have to restore the transitional log. And then you can go for the recover the database. So that's now determine the restore strategy, restore the database. Got it? And using a standby mode only if the time permit. So you did this restorations. Got it? If you want to restore, so then we can do it.